submit Good morning. Could somebody please confirm if I'm audible?
Yes, sir. Good morning. You're audible, sir.
Thank you.
Welcoming from UAE, Dr. Obama, and welcoming His Excellency Yasin from the Kyrgyzstan Republic of India. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Hello.
Morning, everyone. We have been joined by Mr. Sanjay Agrawal, President, Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Also, Mr. Rajesh Arora, who is the chairman of our Civil Aviation Committee, and other dignitaries have also joined us. We're just going to begin immediately when Secretary MOC has also joined. Bhavna, can you check up Secretary is there already?
So he's joining in 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, he has joined.
Yes.
Morning,
so
sir.
Good morning to all. Good morning to all.
Good morning, Secretary
Very
sir.
good
Arora sahab,
morning.
namaskar. Sanjay Agarwal.
Namaskar. All so nice to see all the familiar faces.
But it's a real pleasure for us, sir. और आपके क्योंकि आपका सिविल एविएशन का पोर्टफोलियो है तो मैं एयरपोर्ट से ही अटेंड कर रहा हूँ ये आपका कॉन्फ्रेंस सिविल
बहुत अच्छा
एविएशन
लग
का.
रहा है. Yeah, that's
I am on my way to catch a flight for a conference on heritage tourism in Chandigarh. So, so I thought this is most appropriate to attend the civil aviation conference from the airport itself, sir.
So, sir, very good morning. So, how convenient it has been after COVID that we could join the conference from anywhere. And
So, should we thank COVID for this?
Yeah.
Maybe we should.
Yes, to a certain extent, sir, for sure. So, we have also been joined by Ms. Vandana Agrawal ji, Senior Advisor. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much. And so very good morning to all of you. Very good morning to everyone. Welcome to this 7th PSD Global Aviation and Air Cargo Summit 2021. And we are privileged to have a galaxy of speakers who are expert in their own field. And to begin the program without wasting any time further, I would request Mr. Sanjay Agrawal, President, PSD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to give the welcome address for today's program. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Pradeep Singh Kharola, IAS, Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation, His Excellency Dr. Ahmed A.R. Albana, Honorable Ambassador of the United Arab Emirates to India, His Excellency Mr. Asim Asif, Extraordinary and Contemporary Honorable Ambassador of the Kyrgyz Republic to India, Mr. Glenn Hughes, Director General TIACA, the International Air Cargo Association, Ms. Vandana Agarwal, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation, my colleague, Vice President of PSD, Mr. Saket Dalmia, Mr. Rajesh Arora, the Chair of PSD Civil Aviation Committee, and our co-chairs, Mr. Vipin Vora and Mr. Michael Jain, Mr. Saurabh Sanyar, our Secretary General, and Dr. Ranjit Mehta, Deputy Secretary General, PSD, Honorable Diplomats, Airline CEOs, honorable CEOs of airports and industry heads, experts of aviation, air cargo and logistics and allied industries, distinguished participants, friends from the media, a very warm welcome to all of you. As you might have noticed, I am myself attending this webinar from the airport very appropriately, and I am on my way to catch a flight to attend another conference which is on heritage tourism in Chandigarh. So I thought today's uh, day I am dedicating to tourism and to aviation. We are extremely honored to extend a warm welcome to our Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Pradeep Singh Kharola, the Honorable Secretary Ministry of Civil Aviation, to the two-day 7th edition of the PSG Global Aviation and Air Cargo Summit, themed Aviation, Air Cargo Industry's New Growth Blueprint and Business Resurgent Parameters. It is a pleasure to have him amongst us and his gracious presence, and expert views have always been a guiding force which definitely add a deeper perspective to our endeavor. We are also very honored to have His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Al-Bana, the Honorable Ambassador of United Arab Emirates to India, and His Excellency Mr. Asin Aisev, the Honorable Ambassador of the Kyrgyz Republic to India, with us today. We look forward to hearing their views on the collaborative ways for future growth of the international aviation sector. We also extend our warm welcome to Mr. Glenn Hughes, Director General TIACA, the International Air Cargo Association. We are grateful to him for having graciously accepted our invitation and keenly look forward to hearing from his vast experience. It is also a pleasure to have Ms. Vandana Agarwal, Senior Accounting Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation, with us today. Her commitment towards the growth of air cargo and allied sectors and streamlining of this vital industry is commendable. I also take this opportunity to extend a very hearty welcome to all our expert panelists and distinguished guests who are all experts in their area and whose presence and views will definitely add further impetus to the discussions. We look forward to learning from their vast experience. Friends, for the past more than 100 years, aviation and air cargo sectors have played a key role as an engine of connectivity and as an enabler of growth worldwide for international trade. But in what has been the most challenging year for the whole world, the COVID-19 pandemic has almost universally brought air travel to a standstill, with global airline industry being among the worst hit and faced with unforeseen challenges. COVID-19 has changed the way we travel, at least for the foreseeable future. Global mega trends such as work from home, virtual communication, community structures, and social changes are having a dramatic impact on travel and aviation. The change in travel habits are further hugely impacting the business of airlines, airport operators, aircraft manufacturers, MROs, and OEMs, and a host of allied services. The aviation industry faces numerous challenges in resuming operations and has to look for growth parameters to revive itself. With accelerated airline and airport digitalization efforts, new technologies have seeped into the airports and are dynamically changing the passenger travel experience. The pace of innovation adoption sets the scene for rapid industry transformation over the next few years and will force the aviation industry to reset, rebuild, reinvent, and become resilient. As we move forward, many airports, airlines, aircraft manufacturers, MROs, and OEMs are pressing ahead with their new business strategies and ventures, despite facing market conditions which remain incredibly challenging in many geographies. Though a silver lining amidst this global pandemic turbulence is the resilience of the air cargo sector, which is definitely a great silver lining because this sector has been operating and earning revenue while also being instrumental in transportation of essential supplies during the COVID lockdown worldwide. In the absence of passenger traffic, some passenger airlines have also transformed their passenger planes into cargo-ready cables, which has, of course, helped the transportation and the logistics supply chain across the world during this pandemic period. Currently, the air cargo sector's role is critical in transportation of COVID-19 vaccines. Upscaling and the capacity required to address global distribution of COVID-19 vaccines, adapting infrastructure, processes, and resources to the global logistical challenges. Mega changes in the allied industries with automation and digitization becoming vital for aircraft manufacturers, MROs and OEMs. new parameters for skilling for future growth, and drones becoming the new normal are all impacting in a positive way the growth of aviation and air cargo sector. With the development and availability of vaccines, people's willingness to undertake travel for business and leisure post-vaccination, recovery in the macroeconomic growth of domestic air traffic, the civil aviation market is expected to see a further surge. The government's strong emphasis on infrastructure under Atmanirbhar Bharat Make in India initiative in the aviation industry and giving a push to the aircraft leasing market are also providing a big push. While there are positive signs from the industry, the operational challenges for all are still apparent and widespread. Thus, the seventh edition of the PSD Global Aviation and Air Cargo Summit themed Aviation, Air Cargo Industry's New Growth Blueprint and Resurgence Parameters. We exponentially. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You rightly said that the civil aviation industry has been an engine of connectivity for last 100 years, but due to COVID, it was hardest hit. That is the reason that we have this new growth blueprint and strategies and how the business we can research it and what are the parameters. We have a galaxy of speakers. Thank you very much for the welcome address. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mr. Rajesh Arora, who is the chair of PSD Civil Aviation Committee. He's from GMR Group for his address. Mr. Arora, are you there? I think somehow we lost Mr. Arora. Are you there? I think he's not there. Somehow we lost him.
Hello.
Yes, we can
Mr.
hear.
Arora.
Yeah, sorry, I was on mute, Ranjit ji. Thank you.
Ji. So,
yeah, sure.
We invite you for your address, please.
Yeah, thank you. Shri Kharola ji, Secretary Civil Aviation, His Excellence Mr. Dr. Ahmed A.R. Albana, Ambassador UAE, His Excellence Mr. Asin Asif, Ambassador Kyrgyz Republic, and Mr. Glenn Hughes, Director General TICA, and Ms. Vandana Agarwal, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation, President, Vice President, Secretary, PhD Chamber of Commerce, my other colleagues and distinguished guests. Good morning to all of you. As the Chairman of Civil Aviation Committee of PhD Chamber, it's my pleasure to welcome you all for this very important and timely seminar, which is appropriately named as New Growth Blueprint and Business Resurgence Parameters. COVID-19 has tested the entire humankind and businesses alike. Our civil aviation industry is one of the worst hit ones. However, as an industry, we have adapted quickly, responded strongly. Whilst we are still not completely out of woods, we are starting to witness the green shoots of turnaround emerging. Also, we have navigated this crisis in a manner which makes us immensely proud. On the call of the government, we took immediate action, which was painful yet necessary. Amidst tough working conditions and safety concerns, we redefined the way and operated to ensure highest level of biosafety. We collaborated as a team to restore the trust of our travelers in air travel. The credit goes to all of us, especially the Government of India, for providing their leadership and guidance during these troubled times. There are many positives to be happy about now. From a standstill a few months back, we are now witnessing over 70% of capacity being back in the domestic skies, successful international operations of Air Bubble and Vande Bharat flights, robust performance of cargo business travel is gradually coming back, leisure travel is also bouncing back. We have seen destinations like Maldives, where we have seen the pent-up demand, and even the consumer spending at the airport is showing signs of recovery. In fact, the pandemic has left us with few important learnings, and I would like to share a couple of those learnings. Agility and flexibility is one, I think, which all of us we realize that whatever hard we try and be proactive in risk management, but there are certain risks which you can't even foresee, and COVID was one such risk. And agile management and decision architecture is critical to fight such unprecedented risk. And this has been evidenced by the airlines, by converting some of the passenger flights to cater to cargo demand, and which is also now helping in terms of vaccine transport. Digitalization, contactless self-service industry, the aviation industry, which thrives on personalized service through human interactions, has learned the importance of how important is the contactless self-service. This transformation is likely to yield efficiency and cost saving as we'll go along. We are lucky to have a very progressive government which is taking several measures to help the Indian aviation industry grow to its potential. Some of these recent steps taken by the government is focus on developing aircraft leasing industry at International Financial Services Center in Gift City, focus on monetization of airports in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, disinvestment and strategic sale being targeted for Air India and some of the ancillary companies. And one of the most important tax relief which was given to MRO sector, where the GST was slashed to 18 to 5%. I'm hopeful that the government will continue to address the key policy issues which will help the sector bounce back from the effects of the crisis sooner. And some of the urgent and important policies, initiatives which needs attention is bringing ATF under GST regime, further harmonization of airspace, improvement in the air cargo infrastructure, digital speed and the customs process related issues, increasing duty-free allowance and quota in line with the global norms. These are some of the policy initiatives which we would request government to kind of expedite that. And as I said, we are still not completely out of woods. How soon we can come back to our growth trajectory is still a bit uncertain, but we are quite confident that as an industry, we have realized that we need to identify opportunity in this crisis. I'm very much hopeful that through the deliberations across the next 2 days, we'll be able to identify key opportunities which we should target to bring back the growth. I look forward to be hearing more on the topics from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arora, for your industry perspective. You have raised some issues. I'm sure that Secretary will look into it for sure. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Ms. Vandana Agrawal, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Government of India, for her keynote address of the day. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you to PhD Chambers of Commerce and Industry for continuing with their focus on the air cargo sector. It is indeed heartening to need to find industry doyens taking such interest, and I'm also happy to see many countries partnering with us in India on air cargo initiatives. And I note that Dr. Albana and also Mr. Asi and Asev are here with us on the panel. So welcome to our global partner countries on this important initiative as well. The history of Indian air cargo is actually one of punching well below our weight, as all of us know. We have the manufacturing sector, which is a very robust sector, which has export interests, which has import interests. We have among the world's largest consumer markets as well. And therefore, the air cargo of India should have been in double digits already as far as the total air cargo volumes handled are concerned. But without looking at what has been the impediments, what have been the impediments to our growth so far, and our reaching numbers which are worthy of a country of India's dimensions, we cannot march ahead. I used to think that physical infrastructure and lack of investment is perhaps one of the most compelling reasons why Indian air cargo has not done sufficiently in terms of the volumes handled, but that is a lesson I learned very well during the movement of the vaccines. It is not so. About 8 months ago, when the issue of the vaccine movement started, we were compelled to look at what our cold chain infrastructure is. The assumption that most of the buzzwords globally were that India's infrastructure will not be able to handle the cold chain movements because of lack of physical infrastructure, as well as the soft infrastructure that is required to move it. The world at large has now seen that this is not so, and I think this is an important lesson for all of us in the Indian air cargo aviation fraternity as well. When we mapped the cold storage capability of at Indian airports, we found that it was more than adequate. It was 50% more than perhaps what the daily tonnage movements that were going to be called upon from India, which, as you know, is the vaccine capital of the world, furnishing more than 60% of the vaccine supplies. On the softer side as well, we have seen performance efficiencies of India Air Cargo, which again belied many of the naysayers who said we will not be able to handle it and that much more needs to be done. At the call of the government in 3 days flat, the Indian air cargo fraternity has been delivering numbers which are absolutely unbelievable. Today, when I look at our operations control room and the information that is being given on a real-time basis, every shipment that is being picked up for domestic distribution, either from Pune or Bombay or from Hyderabad for, as I said, domestic distribution or even international movement of vaccine, it is recording 2 minutes to uploading, 3 minutes to uploading. I have not seen a single message coming to us which says it took more than 20 minutes to upload the cargo. We have not seen a single statistic which says it took more than an hour to download even 100 boxes, 200 boxes that are being sent out at destination points, both internationally as well as domestically. So clearly, the hardware or the soft hard infrastructure, the hardware in position at our airports and with our airlines, the capability to perform very efficiently has all been proven. And I think it's time for India Air Cargo to go way beyond the role that we have seen till now, which is a dismal less than 2% of the revenue ton kilometers, which is the share of Indian aviation or Indian carriers in global cargo movements. I think it's time to for India to aspire for a more equitable role in this, and I'm sure that all the manufacturing industry doyens who are listening to us and our exporters and importers alike, as well as who participate in domestic movements of their inventories, are going to use the air cargo system more and more. If we look at some of the initiatives that have been taken, these have been to move to multimodalities because there is a ready connect between the air cargo as well as road and sea cargo, inland waterways. We are seeing more and more examples of these coming into fray. We have seen India engaging in transshipments, which are land and air combined. We are in the process of working on land, air, and sea together. And I hope that in the coming days, we will be able to provide to you actual examples of how this is becoming effective as well. We have reached out to landlocked countries across the world in order to develop freight corridors which are dedicated and provide an opportunity for growth of cargo for the two countries taking together. And I hope that this is another area where we can find market expansions going forward. There are some areas that we will naturally have to go with, and I agree that as drones become the new normal, the traditional air cargo movement has to dovetail itself with the last mile or first mile connectivity using drones as well. So this is another exciting gateway. I'm sure that you will hear from the Ministry of Civil Aviation very shortly in putting in place platforms as well as rules which will ease such matters for us going forward. Not just ease, actually, make the air cargo grow as well. As I'm fond of saying, I don't like any words which show curtailment, but whenever I get a call saying, I want to grow air cargo, there's a sudden smile that comes to my face, and that's how I would like us to work forward. I know there have been many positives that we have seen, whether it's in terms of the soft infrastructure, I don't want to use that word anymore, but in terms of IT-based infrastructure, whether it's the blockchains, or now we are also working on the unified logistics interface platform, and also the national logistics portal, which will integrate and provide advanced information to the regulators so that the dwell time for you is lower, so that all your performance metrics and costs which are associated with regulatory clearances are reduced. We will be moving far more forward on that. There are certain regions of this world which remain unexplored for India air cargo. And it is with deep disappointment that I say this, because when I look at the growth numbers of these regions, there is no reason why India should not be participating more in these areas. And these are all south of the equator, and we need to work with them far more diligently, and with business plans and models that take us to further interactions with Africa, with Latin America, with Southeast Asia, with Australasia, and so on. We need to work on these areas as well in a concerted way. So I would urge all of you to develop your business strategies, again, to reach out to these areas. In perishables, we have put in place some schemes which are now beginning to pick up. We have a valuable initiative under the Krishi Udan scheme. This has important synergies for schemes of Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Commerce Ministry for the export initiatives that you might have, with animal husbandry, fisheries, the Northeastern Ministry, and so on. And there are valuable incentives arising from each of these schemes, the schemes operated by these ministries, which all of you need to partner with And I'm happy to say that we are having valuable pineapple movements from the Northeast. And I know that the UAE has been a big champion of the queen pineapples, and I'm sure that I myself had the benefit of eating the Tripura queen pineapples when I was last in the UAE, and I'm sure that we will see a far bigger growth of that now that Dr. Albana is here as well. As you know, this is largely chemical-free production, so it's again a health benefit as well. I won't. Most of you have heard me speak on many of these issues, and there is a big roadmap which is in place to help the Indian air cargo grow. Our freighters are being inducted. India is among one of the few countries which has added air freight capacity in no unmeasurable terms. Besides the P2C conversions of about 150 aircraft, we have also added 14 freighters, dedicated freighters during the lockdown period. I think this is a phenomenal achievement. I would be happy to say that we will be inducting another couple of freighters in the days to come. And so you would find that as the freighter capacity is increased, the ability to service the industry in a cost-effective manner by the airlines will improve as well. Performance metrics I have already spoken about. So once you have the performance and the cost metrics in position, then there is nothing that could be left other than having the requisite bilateral connectivity pairs, which is again something which we are focusing on through the bilateral ASAs that we have, but also through a very healthy open sky policy, which actually is has been an India First initiative. So I urge all of you to take that into account as well. The regulatory challenges of customs, of other PGAs, as you know, all of them are also coming online, and these are being addressed in a very important manner under the National Trade Facilitation Action Plan, where India has gone WTO plus. That means the commitments and the action plan of India is far more in advance than that of any other country in the world, and I'm very proud to say that we have taken that initiative. I will now close my chapter by just remarking on one aspect, that air cargo has provided valuable revenues to the airlines in order to sustain themselves during the lockdown conditions. But one thought I would leave to the world, and that is air cargo has been the humanitarian belly of this pandemic. The air cargo industry needs to be saluted for initially moving all medical equipment, PPE kits, essential food and other needs to every human, to all the 7.8 billion humans across the world. Now it is providing vaccines, which are the saviors to all the humans in this world. India has provided vaccines to 62 countries so far. I'm very happy and proud to be associated with this movement of vaccines. Domestically, the aviation sector has already served to provide 8.3 crores doses, which have been put in place so that Indian community can also get vaccinated and be prevented from this awful disease. And so to a sector which is commercial, but has such a humane face. I salute you, and I wish you all success and all growth in the years to come. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your illuminous address. And also, this is the time to thank you on behalf of PhD Chamber, because we know that how efficiently you had handled each and every problem of our members, which was there during the lockdown. And we are really thankful to you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Gwen Hughes, Director General, TICAA, the International Air Cargo Association, for the special address for today's program. Over to you, Mr. Hughes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ranjit. Mr. Pradeep Singh Karola, the Honorable Secretary of the Ministry of Civil Aviation, His Excellency Dr. Ahmed A.R. Albana, Honorable Ambassador of the His Excellency Mr.
We can't hear the...
Mr. Hughes, can you speak a bit louder because it's not audible? Thank you.
Sorry, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
If I bring closer here?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will repeat my salutations to Mr. Pradeep Singh Karola, Honorable Secretary of Ministry of Civil Aviation, His Excellency Dr. Ahmed A.R. Albana, Honorable Ambassador of the UAE, His Excellency Mr. Ayasin Asayev, the Honorable Ambassador from the Kyrgyz Republic, Ms. Vandana Agrawal, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation, other dignitaries and esteemed panelists and guests on your event today. It gives me great pleasure to be able to speak to you on what is an important topic of new growth and the new blueprint required for aviation and air cargo. And I think, as your previous speakers has already alluded to, the experiences of the last 12 months, whilst been very sad and tragic for those impacted by the COVID pandemic, we need to also take some of the lessons that we've learned from a logistics perspective and transfer those through into the new blueprint. And if I may take a few moments just to highlight some of those that we, as the International Air Cargo Association, TIACAA, have been working closely with all of the industry participants from around the world, as well as governments, ministries, civil aviation authorities, and in more recent times, health authorities around the world as well, with regards to UN agencies and other matters. First and foremost, we've learned as an industry that collaboration and communication is absolutely key. It's critical that we all work together and we all have a shared common vision of how we are actually serving the greater society. And again, as often is the case, I'm agreeing 100% with Mrs. Agrawal's comments, that air cargo is not just about moving boxes anymore. We've learned over the last 12 months that we need to look at what's inside the box because of the impact that it has on society. We all know that air cargo traditionally transports about 35% of international trade by value, but over the last 12 months, we've also learned that what's inside the box is actually saving lives. Whether or not that was PPE that was so required when the world was going into lockdown, when the pandemic first struck, to moving food and vegetables and other essential items as people were at home and normal consumer behavior was impacted. And of course, more recently, with the commencement of moving vaccines around the world. And I have to congratulate the entire country of India for the role it's already started to play with regards to vaccine production and distribution. And of course, that'll be increasingly more important as the ramp up commences over the next 6 months to ensure that each and every one of us is vaccinated, because that's the only way you can truly protect the entire society, is by protecting each and every member of that society. We've also learned in the last 12 months to work differently. This event is an illustration of that, of how we can connect the globe through technology and how we can actually work remotely yet stay connected. And obviously these are aspects that will remain with us as we go through into the new blueprint that's actually required. Similar to that is the reliance on digitalization and data interfaces. It was critical when we had such a situation where we were needing to move cargo at record speeds across borders. And it was imperative that governments, producers, supply chain partners, and customs organizations work together to process the cargo based on the information that was received in advance of the cargo, to ensure we have these situations as we are experiencing with the vaccine, where the cargo can move as seamlessly and as quickly through the system as possible. One of the other lessons that we've learned, and again, Mrs. Agarwal has already mentioned this from an Indian perspective, is the fact that as an industry, we can no longer rely on the status quo. Traditionally, air cargo moved about 50% in the bellies of passenger aircraft, but with about 75 to 80% of the global passenger fleet grounded during the height of the pandemic, yet cargo demand was running at near record levels for PPE and other important commodities, the industry had to innovate. We have to rebalance in terms of the availability of main deck capacity, as well as ensuring that those passenger aircraft that do commence flying have a very good solid cargo product to support international trade and international society demands. This is something that's going to be very critical, particularly with the movement of vaccines, because there is still about a 50 to 60% reduction of those passenger networks. And in countries such as Africa and the continents such as Africa and Latin America, which traditionally rely on the bellies of passenger aircraft to move cargo, they have a severe shortage of capacity to move vaccine into those countries. So new innovative solutions will need to be found. The world has also learned a lot more about the community, about each of us, and about how we can protect ourselves both from a health perspective and from a planet perspective. So we expect going forward, the new growth blueprint will also feature very heavily all of the aspects of sustainability, which means we must look after our planet, we must look after our people, but we must also look after our businesses so that they can actually prosper in, as it were, a respectful way for the industry and the environment. And my last comment, which is, I think, something that, again, I'd like to give a lot of credit to India as leading the way, is how we've learned that the role of governments is critical. You need a supportive government, you need an educated government, you need a progressive government, and you need a government with a vision to ensure that working collectively with the manufacturing sector and the supply chain sector and all modes of transport. This is not just about air cargo, but this is about a healthy logistics industry, which includes an effective ocean, rail, road, and air community working together so that the manufacturers can have adequate numbers of options to move their product from point of production to point of consumption. And I have to again commend the achievements of the government of India of having a very progressive plan in place and a government that's engaged. And we hope this acts as a role model for other governments around the world, because it's truly through collaborative exercises and activities can we achieve what we want to achieve as an industry, which is to support society both today and going forward into the future. So with that, I will close our remarks. I wish you a very successful remainder of the event, and I look forward to the subsequent speakers. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hughes, for your views, and it must be quite early for you over there. So thank you very much for joining. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite His Excellency, Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, Mr. Asian Isaev, Ambassador of Kyrgyz Republic to India, for his special address on today's program. Over to you, Excellency.
Namaste, good morning, Assalamu alaikum, dear participants, distinguished Secretary Mr. Pradeep Singh, Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, leadership of PhD chambers, leadership of Ministry of Aviation, dear participants, I am very pleased to be here. For us, for Kyrgyzstan, aviation has a vital role. Madam Vandana Agarwal mentioned about role of aviation to deliver vaccine, and I'd like to mention that period pandemic, India did for us vital input to overcome this crisis of vaccine, crisis of COVID, because of after Germany, France, India for us third supplier about pharmacy. And in this period, it was big mission to deliver drugs from India to Kyrgyzstan in that period. And it, of course, it was done through aviation. And our country, a large territory of which occupied by mountains. So taking into account that we are a landlocked country with no access to the sea, so the systematic development of air communication is becoming for us increasingly important from year to year. And in this case, our government doing permanent job. For example, it was announced 5th degree of freedom. What is it in this? Other words, air carriers have the right to unload and take on board in the territory of Kyrgyz Republic passengers, mail, and cargo coming from or to the third countries. So all amendments to our air code was done, and we are very keen that it take possibilities to come investors and to widen our possibilities to air connection. And what about Kyrgyzstan? A few words. And just small remark. You know that it was maybe not very good example, but it's very visible example. For example, when World Alliance announced Enduring Freedom in December 2001, the Manas military air base was set up, and 12 countries like USA, Australia, Denmark, France, Spain, Italy, Netherlands, Norway, New Zealand, South Korea, Poland, Turkey, etc. Put all the military air base in airport Manas. Manas is our main airport. We have other airports also, and that time it was main base to do this military operation against terrorism. And so our airport named Manas has this possibility. And after 2014, when this operation will end it, our government announced that now airport Manas could be international civil aviation hub. Now our government attempt all efforts to realize this idea, but of course now we are waiting who could participate. I am seeing here, for example, Mr. Glenn Haggis, and I think he can confirm about possibilities of this international airport. And about connection between Kyrgyzstan and India, air connection not just some kind of transport connection. It's for us a vital connection. It's our avia connection does cultural, diplomatic, trade, people-to-people contact, all contacts between Kyrgyz Republic and India doing through air connection. Indian authority announced that Indigo was appointed as a national carrier from India to Kyrgyzstan, from Kyrgyzstan to India. Now we are waiting when it was set up. A few commercial air company doing this job between Bishkek, our capital, and New Delhi. And we think it's a lot of opportunity because of from Kyrgyzstan, it's a very short destination to some, for example, China, north of China, Mongolia, and a huge part of Russia named of Siberia. You know, Siberia, it's Ekaterinburg, Novosibirsk, Tomsk, all wells of Russia in Siberia. And for example, I am seeing here His Excellency Ambassador Ahmed Albani. Thank you very much. Now we are using Fly Dubai through Dubai. Yes, all our passengers in nationals using this through Dubai. It's of course it's very useful for us, and I hope in future we can open our direct flight between Bishkek and Delhi. And I'd like to attract your attention that it's not discovered yet that we have very unique geographical location and to reach other destination on the world. And of course, now, for example, before COVID time, during one year, amount of Indian tourists was during 1 year 15,000. 15,000, and our airlines couldn't manage with this amount because of its mountain countries. It's a huge tourist resort, and even in East region we have two our own airport, and which can access big other. So it's possible to organize direct flight from India to Isikul. Isikul, it's how I can say, it's largest mountainous lake, second largest after Titicaca, but the depth of this lake is 700 depths. It's a unique place and very good, and we are very keen when our Indian friends could come to Kyrgyzstan and take rest. And in this case, I'd like to, using this opportunity, to give our respect and our thankful for real stakeholders who doing this practical job. I have seen here Mr. Rajesh Arora and Mr. Glenn Harris, who doing this this practical job every day. And I'm very agree. It's not just a transportation one box from other box. It's vital job. It's vital job, and of course it's very important. What in this box now? For example, between Kyrgyzstan and India, it was pharmacy product. It was vital for Kyrgyz people. So thank you very much for aviation, for people who involve this aviation, for this business. It was possibility to save, to live. And also thank you very much for PAG for organizing for this summit, and we are very happy to participate in this case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for your address. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite His Excellency Dr. Ahmed A.R. Alabama, Ambassador of United Arab Emirates to India, for his address of the day. Over to you, Excellency.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Namaskar. Good morning. And first of all, let me start by thanking the PhD Chamber of Commerce for organizing this platform and on Global Aviation and Air Cargo Summit. And I am honored to be amongst you all to speak on this platform. Your Excellency, Secretary of Ministry of Civil Aviation, my dear friend, Mr. Kharola, Your Excellency, the President of the PhD Chamber of Commerce, colleagues, Ambassador, colleagues, it's a great pleasure. And I thank you once again. And allow me to share with you some of my thoughts on this important topic, especially at this time. Today, UAE and India shares an important strategic relationship in aviation sector, and the aviation sector is a key pillar to our overall bilateral relationship between United Arab Emirates and India. The air service matters between the UAE and India are governed by the Air Service Agreement, of course, the ASA. And the two countries have signed the Air Service Agreement and the related sectorial agreement for the implementation of the Air Service Agreement. Under UAE India, the Air Service Agreement before the COVID-19 crisis, there was around 1,068 flights a week for all carriers, 460 plus UAE carriers and 540 plus Indian carriers. The UAE carriers had around 138,000 seats per week between all the airports in India and, of course, the 4 major airports in the United Arab Emirates. Currently, due to the COVID-19 related travel restrictions, of course, the air service agreement between UAE and India is not in operation. Nevertheless, UAE was one of the very first countries with whom India established an air bubble arrangement. The air bubble agreement is a temporary agreement and with intention to resume the air connectivity between the countries once the pandemic is over, and I hope very soon, inshallah. We are working closely with Indian side to further expand our strong civil aviation linkages and early resumption of scheduled flights under UAE-India Air Service Agreement. UAE government attaches the highest importance to international cooperation, as we believe that international community must stand together to overcome the challenges presented by the COVID-19 outbreak and to recover from its effect. The aviation industry is one of the vital pillars of the global socio-economic opportunities, of the global socio-economic growth, and vital one for economic development, creating jobs, opportunities, supporting tourism and local business, and stimulating foreign investment and international trade. It is a priority of the UAE government, and it is on our list of priority of the agenda of the UAE government. I take this opportunity to highlight the importance of civil aviation and air cargo sector in our overall bilateral relationship by mentioning some of the key areas that played an important vital role. One, vibrant people-to-people connectivity. As you all know, UAE hosts the largest Indian diaspora worldwide, with around 3.3 million Indians living in the UAE. Today, the Indian population in UAE are from all major regions and states of India. In view of this, our people need strong, frequent, affordable air connectivity between those main cities, let alone the movement of cargo of all types. Bilateral trade and investment relationship. As you all know, 1985 total trade figures between UAE and India was about $185 million. Today, total bilateral trade is about $60 billion. That ensures UAE the importance of UAE to India and the importance of India to UAE. India is our second largest trade partners in the world. And we are the third largest trading partner to India after United States of America and China. Also, if we look at the investment sector, especially in key sectors of the Indian economy and the food sector, the total investment from the UAE in India has reached about over $7 billion. In specifically the food sector, total over $47 billion in the different sectors overall. Again, strong and better air connectivity is key for all these trade, investment-related activities and movement of people between our two nations. During the unprecedented times when everything was locked down worldwide, both of our countries never stopped. Our cargo operation went on. The air cargo flights ensured the movement of essential supplies, delivering medicine, medical equipment, perishables, valuable goods, couriers, spare parts, and many other sectors. As a matter of fact, passenger aircrafts were dedicated for the usage of cargo and cargo only when everything was at total shutdown, of course, including the regular cargo operation. In the midst of the pandemic, UAE was amongst the one of the first countries who opens almost all types of visas, including tourist visa for all nationalities of the world, and specifically those Indians, the NRIs who were in India when the pandemic broke down and they wanted to return to the United Arab Emirates to continue with their own lives, with their own works and all that. So the UAE government allowed Indian nationals to transit and to travel to the United Arab Emirates in such a way, of course, with the direct and with very organized, close coordination with the Ministry of Civil Aviation in India. And here I should thank Ministry of Civil Aviation in India, and I should thank the Ministry of External Affairs for all the support that they have been or they have given to the UAE carriers and to the UAE authorities during that difficult time and during the start of the pandemic. In the last year, during the COVID-19 crisis, we witnessed the exceptional cooperation between our two countries. Our two nations in all priority sectors, notably civil aviation, aviation in overall, health, healthcare, energy, food security. Indeed, this cooperation is an example to follow between partners in the regional and the global level. Roads to recovery. Let me share some of the important points. Thousands of passengers are daily traveling to from UAE to their destinations, following the new COVID-19 related air travel protocols and guidelines. The new travel protocols includes of course, the RT-PCR testing, quarantines whenever required, and contact tracing to ensure the safety of all. Our priorities are to protect the health of air travelers internationally and air personnel while air transport operation and ensuring an orderly return to normal operation in due course. The UAE Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Economy and Ministry of Civil Aviation and its strategic partners are working and coordinating with governmental entities to develop comprehensive strategy and seek to limit the damage of this global pandemic. And of course, one of the main countries where we are doing all this with is India. We are looking into long-term plan to build a resilient and responsive aviation industry. I believe that aviation sector is a connecting bridge of our world and will play an important role in leading the world to recovery from COVID-19. The sector has been hit hard by the coronavirus, unfortunately. According to the International Civil Aviation Organization, the ICAO, passenger seat capacity is down about 51% and more, entailing staggering economic losses of around $400 billion in the year 2020 only. Our government and industry must act jointly to grow our air transport sector from the challenges thrown up by the pandemic. I think we need to look by creating safe corridors, by agreeing on certain protocols in reference to the vaccine and the vaccination recognition and the vaccination passport, if we should say, or if we should call it at this moment. We need to look at different means and ways of building up and make our aviation industry recover as soon as possible. Finally, just one word of sharing a little bit of an information also. As you all know, the Expo 2020 was supposed to be organized in the United Arab Emirates, October 2020. And due to the pandemic, we had to postpone the whole event 1 year to October 2021. I would like to express my gratitude for the support provided by India over the recent period for Expo 2020. Dubai, which has postponed the event to October 2020, is looking forward to India's distinguished participation in the global event in Expo 2021 in October. We are working very closely with the authorities, and India has a great location within the Expo 2020, UAE, Dubai, and of course, the aviation industry, the cargo operation, the movement of passengers will benefit surely from this big, huge event that will be organized in the United Arab Emirates, as I mentioned, October 2021. Finally, once again, Your Excellency, Secretary Civil Aviation, Chairman, PhD Chamber of Commerce, colleagues, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to be amongst you on this platform and to share some of our thoughts in reference to the aviation and air cargo service, and wish you all the best and hope to see you very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful address, very comprehensive address by Dr. A.R. Albana, Honorable Ambassador of United Arab Emirates. Thank you, sir. I mean, the kind of trade between India and UAE, which has enhanced from 185 million in mid-80s to around $60 billion as we talk today, talks volumes about the relationship that we have. Thank you very much for your presence. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and honor to invite Mr. Pradeep Singh Kharola, IAS, Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation. Sir, with your permission, I would like to read out, since we are on a virtual mode, the names of few industries who have given immense contribution to the sector. We would like to thank them and acknowledge their contributions. One is Celebi, and number 2 is AAI Cargo Logistics and Allied Services Company Limited, and GMR, Boeing, Continental Courier Group, Kale Logistics, and Logistic Skill Council. So we thank you very much for your contribution. Now over to you, sir. We all are looking forward to hearing you.
Thank you very much, President of the Chamber. And we have our dear friends, Excellency Dr. Albana, Excellency Mr. Asin Isav, and all my friends from the PhD Chamber, my colleagues, and I would say that all members of the aviation fraternity. We are all a fraternity, and today our focus is only on the cargo. Cargo is a part of a big system of aviation, and cargo is an important part. And why I'm saying is that it has been established now what is the extreme importance of air freight in the economy of any country. If you look back and see last 1 year, COVID came, aviation was worst hit. But even during the period when there was no traffic movement, it was the aviation which came to rescue. All the movements of essential medicines, the kits, the PPE kits, even the testing reagents and all, everything inside the country was only happening through civil aviation. And even in the outside, that is between the countries also, entire movement was happening through the civil aviation. So this, in short, is the importance of civil aviation and the air freight and the cargo industry. So first and foremost means I should acknowledge the great contribution of the aviation industry as a whole and the cargo industry in particular in fighting this pandemic. And today, if we stand over here in a much more stable situation, a large amount of credit should also go to the aviation fraternity. So that's point number one. Second is that aviation has emerged as a resilient sector which can survive through this pandemic. We have seen that large parts of economic sectors faced great amount of hardships, and that was true even for aviation. But aviation, at least I can say for the Indian aviation, also faced a lot of difficulties, but it survived. And it survived, I would say, a major contributor was the air freight and the cargo. Now, this shows the huge potential of air cargo movement, not only within the domestic area, but also between the nations. Now, it was this opportunity which was tapped by the aviation, the airlines, and today, as a result of which, the Indian carriers, I would not say they have become profitable, but definitely they have survived because they were able to make use of this opportunity. So that is the importance and potential of cargo. Now here I would also like to acknowledge the important contribution of other members of the aviation fraternity. Now cargo is one part of it, and as I say that aviation system can function only if all the parts of the system function efficiently, together, effectively, and in coordination with each other. We have the airlines, the most important. Equally important are the airports, the ground handling agencies, and all the support services. Now, all these have to work together to ensure that the aviation industry survives. Now, when the passenger traffic is coming to, I would not say near normal, but approaching normal, we in India, not only in India, but also between the countries, have reached a new normal. The new normal means that is safe mode of travel, entire booking system, the check-in system, the security system, all have been modernized to make it fairly contactless. And air travel has emerged as one of the safest modes of travel. Now, on the domestic side, where our traffic has almost reached about 70% of normal, there has been no spike of in the disease because of this expanding aviation. So this establishes that people's confidence in aviation has really improved, and people find that traveling by air is safe, not only safe from the health point of view, it also saves time. And that is where is the new potential for aviation. That is the new areas of travel are emerging. New people who never used to travel have started traveling by air. So this in short has been the importance of aviation. My friends were, and here once again, let me not forget that when we talk of aviation, aviation of one country cannot survive on its own. Now, aviation is an international activity. We should understand and appreciate that it is an activity between nations and it is economically important for all the nations. So we have to work together. We have to build equitable and very strong partnerships between the nations and, of course, the airlines. And it is possible to have very strong and effective relations between the airlines so that we come with a win-win situation. Now, here, once again, I would like to thank the excellencies present over here, and as well as all the international airlines who have played a very important role during the COVID situation, not only in the COVID situation, also before COVID situation. And I'm sure that they will play the same important role post-COVID also in ensuring that our people and our cargo is transported all over the world in an effective manner. And all of us have an effective partnership. Indian carriers, foreign carriers, all should live in an environment of harmony and mutual prosperity and mutual benefit, and with the concept of sharing with each other. And I'm sure that this is bound to happen. So I would really like to thank all the foreign airlines also, and especially our own airlines, which are the domestic airlines, which have done a wonderful job in these difficult times. In today's conference, various points have been raised that ATFs should be brought under GST. Yes, we are working. And the matter has been taken up with the Ministry of Finance. It has to go to GST Council and all. So we are trying for that. Also, the airspace optimization. Now, this is a big step which has been taken. The domestic skies, not only domestic skies, but it also is important for the foreign carriers which overfly India. The restrictions on the use of airspace are being reduced. And this is being done with the help from Ministry of Defense, where they have liberalized the use of hitherto spaces which were marked for only military use. So that's the second thing which we are doing. As a result of this, the airlines, both cargo airlines as well as passenger airlines, would be able to optimize the distance flown and would be able to save on cost. So these were the points from the industry side, and we are extremely happy. I think Vandana Madam is sitting here in constant touch with the cargo industry. Any suggestions, any problems, we are here to help you out. And as of now, if you look, what is happening today is massive movement of the vaccine. Now, throughout the country, I would say it as the first time that it has happened is that entire vaccine, if not entire, most of the vaccine has moved very, very efficiently through the effective use of the air cargo fraternity. Now, once again, I would like to thank the air cargo fraternity over here. Now, even the international movement is taking place through the air cargo, wherein the domestic airlines as well as the foreign airlines all are involved and all are doing a wonderful job. Now, what next? What the next for us in the future means? What can we see in the future once the COVID recedes and things start opening up? The first and foremost thing is that we should consolidate our gains. People have realized the importance of air freight and the cargo industry. Now we have to ensure that these gains are not frittered away and we consolidate these gains. Cargo which has shifted from other modes of transport to the to air mode of transport, we should not let it go. If this has to happen, we have to become more efficient. The cost of transportation is extremely important, and that this is where I would like to impress on the entire cargo fraternity and also the other subsectors of aviation, be it the airlines or the airports. We should work to bring in efficiency, to reduce costs, so that people find that transportation by air is not only savings in time, but also it saves economically. It saves on value of time, and also certain commodities which just cannot move by any other mode except air cargo are also transported in an efficient manner. Third thing I'd like to say is we should ensure extremely good coordination between all the sectors of aviation I just mentioned. We should not forget that each sector by itself cannot survive. Cargo by itself cannot survive unless the airlines do well. Airlines can't survive unless the airports do well. Airports can't survive unless the ground handling does well. So we should understand that the importance of living together, we should not try to undercut each other. There is enough for everyone. We should be able to, we should be very, very willing to share all the benefits. At the same time, we should also be willing to share the hardship. It should not be our case that only one sector benefits and the other sectors don't benefit. So the next principle has to be better coordination, and we should ensure that all the parts of the aviation system survive. So that's my third point. The fourth, now this is important within India, we have to open up new areas. Areas hitherto which were not accessible by aviation. We are opening new airports, new airfields are being being operationalized. So it is here the cargo fraternity should immediately move in, establish their bases, and ensure that these new areas, the potential there is immediately tapped. The next thing would be, apart from the new areas, we also have new opportunities now. New opportunities, we have been doing perishables and all, but we are still doing the traditional, from the traditional places and the traditional commodities. Can we move on to non-traditional places, new places and newer commodities? Means a pineapple is only one example. There can be a large number of commodities which are possible to be transported by air. Within the country, we have launched the Krishi Udan scheme. Basically, the focus there is that we should try to promote movement of perishables through air. So these are going to be the future directions of aviation. And what I would like to say is that we should all work together. There should be good cooperation with each other, be it our domestic airlines, be it the international airlines. We should work together. We should form strong partnerships. And if all of us do like that, we in the ministry are always here. We are totally accessible to anyone, any problems, any policy change, any regulatory change. You are most welcome to give us suggestions, and we are in direct contact with all our stakeholders. And these are my few words on this occasion. And let me thank all of you, and also a special thanks to the excellencies who took time, and my special thanks once again for the excellent coordination all the international carriers have been providing to us. So thank you very much, and wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your very, very inspiring address. I'm sure you have given a lot of suggestions for the industry. Also, there are so many opportunities. In fact, we have overshoot time. I think Mr. Vipin Bora wanted to make a point, but sir, I think sometimes we will come to your office. Then, Mr. Bora, probably you can raise the issue in front of the secretary. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request Mr. Saket Dalmia, Vice President of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to give a formal vote of thanks to everyone for today's program. Over to you,
Thank you,
Mr.
Dr. Mehta. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, yes, very much.
Very good afternoon, Shri Kharola Saab ji. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out time from your busy schedule. and coming here to join us. I know it's in the middle of Parliament, and you have promised that you will make an effort, and you are here today. At the cost of sounding repetitive, I would like to sum up, first of all, by thanking also His Excellency Dr. Albana, Honorable Ambassador of the UAE, to again come at the PhD platform. He's always been very proactive and supportive to our efforts. And the balance, all the other dignitaries and excellencies who joined us, at the cost of again sounding repetitive, because Karola Saab put it in a very nice and succinct way, that I think today's webinar was put together by Arora Saab Vipinji from the PhD, primarily with the objective to understand what is the thought process going forward in the minds of the government. What direction should the industry take from what the governments all across the globe are thinking? Definitely, I think everybody understands the pain points of the airline industry, including cargo, when the losses have been in billions, in hundreds of billions. But the most beautiful takeaway, I think, for all of us today from this particular webinar has been that the governments understand the critical nature of aviation and cargo within aviation. As Vandana ji put it, that it has been a life-saving and a very, very critical role in the lives of humans. To cite a personal example, my father-in-law fell ill during COVID, and a particular medicine had to be imported from the United Kingdom throughout the pandemic. The protocols of air cargo and travel between both the nations kept on varying. And the robustness of the air cargo system and of the governments was that when the medicine could not come on a daily basis from the UK to India directly, it was routed through UAE seamlessly. So people couldn't come, but the goods came. That just shows the robustness of the governments and the proactiveness of everybody involved. And more importantly, going forward, I think air cargo is going to become an integral part of our lives much more. And the industry should join hands more with the government to understand better as to how they can help us, because I can see open arms here to push forward with air cargo. With these words, I would like to thank everybody once again for being here on this beautiful platform to understand how we can all benefit by holding hands together in this global world. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dalmia. Thank you everyone for joining this inaugural session. Now we have another session which was to start at 12 o'clock, but we are slightly late. We welcome Bhavana. I would request you to take it forward. Returning to the skies, reset, rebuild, reinvent, and be resilient.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries of the inaugural session for being a part of this mega event that we do every year. And it's all because of the support of all of you at the ministry that we're able to do the same. So this panel discussion is on returning to the skies. How are we intending to reset, rebuild, reinvent, and become resilient forward? And it will be moderated by Mr. Sanjeev Edward, who is the Chief Commercial Officer of GMR Delhi International Airport. And we have with us a very strong panel with experts from the industry. Mr. William Bolter, Chief Commercial Officer, Interglobe Aviation Limited. Welcome, sir. Mr. Arun Pandya, General Manager and Country Head, Air Canada. Mr. Mark Such, Regional General Manager, South Asia, Middle East and Africa, Cathay Pacific Airways. Ms. Harpreet D. Singh, she's the Chief Executive Officer of Alliance Air. Mr. Jory Allman, Regional Manager at NACO, Netherlands Airport. And Mr. Jasper, who's the MD Backtech from Amsterdam. And also joining us, Mr. Michael Jain, who's the co-chair of the PhD Civil Aviation Committee, as well as he's from the travel industry. So warm welcome to all our experts, and I hand it over to Mr. Sanjeev Edward to ensure a very, very enriching discussion. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you very much. And at the outset, thank you to PhD actually for organizing this very wonderful summit, and what an inaugural session we've had. Thank you to our Honorable Secretary Civil Aviation, who's always been very inspiring and duly supported by Madam Vandana Agarwal as well. She's been our ambassador in the industry and helping us out. So it's good to have familiar faces and also know that they're there to back us in this whole process. Thank you so much, and also welcome to.
May I just interrupt, sir? I think I overlooked Mr. Amitabh Khosla, who's the country director for India for IATA. My apologies for missing out. He's the most important part of our panel, and I'm really glad that he's joined us. My apologies for missing him, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavna, but I'm sure Amitabh will make his presence felt, as we go through the discussions. And good afternoon once again to everyone, our leaders from the government, our industry thought leaders, eminent speakers on this panel, and also ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this first panel discussion of the summit. Theme is very apt, returning to the skies, the 4 hours of recovery. And I think, as we look back, reflect a little bit where we are, the first case of COVID dates back to November 19. And since then, it seems that we are no closer to see a possible or a plausible end to the cases. In fact, if we look at South Africa, UK, Brazil, and some new mutants coming out. So where do we go from here? There are a lot of questions which are still in our minds. I think very soon we would be celebrating in India our when first year when the lockdown was announced. But still, there doesn't seem to be an end of this. So where do we go from here? For aviation in particular, if we see 2020 was a nightmare, almost 50% reduction in seats is what we've seen, almost 60% or about 2.7 billion pax reduction, operating revenue loss, some numbers which are, appalling, almost 371 billion USD worth of, revenue losses that we're looking at. But the biggest question for the industry leaders is, where does this stop? How will it stop? And I think that's something which is facing the leaders now. The vaccination drive is rolled out, even if it goes as per plan. We're still looking at about 2 years for getting the global population covered. But how fast should we or could we run if we look at if this whole thing happening? And we've survived so long, but how long can we continue with this prolonged uncertainty, so to say? We are also, are we one side we're looking at vaccines, on the other side, are we investing, are we maybe losing focus of some opportunities to maybe invest in prevention or even hastening towards how do we reach the pre-COVID levels? So how do we optimize our behavior? I mean, how do we align, adapt to in this new kind of scenario that we're living in? And but if we look at from Jan 21 to Jan 20, globally, some numbers which affect our industry. I was looking at some footfalls. Germany, the shoppers' footfall is down about 97%. UK 78%. Italy is about 67%. Canada, France somewhere around 65%. Japan 49-ish, China is 46%, US is 20%. But in this scenario, where will the cargo flow? I've been talking to some of my colleagues, friends in the shipping industry, and they're having challenges. So they are talking of now 2021 is something that a different year from what 2020 was. So how for the first time, but that's if you look on the positive side. We've got, the Jan 21 levels. If you look at really, air freight saw recovery up to the pre-COVID levels. I mean, on an India, if we see overall recovery has been about 65% or so for cargo. But if I was looking at the Delhi scenario, at least the month of February, our domestic recoveries is almost 100%. Imports is slightly higher than that as well. Freighters have grown almost 150%. So question is now, is this an aberration or is something turning now? And I think with that backdrop, it is very apt that we have this discussion on returning to the skies. The 4 hours of recovery, the reset, the rebuild, reinvent, and how we become more resilient. So I'll start off by actually just first thoughts for my eminent speakers on this panel. On your first thoughts on returning to the skies, I mean, what do you see as an outlook for Air Cargo 2021, and how do you see the road for recovery? I think we will just start with Madam Harpreet, and then we'll go across with our panels. Ma'am, over to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sanjeev Edward and all the distinguished panelists, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm heading an airline called Alliance Air, which is actually focused more on regional connectivity within India. And I see after the pandemic, just like any other operator, we definitely were badly hit commercially because there was no operation for so long. But let's look at the positive side. In the last 4 to 5 months, we have introduced most of our sectors gradually and steadily increasing our operation. And you'll be pleased to know we have already reached our 46th station. And in fact, we have also introduced new sectors, like we introduced Bilaspur in a state called of Chhattisgarh on the 1st of March. And we introduced on the 8th of March an all-women flight because it was Women's Day to Bareilly. So what I'm trying to say is that there has definitely been an impact with the COVID, undoubtedly. However, the resilience of the aviation industry is showing with the support of the Government of India and the RCS Udan scheme. We have actually tried our best to ensure that we can continue to get back to pre-COVID levels. In fact, operate to all the 2-tier, 3-tier cities, which actually need support. Because even from the context of cargo, to deliver those vaccines, to make sure that the immediate requirements like, are supported by an ATR 72 kind of an operation, we have taken that step forward. Having said that, we are also looking at future connectivity in remote areas, like we have just recently signed a MOU with the HAL to buy made in India aircraft and operate the Dorniers to the Northeast. So the point I'm trying to say is, yes, the pandemic has hit us hard, but we are spirited enough to rise and shine again. And we have to do the safety risk mitigations. We have to ensure that we are fully compliant, no doubt. But I've also seen now, with all the PPE kits that were introduced, the wonderful SOPs that were in place, all the web check-in, new policies, protecting the passengers and all the cabin crew and engineering related, additional SOPs which we had built into the system have worked well. If you look at the statistics, the aviation has come back with a bang compared to the other modes of transportation. If you look at the percentages, simply because we really were safety compliant. We really, as an industry, ensured that every activity conformed to the new requirements. We adjusted correctly. And even thanks to IATA and the DGCA, the kind of guidelines that were being issued from time to time, we were very quickly adapting. Yes, it was challenging, but we have moved forward. So with these words, I would say I'm a positive person, and I believe that if we are going to live in fear for the rest of our life, we are not going to expand. We have to put mitigations in place, no doubt, but we really have to come back. And aviation is going to be the base, actually, of bringing people and connecting people together. And the cargo industry in particular has a big role to play in that. In fact, in my earlier function, I was the head of flight safety in Air India. And I remember the number of risk assessments we did to introduce the cargo operation, because when our aircraft were not flying with regular passengers, we were still sending so much of cargo up and down. And that has really given us an opportunity in disguise. The cargo industry, which was not that well noticed, believe me, I feel the pandemic has really brought in a lot of focus on cargo. So in a way, it is a big opportunity that can be cashed on. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. I think you very aptly put it. I think the cargo industry was like the Cinderella staying in the back of the house. The pandemic has helped it come to the forefront, and be recognized as the real one which needs true recognition. Thank you for your inputs, and also once again, congratulations. We saw the Bareilly flight, with all the women powered launched on Women's Day. So once again, it was a great one for Alliance Air under your leadership. Thank you so much. I'll just come to Amitabh because Amitabh can give us a more holistic overview of what's the outlook you're looking at, Amitabh, and on the road to recovery.
Thanks, Sanjeev. Thanks a lot for having me here. And just like you, I also noticed right at the start the many R's which are there in the theme for the session. It's reset, rebuild, reinvent, and resilience. I certainly agree with the resilience theme, and I thought we can actually also add another R to the mix, which is restart, which has been really a dominant theme for the airline. So just to take you through what IATA and our economics team really has carried out the waste forecast. One of the impacts or challenges that we've had, that the industry has had, is with regard to the entire financial space, where financially 2020 was the worst year in the history of aviation, the entire recorded aviation history, as we know. So $118 billion in losses for the airline industry, and for losses expected to continue into 21 as well, where another $38 billion of losses are expected in 21. In fact, for every single passenger that was flown in 2020 globally, on average, the airlines were losing $66 per passenger. So it's been, the financial impact has been tremendous, and the loss and the depletion of the curves for the industry has been a key challenge for the airlines. The other big challenge really has been on the operational front, which is all around airlines and crew having licensing and certification requirements. So training, recency of training, and for aircraft, how they are parked and how they need to come back into service. All of those have been great challenges. But the restart operations has really brought the adoption, or even the adoption of the biosafety measures and the entire COVID protocols. I think what it's done is brought back passenger confidence, especially on the domestic side. So we are seeing restart in the case of domestic aviation. It has been far quicker, and we've seen a steady recovery in domestic operations in India. International aviation is very different, where all the border and visa restrictions that are currently in place amongst the various nations, I think that's resulted in international traffic taking a big hit. So ADA economics is really talking about traffic coming back to the pre-COVID levels by around 2024. But it's, of course, within that, domestic recovery is projected to be far quicker. And within international, we expect short-haul traffic, to come back quicker, and finally would be the long-haul, ultra-long-haul traffic. And I would like to also talk about cargo, because I have you there and I see your cargo hat from earlier, Sanjeev. It's a great story coming out of the pandemic, which is the emergence of air cargo. So totally agree with you on that, which is that cargo is now being seen as the second engine for the airline business as well. Unlike passenger, where I just mentioned to you, we expect full-fledged recovery only by around 2024. Cargo is already back to its pre-COVID levels, as you also mentioned. And historically, cargo for airlines contributes roughly around 10% of airline revenues. In 2019, it was at 12%. But in 2020, 1/3 of airline total revenues came from air cargo. So this is, of course, due to passenger revenues having diminished tremendously in 2020. But certainly air cargo is starting to get the attention that it deserves. And not just for the revenue contribution for the industry, but also for the role that cargo has played in shipping medicines and vaccines around the world. So I'll stop there. Back to you, Sanjeev.
Thank you so much, Amitabh. Very, very apt, and gives us a good overview of that. I'll just come to Willie. Willie, you are of course leading one of the largest carriers in the country, and how do you see your first thoughts on returning to the skies? You've already actually seen some of that happen on the domestic front. So your initial thoughts and the outlook for 2021 as you see it.
Sure, Sanjeev. Thanks for the opportunity. I think, as you know, and we've been relatively consistent in it. I mean, we are very bullish on the future of Indian aviation, principally, of course, on the passenger side, so including cargo. And we think that there are still underlying elements for rapid growth. Obviously, the pandemic has been a huge sort of reset temporarily. But we do believe that growth will start up again in double digits, and that airlines are a great supporter of GDP growth and also obviously a beneficiary of it. So we think it's very important that we get back to basically 100% of domestic capacity as quickly as we can. We're currently operating about 80% in line with the government guidelines. But we're hopeful that there will be further opening up pretty soon. And this obviously will have a beneficial effect in terms of the amount of belly space that's available through the country for specifically cargo. It's been a funny year. We've been making plans for the next 2 or 3 months rather than what we're doing for the next 2 or 3 years. But we've been pretty consistent in the sense that we've been taking our deliveries of Airbus equipment, 320s and 321s. In fact, last year in 2020, we were worldwide. Indigo were the largest customer that Airbus had in terms of aircraft delivery. We took 44 last year, which is more than anyone else did. And this really demonstrates, our confidence in the longer term and in a recovery from the pandemic. Especially in India, domestic market, in pretty short order. And as I mentioned, we're back to about 80% now of what we were operating. I mean, the NEO aircraft, which we're taking, we now have about 155, I think, out of our total fleet of around 210 or 220 operating aircraft. Those 155 airplanes, give us between 10 and 15% of fuel efficiency on the route. And we've introduced recently a large number of 320, which obviously goes for capacity. So you can tell, we are very confident about recovery coming out of the pandemic, especially domestically. International is another issue. I mean, obviously, we're very grateful what the Indian government has done in terms of fixing bubbles with countries like the UAE and Qatar. Bangladesh is another one. I think we've all been surprised with the Maldives. Suddenly we've realized what a pent-up demand there is for leisure travel out of India, and Mali has become one of our better points, and we indeed introduced new services into the Maldives as a result of the bubble and as a result of the demand there. So I think what we're seeing in general is that there is latent demand or pent-up demand, mainly on the passenger side, mainly for VFR, visiting friends and relatives, and leisure travel. Business will take longer, I think. But on the cargo side, we've seen, as you mentioned, we've seen a return really back to the pre-COVID level. And I think as economic activity restarts in a big way, particularly sectors like the auto sector recover from the pandemic, I think the future for air cargo in India is also pretty bright. You've seen a number of people acquiring additional equipment. We've concentrated on our bellies thus far, and we're very happy with the results that we've being out of. So, you know, without being overly thick, I think that we are, you know, we are pretty confident about the future, and we look forward to participating, as we always do, in the growth of Indian aviation.
Thank you so much, Willie. And I think there's a lot of optimism there, and you've kind of backed it with actions as well. I can see, you know, with taking aircraft deliveries, 44 of them in 2020, that's really speaks volumes of the confidence that you have. And I think we can take something off from there, and it'll help the industry as a whole. So we've got a lot of domestic perspective. We've also got, Arun with us. Arun actually has been, running Canada. They've actually, through this COVID time, they've operated long hauls, also wanting to increase frequencies this year. So I'll just hand over to Arun and just get his thoughts on these returning to the skies.
Yeah, thanks, Sanjeev. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So I will be a little bit wobbly because I'm in a car. I have to go for my RT-PCR test because I have to travel back to Delhi from Mumbai on Sunday. So that's part of the challenge that we are all facing when we are traveling even domestically. So what I wanted to share from an Air Canada perspective is that I think one of the aspects of our operation which has benefited us tremendously in these COVID times has been cargo. So cargo is an area that became the focus for Air Canada. In fact, we started turning passenger aircrafts into cargo freighters, and our cargo operation has done exceedingly well. And in fact, now there is a relook within the company to make cargo a very major operational segment for Air Canada globally. So that is one aspect that I wanted to share. The second aspect I wanted to share is that in Canada, there is a company called Drone Canada, and this company has a tie-up with Air Canada, who is in collaboration with them globally. And Drone Canada has emerged as a very, very strong organization that is using a technology of delivering through drones. And what I got to know, progressively, it would reach a stage where drones. I mean, this is something amazing, and they're even looking at entering India at some point of time. Maybe because of the pandemic, it has gone a little slow on that. But
Arun, we can't hear you. Maybe we've lost. Arun, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, it's back now.
Now?
Way, so yes. We can get back to him. He'll take about 15 minutes.
Sure. So, Arun, I think there is a connectivity issue. Once you reach your destination, you sit down. We'll give you time to speak and share. Because I think you've got some very valuable inputs.
Okay.
You should not lose it in transit.
Okay, I'll come back. You can maybe start with Mark.
Sure. Yeah. Sure. Arun, I'll move to Mark. I know I think he's smiling and he has something for us, to give us his side of the story. Mark, over to you.
Thanks, Sanjeev. Yeah, in terms of confidence, I concur very much with Willie's position on India. If I was sitting in his shoes there, and I see there's a very bright future, particularly on the domestic front, even in the short term and the medium term. So, in terms of my confidence in the rebound of sort of aviation, I think it depends a lot about your model. And for us, obviously, it's a pretty tough time because we're a long haul international carrier out of a hub that really relies on long-haul connectivity. And if you look at our stats going forward, we're not really expecting to operate more than 25% of our capacity in the first half of the year compared to 2019 levels. And probably for the whole year, we're talking about less than 50%. And that itself is probably quite a big target, because as a long-haul carrier with so much connectivity, we're really reliant on a unified approach to lifting quarantines around the world. And we know that that's not going to take place overnight, and it's going to create many challenges. So for us, that's a big issue. But what's been a bright spot for us is cargo. And cargo is a business that Cathay's always had as a core. We've always had a separate cargo division. We have 20 747 freighters. Over the years, we've had many 747 variant freighters, and we invested a lot in that business, including in a very, one of the world's biggest cargo terminals in Hong Kong. And in a normal year, it would be 25% of our revenues. This year, it's significantly higher, probably more like 80% of our revenues. And I'm pretty bullish about it. And I'm bullish about air cargo in India. And obviously, COVID has put a lot of emphasis on cargo for carriers that haven't seen it as a core. And I think it's great for them. It's not an ancillary. It really is a core revenue stream, and it should be seen as a core revenue stream. I've spent a lot of time in the cargo business, and I really believe in it. Obviously, from a government point of view in India, they've taken a very serious look at it. They've made some changes to their open skies agreements on cargo for the reasons that they really want to have a hard look going forward, how they're going to develop air cargo, I think, in India, along with their Indian carriers, to make sure that it's sustainable going forward. And we welcome that. But we also welcome the fact that, I think exporters and importers into India need a lot of capacity, because that is a growing segment, particularly on the export front, whether it's pharma or auto parts or what have you. They need that capacity. And, if you can't control your capacity too much, it prices people out of the market. So I think it's important that they look at this, but they work pretty quickly to decide how they want to move forward to keeping cargo sort of lanes open. So yeah, I mean, I'm really bullish on cargo. From a long haul carrier perspective, I'm a lot more reserved about the speed in which we're going to rebound, but it is giving us a lot of time to reflect internally. Obviously, we've had to rebuild our balance sheets like many people, and we've done that successfully. And I think with a very strong balance sheet now to see us through this. But also, our focus we're going to put on how we restart, whether it's a bigger emphasis on digital interaction, absolutely key, particularly for contactless. We're doing a lot of work on that, not only in the passenger space, but also in the cargo space, and we'll continue to do that. And coming back to what Harpreet was saying, I think the one thing that we've all got as a common aim as an industry is make sure that our people are confident about what aviation is going to be when it comes back. And we've done a great job in India. I agree with her on all the SOPs and the PPE that was introduced by the DG's office to protect people. As we go into rebuilding the business, everyone around the world has got to have confidence in our industry. And I think by working together, we're going to get that right. I think we've got it right so far, but it's a lot more work to be done, I think. Particularly as we open international borders and quarantine and travel passports and all sorts of verifications need to take place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, and very well. I mean, you were just echoing what our Honorable Secretary of Civil Aviation was saying, that collaboration is the key in these times. Very true. I will just quickly go to Jasper, and then I'll come to you just after some initial thoughts from Jasper. On your first thoughts on returning to the skies.
Thank you very much, Sanjeev, and very happy to be here, all the way from Amsterdam, in fact. It was quite an early morning for me, but nevertheless, very happy to be invited and happy to join in and share my thoughts. Well, I think that the message that we want to really present as an industry is one of positivity as well. I mean, going through the most challenging period we've ever faced, but as was rightly put previously also by Harpreet, is that we're in the business of connecting people, nations, and the world economy really as a whole. And as such, we'll always be under scrutiny, and we'll always be looked upon to innovate in order to reopen the world and have passengers and cargo safely resume traveling again. And luckily, we are an innovative industry. We adapt and we adapt and we adapt to keep fulfilling this important role that we play. Funnily enough, and talking about innovation, I was actually having a look yesterday in preparing for this session at a very old promotional video of my company, Backtech. And in this video, which is actually shot 3 years ago, showing the products that we make and offer to the industry, we saw that actually the technology that we've been offering all along is in fact allowing and enabling passengers to really travel in a touchless way. Back then, it wasn't much of an issue that people wanted to travel touchless. Right now, it's becoming more and more important. In fact, it's I believe of paramount importance for the industry to restart to offer passengers a safe way of traveling and thus will restore their confidence in what the industry is offering them. And I think this is very illustrative of what we see happening now during this great crisis. It shows that technology that has been there and that has been proven in different fields and in the industry for several years already has now become more relevant than ever. Whether that be the electronic backtag concept that my company is active in, or whether that be digital health passports, vaccination declarations, biometric solutions, everything that has already been there, but maybe with a different purpose, is now being repurposed and reused to allow people to travel touchlessly. And I think that this is exactly what we can use this time for. I mean, it's of course a horrible time and it's a challenging time, and we all sympathize with everyone that's affected. But at the same time, I believe this is a time for us as an industry to look back at what we've been doing and challenge the status quo that we live in. I mean, it's a bit of a cliche, and I've said it before, but people usually say never waste a good crisis, and I think that holds as well for the aviation industry. I truly believe that we can really come out of this stronger than ever before and have people hit the skies with more confidence than ever before. And well, we're happy as a company to do our little bit in this and think along, and hope that we, by innovating the passenger journey, can get people to fly safely again soon.
Thank you, Jesper. I think very thought-provoking that statement of never waste a crisis. Yes, we are in a crisis, but I think you very aptly put it. Gets all of us thinking. Thank you for that, and thank you, Uri. Over to you, and you know, your initial thoughts. You're having a very holistic view of you looking at globally things, and so we look forward to your perspective on returning to the skies.
Thank you, Sanjeev, and thank you, fellow panelists. So yeah, we're with NACO, Netherlands Airport Consultants. So I will look at it from the airport's perspective. Been a very difficult time, and I think to assure that our industry will be resilient when we kind of rebuild and restart, like some of you have said. I agree with Jasper. We have to really look at some of the innovations that are there, that are being perfected right now in reducing the human factor, really going for touchless technologies, looking at autonomous operations on the air side, for instance. If you reduce the human factor on the air side, you can have a much more efficiency. Traffic ground support equipment can move faster. Your turnaround can therefore be faster, and that way you're more agile in the future in your operations. In India, of course, customer service is very important, and that human factor can then be more focusedly used to add extra service where needed. But the self-service, the touchless processes would need to be optimized for sure to create a business for your airport which is lean, flexible, and thereby more ready for the future and more ready to also deal with change, because COVID has been an unprecedented change in scenario, but our industry, of course, will always be subject to lots of changes, and the more agile, flexible your business is, the better. So we're happy to say, actually, with Cathay, Mark, we've helped implement the biometrics pilot from flying passengers from Amsterdam to Hong Kong, from Hong Kong to Amsterdam, through a full biometric process, all the check-in processes, all the full passenger journey. So that's been quite a success, and we hope to help airports further implement these kind of innovations. So I had a few slides to illustrate this, but I think just speaking about it would be sufficient. So back to you, Sanjeev.
Yeah, thank you. I thought maybe you will be having some slides as well, but if you covered everything, then it's fine. Or you still have a few minutes if you want to go through your slides. I mean, up to you.
For that, I would need to be enabled to share my video and my slides, but that's not there at the moment. What I do want to share is actually.
I'll just get it.
Yeah.
We'll get it done.
Hanji, I'll just get it done.
Okay.
Jody,
In the meantime, In the meantime, I'd like to say that to be able to enable these kind of innovations, you need a very good IT infrastructure, and really have a very good IT backbone to support all these kind of innovations. So let me just quickly go through these slides then. So one of the things I wanted to show you, which requires your airport to be ready for all kinds of digital innovations, is we have these pilots even at Schiphol with autonomous vehicles. So he's saying no hands, no feet. So this is actually a baggage trolley which is operating as a pilot at Schiphol. As you can see, his hands are off the steering. I just wanted to show you that quick video. But this means that you have to have the full airport mapped digitally so that they can work with those sensors and actually create this autonomous movements of your ground support equipment on the airside. So you have to build digital database of all your assets. This is an example of Schiphol that can be a platform for all these innovations. Then it will allow you to not just collect this data, but visualize it and really, you can use it as a platform for many of the development projects of changes that you need to do in processes. You can do these, generate these predictive insights through analysis. So this is an example of a dashboard where, all the different assets that Schiphol has tagged can be checked on, what was their status, when do they need to be maintained, etc. In India, we've been helping to build information management for airports also. We recommended when we were working on the cross-taxiway detailed design for GMR with Sanjeev and his team to also implement a pavement management system where you digitally record the status and the building information of all your pavements into a database. And that's now been successfully implemented by the team, by Sanjeev's colleagues. And we're now working on the Noida new Greenfield Airport, the terminal, where we are helping the client really look at how you can minimize your OPEX. Like I said, have a lean facility enabled by technology. So we're doing the digitization strategy. We're helping them with the IT backbone. We're looking at all the different passenger processes and how technology can enable that to be lean and mean, so resilient for future operations. So you can see on the left corner also that on the land side we've created the same enrollment stations for the biometric journey, a backdrop at the land site so that you can, with your family and well-wishers, enjoy the landside facilities, because making sure that you do not only have aero, but a lot of non-aero revenue as well can make you more resilient as a business case in the future as well. So that's it from me. I think my time is up. I'll stop sharing my slides. But I hope that gives a bit of an idea of where we're headed for more resilience.
Yeah, thank you. And I think we can see a lot of thought leadership happening over there, and the way Schiphol is moving. So, and thanks for all your involvement with that. So, I mean, after those initial thoughts, diving a little deeper into the 4 R's that we've been talking about, you know, the reset and the rebuild, the reinvent and the resilient, and Amitabh added another 5th one over there, the restart. So when we talk of reset, the question is what, when, and how to reset. So looking at it from an airline's perspective, Arun, I can see your back. Can I just ask you that question? I mean, what and when and how to reset, and what is your priority, you know, on this reset and returning to the skies?
Thank you, Sanjeev. You see, one theme that is going through Air Canada today is build back better. That is the theme that is going through the company today, because each airline company has been impacted in a very, very extreme manner. And build back better is really about analyzing, and we have an internal science group that is analyzing constantly the trends of different industry sectors, and especially example hospitality, travel, and other industry segments. And what is happening is using AI, and this is something very, very uniquely interesting, using AI platform, we are trying to emerge with projections which are ever changing. The interesting part is it's not static, it is ever changing. So we feed in a lot of elements of the trends that are happening around us. Example, the vaccination drive that many countries are having. So what will be the impact of that futuristically? And one question that we did discuss on our trial run yesterday, which I think Mr. Khosla will be able to give more insight, is the IATA passport, and uh, about how the countries will open their borders, and how will countries allow commercial flights to operate. Right now there is so much of restriction in terms of eligibility, and when I speak about Canada, I can tell you Canada has a lot of problem in terms of eligibility. Who can enter, who can't enter, the quarantine regime in each country is different. Some are self-quarantined, like in Canada, it is compulsory quarantine for 3 days, where you have to stay in specified hotels for 3 days and they will be monitored, etc., etc., etc. All this will actually lead to a situation, in our opinion, where with the vaccination drive, with other protocols being put in place, it will open out. The countries will open out. Already, I'm very, very optimistic about our own country. I think India has handled the pandemic really marvelously. They have really done it step by step. They have opened out to commercial carriers under air bubble agreement. I think they were perhaps one of the first countries in the world to start the air bubble agreements with other countries on a reciprocal basis, which has really, really helped many airlines to operate under whatever restrictions there were in terms of protocol and eligibility factor of people coming into India and people who were allowed to go to a certain country. But it has helped building back the traffic. And this is what Air Canada is experiencing. I must share this last month, for example, and we restarted 18th of August. The Delhi flights uh, direct to Vancouver and direct to Toronto, and we've been building up capacity. We started with a 787 to Toronto. We are now 777. So we are building up capacity as the demand is growing. And I can tell you that we have had a little bit of fluctuation, but load factors have been fairly good. And the cargo, because we are operating a combo, our cargo offtake from India has been fairly good. So a combination of both these factors is actually, uh, creating that confidence in the company that, okay, we can put more flights, we can maybe increase more flights on a reciprocal basis with the government of India and see how we can slowly build up. So that is what I'm saying. Build back better is the theme that Air Canada is really focusing on right now. And I think going forward, things will get better. And we are very, very optimistic that maybe not 23, not 24, but maybe by 23, things should start normalizing substantially. I must add one point before I go off, which is it is very, very interesting to see how Canada has handled one segment of the market very effectively, and that is the student segment. So, you know that universities and colleges have been closed in most countries. Canada started opening out these and created what was called a designated learning institute list. So far as these institutes and universities have followed the protocol that the government has set, they have opened out these colleges and universities and put them on that list. What is happening? Today, the student who travels from India does not require a letter from the university that he's required to be on the campus. If his institute is on the list, he can just buy a ticket and travel. It's as simple as that. And that is one of the eligibility segments that is allowed to travel. And I can tell you, the student segment is moving really well for whoever is flying. I mean, Air India and Air Canada are right now directly flying because sixth freedom rights are not given as part of the air bubble agreement. So this segment is really, really moving very well. And the Canadian High Commission has started doing the biometric and issuing the visas. So that's another plus point. So all these are stakeholders. Even the high commissions or the embassies are stakeholders. Because how do you travel? If you don't have a visa, how will you travel? Even if you are eligible to travel. So what I'm saying is that every stakeholder that is part of this entire game or entire regime is making their own contribution very positively to make things move in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Arun. Thank you. And I think I like that phrase, build back better. So obviously we need to come out stronger out of this crisis and build something which is more sustainable going forward, more better position to deal with, any future shocks that we may anticipate, which may come our way. This is one side of it. Mark, any thoughts from you on the same question? What and when and how to reset, and what are the priorities?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of aspects to reset, that we're looking at. The first is obviously what you're offering to your passengers and the confidence that we want to give them to get back to the skies, assuming that the skies open up. And there are some bubbles, but a lot of places still in the world out of India that are under a NOTAM restriction. Okay, so we've got to have that confidence for all of our customers when they come back, and we're doing that through flexibility in ticketing, through our Cathay Care program, through insurances and stuff like that. But I think the other big thing about reset for airlines, and we should remember, is airlines are predominantly run for their shareholders. They're not necessarily charities. So we've got to reset our business as well. And a huge amount of value has been wiped out. A huge amount of losses have been accumulated. So for us, that's a big issue as well. And part of our reset in this downtime that we're having at the moment is to relook at our network. We've announced a number of scaling back of certain destinations that perhaps pre-COVID were marginal and now certainly can't be justified. But also we've transformed our business significantly. We've gone from a 3-airline group with Cathay Dragon, and Hong Kong Express down to just Cathay now. So we've closed down an airline that had a 30-year pedigree, was flying to Calcutta, was flying to Bangalore and other parts of South Asia. But that's really part of our whole reset, to make sure that when the business does come back, we're sustainable for our shareholders to take it right into the future, and to make sure that we can last for a long time. So I think it's very important we have those two aspects of not only we offer to our customers, but also what we're going to offer to our shareholders going forward to make sure that we're sustainable, and that aviation keeps growing in a profitable means, right? In a profitable way.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. And I think you very well put it. There's a balancing between, what you're doing for the customer versus how do you manage expectations of the shareholders as well. But when we talk of reset, this and we spread the net a little wider. And this question, Amitabh, I'll ask you, and maybe then I'll followed by that I'll ask Madam Harpreet as well. When we talk of the reset, who should take the call? I mean, is it industry? Is it regulator? Is it government? Is it some global authority or industry associations or population at large? I mean, who should really take the lead on it? How do we kind of move this ahead? I mean, what are your thoughts on that? And maybe you can also touch upon the one initiative that you're doing to do the reset is the health passports as well. But first on this question, who should actually be taking this call?
I think so. The way that the pandemic and life since the pandemic has panned out, it's at least in the case of India, I think what's really helped us through this in terms of the restart is the collaborative energies that exist. So which is the airlines, the airports, all of the aviation ecosystem, and the stakeholders together with the Ministry of Civil Aviation and the regulators. I think there has been really a great spirited collaborative effort which has gone into restarting operations. So we've had 2 full months of 0 flights, all shut down March up to May. But during that time, I think a lot of work happened behind the scenes in terms of getting all the stakeholders to agree on what would be the protocol required. So I think that we've done well on the restart in the initial phase, I think is a great pointer to how we should go forward. So I think really it's got to be about collaborations. But the way that a lot of the rule making happens, for example, it is many a time government led. So industry would like to be in the forefront and be equal partners, but I think what we've realized is that we take what comes along and kind of work to change what may not work in terms of the operational practices and everything else, the way that the industry functions. So I think which brings me to this one piece which is on regulation. So we believe that aviation, and especially in India, it has excessive regulation. But what COVID has done is that it has added far too many additional layers of regulation on top of what existed earlier. In the case of domestic, for example, by now it includes the capacity limitations. It includes the fare bands within which an airline can sell, price their tickets. There are also, and I think Arun alluded to that, there are these differences in how states within India have their rules. So every flight has 2 ends, and what we are realizing is that one single flight is being having to adhere to 2 different sets of rules on either end of the flight. So that's on domestic, and so the message that IATA has is that we need harmonization of rules, and it's true for international restart, but also I think in the case of India, it stands true for the rules within the country as well, with regard to how they apply to aviation. So we are hoping and we are kind of asking for harmonization of rules, and we are asking that whatever additional sets of regulation have been put in place on the back of COVID, they need to be temporary, and they need to, at the soonest possible instance, I think they need to be repealed and taken away. You look at, so I think domestic, though, in the case of India, I must say that, I think it's been handled well. I think that also reflects in the way the pace of the recovery has happened, where we've used testing. There is this, huge vaccination effort. Quarantines have been moderated. And so there's a lot of, good things, and responsiveness has happened with regard to, that interplay between the various stakeholders and the government. But we see similar restrictions and regulations being there in the case of international. So air bubbles, for example, is not a simple health corridor. It is also, to some extent, it's a traffic restrictive arrangement which has been put in place. So hopefully, as we come out of COVID, that can also start to see some normalcy. Similarly, cargo, I think Mark mentioned about this. There's been a change in what was, over 3 decades, there was the cargo open sky policy. That has been changed, tweaked to some extent. So whether, that can also start to go back to what was at pre-COVID. So that's really what I wanted to say about the regulation piece. And just a short one, which you mentioned about the IATA travel pass, which is, it's basically something, it's not a passport, it's not a health passport, but it's a digital platform which, can work with individual digital identities of a passenger and load on top of that the testing certificates, the vaccine certificates as they come about, and share that in a seamless manner with the government and the regulatory agencies, with the airports, and also exchange those with the labs, the medical labs as well. So I think that's something you would have seen. We've done a first pilot launch with Singapore Airlines in the past week. And there are a whole host of them which are coming on stream shortly hereafter.
Thank you, Amitabh. That's very helpful. In fact, the 2 things that you mentioned, I can understand. Harmonization is a big topic these days, especially with looking at our structure of every state having their own set of rules. So I think there is, even domestically and more so internationally, there needs to be some harmonization around that. And yeah, you're right. Our industry has always been, with a lot of regulations and all that, more so few coming our way. But I'm only hoping, that you made a very apt point of saying that, in the industry maybe can be involved more upfront while the policy and the making is happening. We have seen our ministry being very progressive on certain fronts over there. So I think that's been a good start, but I think there's a long way to go on that. But I will also request, we've got Madam Harpreet, so she's actually looking at it from the inside, so to say. So we have got an outside perspective on this, who needs to take this reset call. And Ma'am Harpreet, I'll just come to you and maybe your thoughts on, as you see it, who should be driving this reset in the industry? You're on mute. I think we can't hear you, ma'am.
Okay, I would like to say that the ministry has actually driven a great collaborative approach, including involving the airlines, the airports, the regulatory bodies, and everybody concerned together. So since everybody comes under that gambit, I can talk in the context of India, I would say that we should continue with this approach, because what happens is that since they are the government themselves, and they are able to understand the issues of the industry through those various platforms where we have been giving feedback, they would be the driver for change and for collaboration. In fact, I can't imagine if we would have been successful for this COVID program if the government had not intervened and kept talking to all the stakeholders involved and evolving with consistent policies that all of us could follow. So I would put the role back onto their hands, and I think they did a wonderful job and they should continue to do so, at least for some more time.
Yeah, thank you so much. We've been talking a lot about the policies and, who needs to take the call, but there's one important element, on actually, if you look at it literally, the reset button. So there's a lot that needs to be done on the technology side of it. Jasper, from a technology perspective, what are the reset buttons that you've been thinking about, and what's happening in the industry? If you can just tell us something on those lines, please.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. A lot's happening. People are not clasping at straws, I'd say, but people are looking at anything that they can find. And what I'd like to say on that point is that we should also be a little bit careful about not being innovative for the sake of being innovative. And we should always be critical and see what kind of innovations are actually driving passenger confidence, safety, and I think, as Mark rightly put, we also have to take into account that in the end, it's a business that we're running, that all of us are running, and business has to be profitable. So that's, I think, some of the key considerations to take into account when looking at how innovation can help us get out of this situation. In a more practical sense, what we are seeing at the moment is, so as I mentioned in the introduction as well, a strong tendency towards more touchless initiatives. Technologies that have been used in the past already are being repurposed if they fit the role that they need to play, of course, in order to help reset this industry and get people flying again. And we, as a company, we've seen a great peak in interest from many different stakeholders in the industry, all across the world, really, all looking to implement technologies to make the passenger journey touchless, safer, and restore passenger confidence in the process. And I think that there's a couple of differentiators that we see in reasons for stakeholders to engage in these kind of innovations. I think that we can roughly differentiate between what I call the opportunity-driven innovation, where we say, hey, the industry at a low pace, we have time to innovate, we can look at new things, let's do it. There's also the demand-driven innovation. We are at the moment engaged in a number of countries in government-sponsored projects where governments are telling the airlines, or passengers through the governments are telling the airlines and airports, hey, we need you to innovate and implement new technologies. And we need you to do it now, because you need to be ready for the restart of the industry, really. And last but most certainly not least, we see a more vision-driven innovation, in which we see stakeholders in the industry really looking at, and I think it was rightly put also by Runa, building back better. How will the passenger journey look like in the future? How will the industry look like in the future? And regardless of where we are now, what can we do now to get to a certain point in the future where we believe that we need to be as an industry? And it's exactly this vision-driven industry vision-driven innovation that I firmly believe in, and really applaud in everyone that's engaging in it, because I think this is what yielding the best results. And long answer, sorry, but to conclude, I think that this crisis has brought the future closer, in a sense, because of everyone being more critical and more retrospective and introspective, really, on what we're doing. There's room for this vision-driven innovation, and I believe that if the innovation and technologies are applied in the right way, we can come out stronger, and we will.
Thank you, Jasper. And I just need to go a little more deeper into the subject. Amitabh actually mentioned, about the open skies on the cargo, which was there for a long time, and for the moment there's some change over there. So when we talk of a reset, do we reset the models or the policies itself? We're talking of open skies for cargo, or do we do new policies to actually attract investment? So who's thinking on those lines, and and what is it that is required? Maybe Mark, you have been operating freighters into the country for a long time, and what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, look, we've had a recent change, as Mitma alluded to, in open skies on the cargo side, and I totally understand that, because obviously COVID has put huge eyes onto the cargo business. It's suddenly become, for many people, the lifeline in this industry. For us, it has been as I said before, it's been a core. And at the moment, there's a bit of a reset button, obviously, not only amongst us as airlines and operators and airports, but also amongst regulators and governments, to look at what's best for their country going forward. I think what I really just want to emphasize is the fact that aviation is so critical to a country's development, particularly when it comes to the import and export of goods and raw materials in, good exports out, that, I would hope that they really look at the whole picture of what India needs, and can it meet that at the moment with the kind of capacity it's got. I think pre-COVID, there's been some changes recently. As a result, I'm sure a lot of our airport friends have seen a lot of cancellations of freighters coming in and going out. And that's certainly the case for us. We'd like to get back to the point where we can really, work with our partners here in India to make sure that we're supporting the economy the best we can. But look, I do understand the air traffic rights are extremely sensitive. They're very important for a country's development, and therefore, we're taking the approach where we're working with the ministry to see what's best and how they understand it going forward, and what's reciprocal between two governments. So that's the way I see it at the moment. In terms of the overall business of cargo here, look, it's still doing very well at the moment, but that's just because, despite there being some air bubbles, the majority of passenger flying out of India internationally is still restricted, and therefore there is massive constraints on bellies, on wide-body bellies, that are, at times taking 20, 30 tons per departure, and that's putting a lot of pressure on capacity, and it's having an impact on rates, it's having an impact on exporters, and it's putting their cost of business up. So let's think about all of these factors in line with aviation strategy.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. And I like that line. I mean, just understanding what does India need at this moment, and do we have it? So really, actually, I mean, as I'll come to you with this question, and I hear Mark saying that, look, they've been flying, but now what is the expectation is that should be a domestic capacity that should be actually built in to feed into the major hubs. I know some of the airlines are doing more than the others, but I know Indigo also has some plans on the cargo front. I mean, are you doing anything in particular to build domestic connectivity for cargo feed into hubs within the country?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, we are getting increasingly A321s, which are helping with our cargo uplifts. And when you say about building hubs, I mean, we have quite a lot of bonded cargo which flows in both directions from foreign carriers into foreign carriers. And I think it's been no secret. I know there are a number of journalists on the call, so I'm not going to reveal anything new. But it's no secret that we have been studying the freighter market quite intensively. And if we have something to announce, we'll announce it. But at the moment, we have no plan to introduce freighters, because the amount of capacity that we deploy on the A320s and the A321 actually makes us still the biggest domestic carrier of air cargo. And I should mention, of course, through the pandemic, we developed this new business of cargo in, and this has been very successful. We've operated over 4,000 trips, charters for a variety of shippers, carrying a variety of equipment, of course, for PPE and so on initially. But then we went into perishables, foodstuffs going to the Middle East. We're into IT equipment, mobile phones and so on coming in from Asia. So that's really expanded our business. Like a number of companies, the cargo has become more important in our approach, and that's probably the biggest single effect of that lockdown for us, that we discovered that there was still a lot of cargo revenue opportunities, and so it's definitely changed our focus. I think improved the focus. I mean, because on my background, I always was very conscious of cargo, and I wanted to see Indigo growing on the cargo side as fast as we had grown on the passenger side. When I arrived, we only had about 28% of the market, but we had grown that pre-pandemic to in excess of 40%, and that's where we're sitting at the moment. And I'm keen that we should continue that, and I'm talking purely domestic at this stage. But obviously, as we start international services again, then we will be getting back very strongly into those markets. And again, with this cargo cabin product, found that we've been operating to a number of new destinations, places like Cairo, Bishkek, Almaty, and a number of other new ones, particularly in Central Asia. So I think that that has taught us some new skills, and we've been dealing with some new shippers. So I'm sure you'll see Indigo put more and more emphasis onto the cargo side as we go on.
Thank you, Willie. And I think when you say improved focus on cargo, that would be like music to ears to many of the industry players, because I think we can look for some domestic capacity getting created, and some more options. So I think that's great. Good news. Thank you, and wish you all the best for that. I'd also like to get some thoughts from Madam Harpreet on you mentioned Alliance has done a lot on the passenger front as well during these times. Any particular focus on serving the cargo connectivity within the country? Because I know you are serving certain places which normally many of the carriers even would not go. And I think it's good to have connectivity and cargo getting serviced in those places. So any thoughts from you, ma'am, on that?
Yes, definitely, because with Alliance Air, especially besides the metros, we are trying to do regional connectivity to 2-tier and 3-tier cities. And when the vaccines had to be transported from one location to the other, of course, our mother carrier, Air India, did a lot of the work as well. But as a subsidiary of Air India, Alliance Air actually took out the challenge to get it transported to remote places, especially like Northeast, where it's difficult to get these vaccines to reach. Similarly, in the West and in the North, also in some of the smaller cities, we did a lot of work in liaison with the ministry and with Air India to make sure that the vaccines reach. And it is not only for the vaccines, just a side subject, but in the cargo side, we have also utilized the Alliance Air to transport human organs to the extent that, keeping our corporate social responsibility in mind, we have even looked at slight adjustment of timings to save lives. We did that 2 months ago. We saved 4 lives just by adjusting our timing, because those live organs had to be transported at a certain time to make sure that those humans can be helped. So Alliance Air is definitely looking at all these opportunities, because while we want to be commercially viable, of course, that is everyone's goal, but we're also looking at the humanitarian aspect and trying to make sure that we fulfill the needs of India, the needs of humanity. And I am always keeping my fingers crossed that slowly we also expand and start operating to neighboring countries. I mean, I wouldn't say that I would like to restrict myself only to 2-tier, 3-tier cities. Maybe I'm over ambitious. I don't know. So I look forward to actually coming back strongly.
Thank you, and wish you all the very best for all the ambitions that you have. I think it's all going to help the country at large. So thank you. The second, the second theme on the hour that we were doing was the rebuilding. But when we really talk of the rebuilding, so the question is, what are we rebuilding? Is it faith in air travel? Is it processes? Is it investment opportunities? Is it more collaboration, or is it a different financial model? How do you prioritize? Which is the top things that we will be doing? So, Jory, I'll come to you. I mean, just a few thoughts from how you're looking at. You have some global examples to share, and then I'll come to the others as well. And as I ask this question, yeah.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Well, similar to the airlines that sort of rediscovered cargo as an important factor to have a resilient business. It's the same for airports. So non-passenger revenue as part of their business model is it's just proven the point how important that can be. Take the example of Schiphol Airport, of course, our long-term client. I mean, all passenger-related revenues just stopped for the airport. However, they have one of the most successful airport city developments, and they get rent, right? Office rent. Now, they even there they had to look at maybe giving some concessions because a lot of the offices during lockdown were closed, but at least that was a continuing source of income, which was not related to passenger traffic per se. These are long-term rents of companies that are located at the office because of their increased connectivity. But that really made clear to airports that non-passenger revenue is very important to kind of be resilient to these kind of shocks. Secondly, airport portfolios. Those airports that are mainly invested in international hubs, which thrive because of international connectivity, were badly hit during this pandemic. And so a lot of these developers and investors are looking for opportunities to also own assets in markets where there's a large domestic demand. So you see a lot of the international airport developers having even more interest now in Indian PPP assets at this stage. So yeah, that's been a development we've seen with our clients, with airports, and that will change their perspective and focus in the coming years.
Yeah, thank you, Yuri. And Amitabh, any thoughts from you on this? I mean, what are we rebuilding? What are we prioritizing on our rebuilding initiative?
I think one of the themes which we've tracked very closely through the entire duration of the pandemic has been passenger confidence, so which was really low right at the start. But in one of our recent passenger surveys, I think this would be the 4th edition that we recently undertook. It covers 11 different countries, of which India is one. And we are asking similar questions, which is about passengers' appetite to come back into actively traveling and flying. So we see a major improvement in passenger confidence levels through this journey of the passenger surveys. And so what stood out for us was that in the most recent survey, 81% of all who were asked said that they would return to travel once they are vaccinated. So we see that the great linkage with the current vaccination program, which is underway all around the world. So there will be a direct correlation to return to travel as well. And the other one that stood out in responses again, and that has remained a constant, is passengers' aversion to quarantines. So 84% of all those who were surveyed said that they would refuse to travel if there was a quarantine that they would be subjected to at the destination. So, so I think passenger confidence is really something that we are tracking closely, and from the looks of it, it's moving in the right direction. And I think especially in India, we see that in the case of the revival of the domestic travel. From just another point would be, airline ancillary revenues. I think it's been mentioned about non-passenger revenues, so I guess that's critical for the airports. But similarly for the airlines as well, I think we are looking at the entire airline retail space needs. There is a lot that can be done there. So of course there are airlines, including those on the panel here, which have done great work. But there is a lot more that could be done. So, airline, retail, ancillary revenues is a great stream that could be worked upon. And this entire space is also around airline distribution, both for passenger and for cargo. So there are these ADA initiatives like the NDC, among others, which we are focusing on. So I think that would be it. The other positive development that we spot is, again, it's really from a domestic perspective at this point in time, that the connectivity or the network in India has vastly improved in this COVID journey itself, where for many of the tier 2, tier 3 based airports, traffic is stronger now than it was in even pre-COVID times. So we are seeing, just the fact that we have restrictions on international, and I think many of the airlines are really solely focused on domestic, but we are seeing new flights, new destinations, additional frequencies, all kind of contributing to build up the domestic aviation map and network for India. So which I think, going away from a focus on just the key metros, I think it stands good for us in terms of, what's a stronger future for aviation and connectivity in India.
Thank you, Mark. So thank you, Amitabh. And Mark, any thoughts from you? I mean, I know you mentioned a lot of things that you're doing, but any thoughts on what are you prioritizing in terms of your rebuilding initiatives?
Yeah, it's very similar to what IATA is sort of helping with, and that I think that is confidence in passengers to get back, and a lot of that is just a passenger's confidence to book now for a journey in 8 months' time, knowing that if in 8 months' time things haven't changed and quarantine's at the other end, they can cancel it and they can get the money back, right? So that's the kind of confidence we've got to put back in. We've introduced now since late last year up to the end of May so far, a full free COVID insurance scheme whereby you're covered for COVID if you're traveling with us and that's what you're diagnosed. So there's things like that, but as I said on the rebuild side, as so much value is being cut off, so much I think of what airlines need to do, not necessarily in India, but in many parts of the world, is to rebuild their financial structures at the moment. And in the last year, you haven't seen the failures in the airline business that many people would have expected. I really believe that. There hasn't been huge failures yet. There've been some, but I think we're now entering a very dangerous zone where when governments stop, and we're an example of an airline that has never in our 7-year history taken a penny from a government, yet for the first time we've had a strategic investment for our government because they see how important it is for Cathay to the economy of Hong Kong and to the future of Hong Kong. Now, how long can people continue doing this? How long can governments continue doing this? I have as much as I'm confident about a good rebound when things open up, if it takes too long, I think we're going to have a sort of we're on a slippery slope in 2021, and there could be a bit of a bubble off in 2022 when it comes to people's finances to keep going. It's going to be a very interesting time. So yeah, so rebuilding one's finances and a strong balance sheet is just as important, I think, for our shareholders as on the other hand that whole idea of confidence in getting people to fly. And I can tell you, I've flown a lot in India in the last few weeks on domestic, the biggest domestic carrier in India, I must say. I just their schedule was there for me, but I've always felt very confident. I really like the approach. The aircraft are clean. The crew, do enforce the PPE policies, and it's absolutely right they do. And I've felt very comfortable and no hesitation in jumping on a plane here again. Sometimes, you're a little bit sort of nervous at other parts of the process because of security and what have you, crowds and that kind of control. But by and large, I've been really impressed in the way in which it's been done. And if we can replicate that across the world, I think it'll be a great thing.
Great, thank you. I'm just thinking this is a very interesting subject. I'll just probe a little deeper with Arun on this. Arun, any thoughts that you are thinking of, in terms of your rebuilding and what are you prioritizing? Because lots of good inputs coming in here. We can't hear you, Arun, I think.
Yeah. So I will share the common thread that I see emerging, and that goes for Air Canada's priorities also, is rebuilding customer confidence. And I mean, Mr. Khosla would know, I think everybody would know, IATA put out a few slides when the pandemic started, where it said, and it said with figures, that the safest mode of transportation is traveling by air. And that, I think, was a very, very, very important element. And we shared those slides with our travel agency fraternity. With
Arun, we can't hear you. I think Arun is having a signal problem. We'll come back to you, Arun. I think we can't hear you as of now, but I'll just quickly move to Jasper. I mean, just keeping the same, thought. So rebuilding is one, but while we do the rebuilding, there's a lot of talk. I see a common thread of how do we restore customer confidence. Can you tell us some innovations or so to say the reinvent theme? What technology innovations have happened to kind of restore customer confidence? Jasper, if you can just share a little bit of that.
Sure thing. Sure thing. I think first of all, it's of course our priority to make the passenger journey as safe as possible. And I think we've heard the word passenger confidence spoken a lot already today. And the reason is that it's one thing to make the passenger journey safe. It's another thing to make the passengers see that it's safe. I really believe that in any project, improving the safety means that also perception is key in doing so. We're not going to lie to anyone telling them it's safe. Well, it's not. It has to be safe, and people have to know that it's safe. So what innovation can do, I mean, obviously we can get rid of certain touch points in passenger journeys. You can make things touchless, literally. You can introduce digital health passports. IATA Travel Pass would be a good example of something similar as well. But in the end, it's really key to let the passenger know that it's safe. And I think there's a big responsibility here, not only for the airline and airport, but also for governments to communicate the same to the passenger. I mean, referring to the recent research that was referred to on air travel being one of the safest modes of transportation. I think that's one. But then also make the passengers see that we're doing something. That's the second very important thing, I believe. And that's where I think innovation on the consumer level, or at least where it touches the consumer's journey, comes in great, because offering passengers a new way of checking in or showing that they have been tested or vaccinated, that's something that they see, that they use in their everyday life. And by doing it that way and touching actually the life of the passenger will see that something's being done. And I think that's key in getting the passenger to see that it's safe and then resuming to travel again.
Thank you so much, Jasper. Just one more on this reinvent theme. Really, just a quick question to you. I was just thinking, we're talking of redoing a few things, reinventing. We had this UDAN scheme which was launched, and then for the passenger side, it's been fairly successful. The UDAN on cargo, has not taken off really the way we would love to see it. So, I mean, do you think that something can be done differently over there to make sure that domestic cargo is also a winner over there?
Well, it's a very good question. I mean, I think the nature of the cargo market's a little bit different in the sense that it's not necessarily as predictable or what's the word? I mean, it's not as smooth a market as the passenger market is in terms of demand over a period. Looking particularly, for instance, at seasonality, where specifically with the perishables and so on, perishables are typically in season for only a few months a year for particular commodities. But I think, as time goes on, I'm sure airlines will make better use of the Udan facilities for cargo. But at the moment, it is, you're right, relatively, there's a low take right now. But then, we've been through an unusual period, and I think that things will get better as time goes on. And maybe we can look at the steady flows of especially perishable traffic within India. I mean, we found at Indigo that it is quite easy to stimulate perishable movements, but then, as I say, there's a seasonality there, and as a result, scheduling aircraft specifically for individual perishable movements is difficult, even within like cargo in cabin environment. So, yeah, I mean, the short answer is that yes, you're right. It hasn't been taken up as much as perhaps we all hoped, but I think there will be development over time.
Thank you, Willie, and that brings us to the next part of the resilience side of it, and I think this is something that obviously when we talk of resilience, it shows, of course, the health of the organization, the ability to adapt, kind of rebound, and all that. But we also see, we talk of aviation as a community. We talk of the logistics or air cargo as a supply chain. And you're only as strong as your weakest link. So the question I want to ask, and I'll come to each of you, one by one, is, and this is a little difficult one. So how can I be resilient, and succeed when my business partner, who's a very vital link of that chain, is not, complementing my efforts? So everybody needs to do their part for the chain to kind of stay alive, stay afloat, sustainable. So how can we help each other in the short term so that not just individually we are resilient, but also as an industry we are resilient? And that is something that we need to be looking at if we need to come out stronger out of the crisis. So I'll just come with that question. Mark, I'll maybe start with you first. How can we help each other in the short term?
Well, it's a good question, and I think a lot has been done already. I mean, look, here we are a year into a pandemic. We're still struggling through it, but we're managing to do it as an industry, which I think a lot of people are surprised and would have thought we were falling apart a lot more. I think airports have been around the world have been very understanding, both in some of the deferment of payments, but also the vital part of our future, which is in slot constrained airports. Giving us historical waivers on slots, etc. Now, how long that can continue, not forever, obviously, but I think it's been very important, and it's just an example. We've had certain examples around the world where we've had very good responses from our ground handlers, from our fuelers, to understand that a long-term partnership is something that is important for them and for us, and therefore to give us a little bit of respite at the moment means they're going to get some long-term return on it. Look, I think aviation, generally speaking, is very good at co-partnering, and now more than ever, we need to understand the importance of each other in this big pie to make sure that it's there to be eaten later on. But we've seen some good start in it.
Thank you, Mark. I'll come to Arun. I can see you. I hope you can hear me and you have a good signal to speak to us.
I hope to. Resilience, I think, is really the factor that has seen airlines through this very, very challenging time. And I think resilience is also because of the partnership of all stakeholders. For example, we've been extremely happy with the way around the world airports have come forward and helped Air Canada as an airline, and I'm sure they have helped other airlines too, like Mark mentioned. What is also important in this journey now starting on a positive note is what
Arun, we've lost you again. Arun, we can't hear you. Arun, we can't hear you.
Now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Maybe you'd have to repeat because we didn't hear. You know, we lost a lot most of what you
So
said.
what I wanted to say is that this partnership that is there of the stakeholders of helping each other has become a very important aspect. And in this context, I would like to mention one example of where we need this partnership very, very strongly. Slots. Example is slots.
We lost you again, Arun. Arun, we can't hear you. So we can't hear you, Arun. I'll come back to you. We lost you again. We couldn't hear you. I'll come back to you again. I think I'll just take a few questions. You know, I can see Willie is also ready to, you know, say his bit on this, you know, question. Willie, over to you. You know, I mean, how can we help each other in the short term? How do you see it?
Well, I think the Honourable Secretary actually earlier in the program talked about the aviation fraternity, and you know, I think that's actually very strong in India. And as others have mentioned, you know, there has been a lot of partnership between obviously the Ministry of Civil Aviation, DGCA, the airports, the airlines, and the way that we came up you know, collectively with the new protocols at the airport, for instance, was very, very key, I think, in the early days rebuilding, and this has helped bring back confidence. Mark made some nice comments about his flights in India recently. I'll have to buy him a beer sometime. But I think, you know, we have done a good job collectively as the industry in terms of bringing back confidence. And you know, we've noticed a very interesting change in the market, so that, you know, the metro to metro flying, which used to be the sort of bread and butter, is still, of course, there, but we're no longer flying sort of 17 flights a day as we were between Mumbai and Delhi. But what we've done is gone into the tier 2 and tier 3 cities in a much more measured way, and are doing, you know, really quite well, connecting tier 1 with tier 2. And you know, this goes back to the theme I talked about earlier about the major market now, the friends and relatives, some leisure, also the small, medium-sized enterprise. It's absolutely key. And you know, the traditional corporate traffic you know, did certainly take a hit. That will build back, I'm convinced, quite nicely. I mean, a lot of people say, yeah, but with Zoom and with MS Teams and so on, that's the death of the corporate meetings and so on. But I'm not so sure. I think, having been in the industry a long time, I remember in the 90s, you know, there was a great thing about video conferencing was going to do away with a lot of travel. Well, of course it didn't. In fact, I think it promoted travel. And I think you'll see what will happen over time is that the very fact that people can connect electronically, digitally first on Zoom or whatever, on one of these platforms, actually just intensify business. And it means that people can do business quicker. And that will bring forward the time when they actually want to go and meet the person and sign the deal, or you know, go and spend FaceTime together when they're putting together business deals. So I'm not such a pessimist about corporate traffic as some are. I do think that it will recover. What you won't see probably is as much sort of internal corporate meetings and so on. They will be done more on Zoom, I'm sure, or similar. But in terms of, you know, the critical, the export-led markets and so on, I think that actually you will see a good recovery in that as economic activity comes back, not just in India, but in other parts of the world. So again, I'm relatively optimistic.
Thank you, Willie, for that. And I will, Amitabh, before I come to you, I'd like to just take some. We've had a few airline inputs. Yuri has been, working closely with the airports. Yuri, where do you see? I mean, how do you see this helping each other in the short term? Where could the priorities be?
Thank you, Sanjeev. Well, I think definitely collaboration is key to come out of this crisis stronger. What we've noticed often, whether we do a air cargo master plan for an airport or looking at their more passenger focused development, stakeholder meetings, right? And we sometimes you need a third party, a consultant that sort of gives a little bit of that independence that allows your airline stakeholders to actually share their requirements, the ground handlers, etc., and use a consultant to actually get the airport's goals explained, and then have the consultant sort of weigh all these different requirements and issues and give a sort of perspective on it where to show that it's in common interest to make certain changes or innovations that may have originated with one of the stakeholders, but actually provide sufficient a plus side for others as well. And sometimes it takes a sort of referee to bring that about, where these requirements and demands have been communicated to and fro between parties, but sometimes it takes a sort of platform to help see the common benefit. So that's something we hope to continue doing for the different stakeholders in the industry.
Thank you, Yuri. And before I ask Amitabh his thoughts on this question, how can we collaborate better? Just I know we've kind of eaten into the lunchtime more so of the panelists, because I can understand you've been talking for more than 90 minutes now, and it's a high time you had some kind of refreshment. So the concluding question, I'll just come back to you. After Amitabh speaks, the concluding question is, in one line, if you were to summarize, what would be your priority in terms of the 4 hours? We're talking of the return to the skies, the 4 hours of recovery, or let me say 5 hours now with Amitabh's restart as well. So the 5 hours of recovery. But in one line, what would you say would be your priority and your contribution of returning to the sky? So I'll just be the final question or your summary, your conclusion of what you're saying. We'll come to that. Just before that, we'll just get Amitabh's view on, how can we collaborate better in the short term. Amitabh, over to you.
Sanjeev, I think all has been spoken on the theme, so I'll go with that. But I've mentioned this earlier that the collaboration, the efforts that were put in through the entire COVID journey, I think are bearing fruits now. We see that in the case of the restart for domestic, especially. So if there is a way to institutionalize this partnership between government, airlines, airports, stakeholders, that would be good, in a formal, collaborative manner. So if there is a way to institutionalize, I think that would be really welcome. And the only other point to make is, from a passenger perspective, and this kind of goes back to the theme on building passenger confidence. The passenger sees the whole journey as seamless, or needs to see it as seamless. So, airlines certainly need to work in collaboration with the other parts of the entire journey process. So right from the time that travel is planned, the booking, arrival at the airport, the passenger processes at the airport, into the aircraft, and then upon departure as well. So I think the entire seamlessness of the passenger journey, I think a lot. The only, you know, what were a lot of manual processes earlier, during this time have become touchless, contactless. So, you know, whether it's the mobile boarding cards or e-gates, and for a long while, you know, there were these regulatory restrictions on home printed bag tags. Some of those we've seen being chipped away at. So, which is great, you know, just the energy that has come about into improving passenger processes, I think, is a great confidence booster.
Thank you, Amitabh. That's very, very well summarized. I will just come back to the last couple of lines from each one of you, and just to rephrase and present my question, returning to the skies, the 5 hours, including the one from Amitabh. I keep saying that again and again because I think that's an important hour that we need to have. So what's your priority and what's your contribution that you want to make to that? I will start with Jasper, and then I will probably come to ma'am. I can see that you're also got something to share with us. We'll just finish Jasper's inputs, and then I'll just quickly come to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Sanjeev. Yes, I think that in terms of looking at the industry as a whole, I think it's important and to realize, and we all do that there's a delicate balance. Everything that we do is interlinked. We're all vertically and horizontally interlinked, and everything one stakeholder does has an effect on the other. And I think our industry realizes that like no other, which is why I think everyone here is pretty positive and confident that we're really going to get out of this, because everyone's doing their part. And that means all the way from governments, airports, airlines, all the way down to the passenger. Everyone's doing what they can, I believe. And I think that at least it makes me very happy to be active in this industry, looking at the way we're dealing with this together, and very confident that together we will be able to come out of this. Yeah.
Thank you, Jasper. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you, Harpreet, ma'am.
So thank you. I would like to conclude by saying we totally are focused on making Atmanirbhar India, which means self-reliant India. And definitely we are going to be confident. We are going to come back, and we are going to make sure that we are going to use the cargo industry more effectively than what we've done in the past. Using the COVID example in front of us, we realized that both go hand in hand, and cargo industry is really, really important. We need to build up on our cargo strengths along with the passenger, and I'm sure we'll be back not only to pre-COVID, to much better than pre-COVID. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Arun, every time I see you, I'm tempted to ask you a question. I hope you can summarize, without any interruption this time.
I hope so too. So from Air Canada perspective, what we are really focused on is building back our network step by step, wherever we are able to open. But the most interesting emerging thing that has happened with us is that we have identified newer destinations which we had not ever thought of flying to. I will just give you an example of Doha. We have started a flight Toronto-Doha, and it's been quite a success. So what I'm saying is that this is where Air Canada is focused on in terms of building back its network wherever the opportunities emerge, including newer destinations. So that's what will help us in getting back on track progressively. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arun. Thank you. You're welcome to you with your summarizing comments.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Well, we just hope to continue to be and create platforms for collaboration of all the stakeholders. build resilience for our industry. And then, yeah, these platforms can be either IT databases or yeah, hosting these stakeholder meetings to bring all parties together and create solutions that are in everyone's benefit and to benefit of the industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mark, your summarizing comments.
Well, look, I think I certainly believe, and we do as an organization believe, that aviation really enriches people's lives, right? Not only from a family point of view of bringing people together, but obviously commercially as well. It enriches our lives personally and country. So I think for me, it's more of an appeal that we all work together, which I think we're doing, to ensure that, you know, that customer journey that leads to this enrichment in their life is safe, is well managed through the airport, in the skies, in the boarding process, and in all aspects of it. So really, that's what we're looking at, and we've spent a lot of time during this downtime, as it were, to enriching that experience that we want our customers to have when they get back on board and up in the air.
Thank you so much, Mark. And I know you've kind of said Amitabh a lot, but just any few final comments from you.
Thanks again, Sanjeev. I think the one thing that IATA does, we think well enough, is provide collaborative platforms. So we talked about the IATA Travel Pass, for example, or the NDC. So these are platforms where industry players are working together to achieve common goals. So we will continue to do a lot of that, and our work around standards development and everything that is there in that space. One other thing that we have tried to keep up with is sharing experiences and success stories through this entire COVID time period. So what's worked in one location, kind of making sure that those are also shared and can be used by other parts of the globe and other parts of the value chain. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Amitabh. And Willie, finally to you. I think everybody is very keen on what's happening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Willie?
Yeah. Sorry, Sanjeev. Yes. Yeah, well, there's so many things to say, aren't there? And I think we've covered a lot of ground. I think probably for us at Nigo, we've realized innovation is absolutely key dealing with these kinds of events. And, I've seen a lot of these events over 35 years or whatever in the business. But obviously the pandemic's been worse than anything. But, coming out of it, I think there's been a lot of innovation across the industry, from the government to the player, the airport, and so on. And that's what's helped us get through it in a relatively resilient way in India, at least, and with the domestic market being relatively strong. So for us, innovation it's really come home to us.
Yeah, thank you so much, Willie. And as we before I hand over to Bhavna for the finally taking care of the session from here. I mean, once again, thank you to all the panelists. I mean, I go away very enriched from this conversation that I've had with you all. I mean, it's really insightful. I know you've spoken from the heart. You've spoken very transparently, and also, some things that will help the industry. I mean, the themes that I see, and I know ma'am was talking about, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, something very, which is very close to our heart. And also, obviously, there are a lot of people from the industry, cargo industry in particular, joining us, who would be glad to hear the cargo focus that has been talked about, and things like building the network, and and also how, very importantly, Mark touched about, aviation enriches. Sure, it does, and everybody. And I think that's an important theme for us to bear in mind, and also all the collaboration that has been going on. And obviously, to sum it up, I think there has been a lot of innovation which we've seen across the board. And one before I close, I think one important thing which I picked up, which I think one of our speakers mentioned, that everyone is working very hard. So we are in a kind of a situation where everybody's trying to stay afloat. You can imagine you're all in a pool, and and what do you do? So if you have to stay afloat, you have to keep making sure that you're doing your part to stay afloat, and that's what it is. Everyone is wanting to stay afloat in these difficult times, and as we do our part, and as we come together to collaborate, I'm sure we will come out stronger out of this crisis. But what our panelists have actually shared is definitely gives a lot of confidence in these times that as we plan for returning to the skies, the thought process is there, the ideas are there, the efforts are there, and definitely the intent is there. So thank you once again. And it's been a pleasure, having to interact with such a wonderful panel. And thank you, Bhavna and the PhD team, for giving me the opportunity to interact with the entire panel. Bhavna, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everybody, especially Sanjeev sir. It's been really enriching for us as well to learn. And may I just invite Mr. Michael Jain, who's a co-chair for the PhD Civil Aviation Committee and part of the passenger traffic area, to just say a few words. Thank you so much, Michael.
Yeah, I want to just, can you all hear me?
Yes.
So I just wanted to thank all the panelists. I think this was a really amazing discussion. And I think everyone has already put so much input, but the few words that I picked up from this discussion was, I think Willie mentioned bullish and double-digit growth. And I think that is a very, very positive note. And I think myself coming from the passenger sales side of the area, I think in India specifically, we haven't even scratched the surface. So I think there's a long way to go, and I'm absolutely confident that we're going to do really, really well. Everyone together, from the airports, airlines, government, IATA especially. So yeah, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to all the panelists, and we look forward to more discussions. May I just request all the participants to stay on, because our next session in another 15 minutes will be on new business profit models with Boeing and the MRO industry, as well as the aircraft leasing industry joining us. So, and I'm really again grateful to all the speakers for taking time and above. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
See you soon. Thank you.
Very much appreciated.
So we'll be playing some promotional videos for the participants, and we'll restart the second panel discussion in another 15 minutes. So we will be having Vandana Agarwal ma'am chairing that session with Salil Gupta from Boeing, Ashok Gopinath, Bharat Malkani, Alok Anand from Acumen, and Dipesh Shah from Gift City joining us for that session. I'd request the other speakers, if they would like to join that session as well, it'd be more than welcome. So thank you again to the participants and the speakers for this session. Thank you.
ऐसा है your video is muted please star 6 to mute
बस થઈ ગયું
sorry થઈ જો બતાવ્યું શું બતાવ્યું
ઉપર જ બતાવતું હતું લેફ્ટ સાઈડ ના કોર્નર
star 6 only star થઈ ગયું જો સાડું
આ કામ નહીં
અરે પણ બાજુ
Welcome, Mr. Gupta. Welcome, Mr. Anand. Welcome, Saurabh. Thank you so much for taking our time and joining us. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Vandana ma'am to join us.
Yeah, yeah, good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good, ma'am. Ma'am, Deepesh sir is likely to join in the next 5 minutes. I hope that's okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Bharat.
Are we waiting for the page to join? Or
Yes, ma'am.
I hope I'm audible. Bhavna, am I audible?
Yes, Bharata, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Thanks. Ashok.
Yeah, good afternoon. Sorry, I had a bit of a glitch. Am I audible now?
Yes,
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Bharatji, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, Salil. Arun sir, good to see you guys all.
Good to see you.
You too. It's been a while. How are you keeping?
Here.
Yeah.
Absolutely fine.
So do we start or do we wait for the patient to join? Have we got all our panelists in? I can see the moderator is there. So I can, hi Saurabh, I can sit and relax. and
He was planning to
Salil,
relax, ma'am.
yes, yes.
That was my plan, ma'am.
That was
No
his
way.
plan. So welcoming everybody, and we can start, ma'am. So I think the pacer will join.
Okay, so Salil is there. Hi, Salil. Salil has been such a partner in crime on this aircraft leasing issue. Now I have to convert him into a partner in both manufacturing as well as in MRO.
I'm hurt. Last time I checked, we already have $1 billion of manufacturing. I'm curious as to what more we can do for you, but we'll do it, whatever it is.
For a 5 trillion economy, Boeing contributing 1 billion is not good enough. It's peanuts.
Understood, ma'am.
And especially when India has the largest aircraft order book in the world. So it means that if you were manufacturing out here, you were picking up more components in a real sense from here, then we would be much, much better. We'll be able to buy many more aircraft. Okay. So
I just wish more of that order book was mine. Back, ma'am.
So you'll get there. You'll get there. Okay, Ashok, Gopinath. Hi, Ashok. How are you? Ashok, has your investment taken place? Has it materialized? Your growth of the MRO capacity? Volume, voice.
Ashok, unmute.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes. Thank you so much. Yes, it is materializing. In the last stage of the hangar is also the additional capacity that we are adding is also coming up. It should be ready by end of this month, and probably sometime next month we will have the inauguration of our new hangar.
Okay, so you started before Airworks and you started with a ready to work hangar. I've already gone and inaugurated 2 hangars day before yesterday.
Yes, I came to know this. Very good. Congratulations to
Congratulations
my
to
friend.
the entire,
Yes.
congratulations to the entire Indian aviation industry, MRO sector in particular. No, that was a joke, but we need yours also coming on board because coming into commercial usage, because I hear of a lot of interest of airlines that they would like to be able to use your new capacity and new facilities. So that's vital. So hi Bharat.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
How are you?
Excellent, thank you.
So are you here as President MRO Association or are you here as Max Aerospace? Because the
Ma'am.
questions, Max,
Max,
okay.
Max.
Okay.
But I
Okay.
can't take the other cap off if required to wear it.
That's what. So Saurabh, whenever you find he's giving easy answers on the Max Aerospace side, post some difficult ones on the president of the MRO Association.
Yes, yes. We need
Okay. Welcome, welcome, Bharat.
Hi, Dipesh.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Alok.
Sorry, madam, my apologies for
Good afternoon, ma'am.
No problem. We're coming to you. We're coming to you with a penalty, Dipesh, for coming late. That means the moderator gets to ask you 2 more difficult questions.
Ma'am, you address all the difficult questions, so we made life easy for everyone on this call.
So, hi, Alok. Obviously, we're going to ask you what you did yesterday so that we start off with a very good thing and then the swiftness with which you made yesterday happen. And I'm not going to take away Alok's shine. I'll let him tell you what happened yesterday, day before yesterday, actually. Now it's day before yesterday. So, which tomorrows are going to happen. Aircraft leasing is a new baby being born. So every day of the new child is very important. And so we need to keep track on a daily basis on that. So now, of course, Dipesha, he's and I see Ashutosh also sitting with him. So you've got now actually a very big mantle. Normally, regulators are seen as the big bad boys of aviation and every other business. But you have to prove that in India, we can do it differently and that the regulator, besides staying within the prudential requirements of the sector and all other safety concerns, can actually be a friend, philosopher, and guide as well, so that we can make this fledgling industry for India grow. I mean, the world at large has seen a lot of how aircraft leasing and financing is done. In that sense, we are coming in at a time where we can learn from the lessons of others. But at the same time, in order to get over the entry barriers, we will have to do something different. So, and the regulator has a crucial role to play in that space. So welcome Dipesh and Ashutosh. So I now leave it to Saurav Sanyal.
Hello. Yeah.
To ask all the tricky questions. Your task is not to be easy on the panelists. They're a hardened bunch of, I won't say crooks and criminals, but they're a hardened lot. So that was very gently said. So please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, firstly, I'd like to welcome all the panelists and viewers to the second panel session of the PhD Chambers Aviation Conference, titled The New Business Profit Models and Sustainability Initiatives for the Future. So, and we must, of course, welcome one of the chief architects of some of the reforms we've seen over the past year or so. And I know the hard work that has gone in, Vandana ma'am, at the ministry to bring some of these important reforms which had been pending for decades. The aviation industry in particular obviously faced a huge, I mean, very difficult past year. And reforms like this have provided the necessary impetus for those green shoots that have started to appear again. So now a lot of the policy is in place. We need to get the execution in place. And so I think, call on some of the panelists, talk about the reforms in 5 minutes, and then go on to a question and answer session. And I request all viewers to keep putting their questions in the chat, and we'll take that up as we go along to the end. If I can call on Sri Salil Gupte, President of Boeing India, to sort of start off with some comments about some of the reforms that have happened in the MRO and leasing side. Sri Gupta?
So there's a few, sure, I can start with MRO and leasing. There's a couple of other ones that I also want to add on to, because, I know Bharat will talk quite a bit about the MRO items also, so I don't want to steal his thunder there. Certainly on leasing, let's start there. This is something that we've been working with the ministry over the past number of years, going back to the Rupi Raftar report and determining what was going to be required in terms of reforms and changes to enable aircraft leasing in India. And I would have to say that typically in India, in my experience, these things are an iterative process, right? There's some reforms, there's some successes, there's some further reforms, some successes. In leasing, I think what we have seen is one massive shift at once. And if you look at the actual math on the economics of potential leasing deals in India, in terms of, say, the taxation, in one fell swoop, the ministry, working with the finance ministry, of course, has taken actions that make India quite competitive. Now, there are some that say if you want to attract the big players from abroad, you have to be more than competitive. You actually have to be, advantaged. But that's a separate issue. I would say that it creates an environment where players within India can participate in the aircraft leasing market that is to come here in India, and those nascent small players can become large players and create an ecosystem that is attractive to everyone in the leasing market. And by doing that, you actually pull some of the big players into the Indian market, as opposed to trying to drive them to set up here. You want the Indian players to be so competitive that those other players have no choice but to come to India, to leverage the talent and costs that are available here. So that's what we've tried to really create with the Indian leasing environment, because as you think about it, the predominant form of aircraft financing in India is leasing, right? Whereas leases might only be 40 to 50% globally, they're over 70 to 80% here in India. And that is going to continue as the next 2,300 aircraft come into India over the next 20 years. And so we believe that the reforms that have been made really have put India into that position to take advantage of the inflection point that comes as the market recovers from COVID-19 and the recovery takes hold and strengthens over the next few years. So those are just some of my thoughts on the leasing side. In MRO, I know Bharat is going to talk about this a bit. Tremendous change over the past 18 months with the tax reforms that has enabled Indian MRO to finally take root. And that was what caused Boeing to try to create a collaborative network of MROs, OEMs, component OEMs, engine OEMs, not just airplane OEMs, universities, pull together into what we call the Boeing India Repair Development and Sustainment Hub, or BIRDS network, which is a collaborative environment where all of these different parties come together and try to make MRO successful in India. We kicked that off with an MRO a few weeks ago at Air India, where we are first and foremost doing defense work there. But the goal, of course, is to also expand into commercial work because there's a tremendous amount of synergy in MRO between commercial and defense. And so that's how we think about MRO. There's one more business model I want to talk about before handing it back to you. And this is more broadly about airlines in general. This is the long haul sector. So this is a place where India has struggled because India has been squeezed between two predominant hub geographies, the Middle East and Singapore, Hong Kong. COVID-19 has changed the game. After COVID-19, you may see a significant passenger preference for long-haul point-to-point routes. And given India's geography and its fleet, because India has mostly 787s and a few 777s in its fleet, India has the equipment that's needed to do well on these ultra long haul routes. And so that new business model as well, whether you're talking about Vistara, whether you're talking about Air India at the moment, has positioned India in a good place as the market recovers from COVID-19 to be able to expand on some of this traffic as passengers have a preference for skipping hubs and going straight to their destination. So we're very much looking forward to servicing that too. So those are three areas that I think that we have an inflection point where the business model is changing as we exit the pandemic. Back to you, Saurabh.
Thanks, Salil. No, absolutely, I agree with you that India has that opportunity of creating hubs and sort of leveraging our location. And I'm going to come back to that once we've had some more comments from the other panelists. If I can now call on Sri Ashok Gopinath, CEO GMR Aerotechnics, to give us a few opening comments, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Saurabh. The year that is going by now, we're coming to a close of this financial year, has been a challenge, but we converted the challenge into an opportunity, and that's how somehow we could sustain ourselves. And I will say relatively we were better off in some terms in comparatively to the airlines. We were there. Mainly we had some end of delivery check. From a business point of view, it is, yes, we could sustain it ourselves and convert this challenge into an opportunity. But there are greater things that we are looking at, and if the government's vision is really need to be converted into a reality, that we need to do a lot more. And that's where we as a team and a group are really working hard to see how we can capitalize on it. And in that forefront, we have the MRO Association of India, who's actually been engaged with the government, the industry, the OEMs alike, to see what are the other opportunity that is there. And as far as airframe MRO is concerned, we are today largely we are there. But when it comes to components and engines, yes, we need to see a significant traction, and there are certain issues which has already been addressed to some extent. But as just now Salil pointed out, from the leasing point of view, the change that was there, it was so drastic, and it was really, and that kind of drastic was, unfortunately, we will say, my other colleagues in there will agree that we didn't see that drastic change, but it is coming in incremental way. But if we can get that kind of drastic changes there, it will really take off, and that is something which will help us to achieve the government's realization of at least having 80% of the MRO work that are currently going out of the country to be done here. And we are constructively engaged with government, and this government is also giving us a good patient listening, especially when it comes to, it was a significant step where we got the GST reduced from 18 to 5% in the given scenario. It was not even easy. It was not an easy task. Thanks to, I think, Vandana Agrawal played a significant role in that. And remember, we spent hours on this issue. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that, all that support. It was a very good effort. And we could do that, and that's really helped. And that set the tone, actually. But there are still some more things to be done, and we are engaged with the government on this matter. When I see, I'm very hopeful that I see that there is a lot of opportunity, and it will change. And in fact, we ourselves are, and that's the, as I said, we have, in spite of this constraint, the parent company, our parent company is also into a big constraint today, but we have gone ahead and invested in two big projects. One of them is to add a brand new hangar, and in that too, we bring in a new technology for that hangar. Okay, and that's one. So that that shows our confidence to expand in spite of all the the concerns that are apprehensions that are there. In addition to that, we are also setting up a almost $3 million. Almost $4 million a training school, ab initio training school, which will help develop in skill development, which we are investing. The H1, it is ready. It will be, the facility will be ready before end of this year to start with, and that is only a school meant for aviation maintenance, and that's our focus. That shows our confidence that we in the by the group also to invest and grow, and we are also constantly engaged with OEM to see what is the next level of opportunity that we can rise up the ladder, and that with which we are today engaged with one such OEM to see how we can add new values other than the airframe MRO that we are talking about. We are looking into certain critical components. There are certain other airframe modifications which we are looking at. So yes, there is a lot of potential to grow, and we are optimistic about it.
Thank you, Ashokji. And I agree, capacity building in and skill development will be a very critical part of the execution that will be required in the MRO sector. And of course, job skilling and from an Atmanirbhar Bharat perspective is a very important leg of that initiative. But I'm going to come back to you and nudge you a little bit later to understand how you envisage a more dramatic change that like the leasing industry has got. So what would that look like? So I'm going to come back to you a little later. So if I can now ask Shri Bharat Malkani, Chairman Max Aerospace and Aviation, to sort of give his opening comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Saurav. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to change my tune a bit today. I'm going to look at Indian aviation 360 degrees. I think the efforts that have been made by this ministry, and like I said in a previous engagement, notwithstanding, it's not a political statement, but it has been massive. The difference is massive. Try to understand an industry that has been fledgling for 70 years. I mean, no bird even lives for 70 years. We've been a fledgling for 70 years. Has suddenly been given wings of an eagle to fly. And that is a big difference. More so in a country which is in the habit of importing more than 90% of its MRO. Now, thanks to the good works of Air India, GMR and Airworks, that 90% is no longer true for airframe. But on everything else, we are still up there. And we are still talking civil aviation. If we take military, the situation is much more complicated. One of the best things that has been done by this ministry, in conjunction, I believe, with the Ministry of Finance, and Mr. Dipesh is there as well, is bring in the leasing aspect. Now, the value here is that since almost all our airlines, save Air India and at one point Jet Airways, lease all their aircraft, these lease returns are going to require better MROs. Make no mistake. Historically, all the MROs were located, abroad. We've got few now. But should you start getting foreign companies to also lease from Gujarat, I am more than confident you'll have more lease returns through the Indian MRO. So now we are beginning to actually close the loop. We are getting into MRO 360, or what I call aviation 360. A couple of years ago, I went and gave this term to my then secretary, Mr. Chobe, and then of course I've had the chance to use the same term with Mr. Karola and Vandanaji, saying that we need air sovereignty. And air sovereignty is going to come from eventually building your own platform, aviation. It could be as simple as an ab initio trainer that we built in this country, and then moving forward perhaps to a intercontinental jet or an interstellar aircraft. It doesn't matter. There are no limitations. I would like to therefore shift our focus as our government, and this is a request going to Vandana. I know she's strong enough to still ride it through. Let's look at all the issues that are pending, ma'am, and you know them. I'm not here to find fault. Once, the chain is only as strong as its weakest link. We're nearly there. Honestly, we're nearly there. I mean, nothing can take away the incredible performance of your office, the MOCA office and this government. And when I'm saying this, it hasn't happened in 70 years. I personally have started this company, as you know, from a garage 27 years ago, and we've come to where we are. it's a paradigm shift. So let's close those gaps, be it the smaller issue, the customs, the issues with the regulatory, because now we are on a takeoff mode. And I have every reason to believe, a few years ago, we told the government, you forget this $1 billion, now it's $1.5 billion of import on MRO. I am confident we can do a $4 billion export of MRO. Ashok Gopinath won't be sitting on that panel that day because he'll be building 10 hangars. He'll say, listen, I'll probably do it from site on my handphone or something, because that's what you're going to need. Even today, with the massive exodus that we had in the initial stages of the older aircraft, we still ran short of hangar space. Now, I wish the Air India space was more available to rest of industry. But having said that, eventually we're going to have to, water will find its own level. So MRO, I see growth. But from MRO growth, I now will begin to see, not today, but 1 to 2 years from now, innovations from Indian industry. Typically, innovations will start in the component section, move on to engine, and eventually rest its on the airframe, where we will start building our products. We've had historically just one company building airplanes in this country, that is Hindustan Aeronautics. I don't see that continuing for the future. MRO will absorb knowledge, technology, create spin-offs, and you will see this change. And in order for us to do that, and this is the way I'm coming to you, Mrs. Agarwal, we need to be profitable. We've been in survival mode for too long. Allow us to be profitable. I am fully cognizant of the massive effort again that you have made with AI. And so for those who know or may not know, I'll leave it to her to give you the whatever the declarations or the changes that AI is bringing. But that is another paradigm shift where AI will no longer be someone who is taking juice out of the MROs, but partnering with them. And in any event, I believe that would have been the original charter why AI was created, was to enhance air connectivity and aviation in this industry, in our country, not to harm it. So the original chart of AI now suddenly, as I see it, has become their prime focus. That being said, you will have the ability to establish yourself not at one but at multiple airports without the fear of unnecessary eviction or a very high cost of land rentals and so on and so forth. So now you take the methods, and I'm going to put my finger up. So you've got the tax issue sorted in terms of GST. You've got the land issue sorted. You know, we talk roti kapda makan in Hindi, so my makan is sorted. We have small issues with regulatory and still some interpretation of taxes. We now get to a 360. My next step, of course, would be a greater level of acceptance of things like light sport aircraft. I wish India could have a event like Oshkosh. For those who know it, it's a place where people bring experimental planes, put it out there, fly them. There are little or no heavy regulations. It's called soft touch regulations that govern them, because you're allowing innovation. You're allowing, in a country that named the word Pushpak, which is a powered aircraft, way before history was written in this world in English. We are the ones that do not allow this. We need to go back to our roots and say, look, we need something like an Oshkosh. Let it be a Pushpak as it be, or a Viman as the case may be. And we bring it back where you allow entrepreneurial energy to create new aircraft. It doesn't matter, it's a single engine, turboprop or a piston, it doesn't matter. We're going to go there. A 1.3 billion people, as Ashok has put it and Salil has put it, and Salil has been very nicely. Boeing has been with us from World War II. It is a fact. I still think Boeing makes phenomenal planes. This is with no deference to Airbus or anything. Boeing makes phenomenal. And, you know, we've gone through a process. Boeing is one of the aircraft that, if I put my Max hat, we have converted some of our own Boeings into mission system aircraft for the military. They're flying incredibly well. So we need to have a good level of engagement. Salil, the request was again the same thing. It's very simple. I know you're the OEM and you may always say that there's a limit to how much support you will get from a tier 2, tier 3. But if we are to grow, and we got the likes of the Vandanas and the Carolas supporting us from Sarkar, I want you to just help us with some of our OEMs. I don't need a commitment now, but let this be a genuine effort from Boeing. So when we sit next time, you say it, you flag, this little thing in the air. I did it. We got XYZ to play ball, that they will come and work with Indian MRO, whoever that might be. It doesn't have to be Max, it could be anyone out there who they find successful. We will start to grow the ecosystem. That ecosystem will take us to the next stage. I think we're ready for it. You're going to see, I think, a period of, again, brick and mortar, sort of. We're going to have to build more infra. Mercifully, AI will allow it. And like I said, Madam Vandana will give the response on that one. We are going to go back to brick and mortar and actually build additional infra, like she has inaugurated some facilities for Airworks in Kerala, or for GMR in Karnataka, I'm sorry, in Hyderabad or wherever. You're going to see more of the others, the engines, the components, perhaps even forging and sheet metal. None of this happens in our country. I see a change coming. And metallurgy, huge requirement. We need it. So 360 aviation, Atmanirbhar Bharat, yes. My term in English, I need air sovereignty for a country of our size, and for some reason, surrounded by hostile neighbors mostly, I need air sovereignty. Thank you.
Thanks. No, so absolutely, I agree with a lot of what you said. I'm actually been an advisor to the Irish government and a number of Irish aviation companies, and I've seen how the leasing industry has sort of developed their entire aviation engineering industry, and how the MRO industry is critical to the economy. And that being a small country, to control 50% of the world's leasing is an impressive.
Yes.
And we have learned nothing over 7 decades. And finally, with a strong push from the government, we are coming to a point where we are putting the pieces in place. So yeah, I have seen what it can do to a country, and I'm really looking forward to companies like yours to grow out and export. I mean, what an opportunity to export to the rest of Asia. Instead of giving foreign exchange to other countries, we will now be able to earn foreign exchange. So really looking forward
So
to that.
just to give a little clarification, Saurabh, this is something, a path we took forward, and this is not me talking as MRO Association, but as Max. More than 50% of our revenues are from export. We are FAA EASA certified 145 completely and a Part 21. More than 50% of our entire revenues come from export. It happened because nobody could afford to pay taxes locally at 18 and 5. So we had to refocus ourselves on the export market. But now that has become de rigueur, the way forward. We could, and we're the smallest of the bunch here. I'm sure the others could do better.
Thanks. Noel, I'll now go on to Mr. Alok Anand, Chairman and CEO of Acumen Aviation. He's the man who knows Vandana ma'am's secret about the last couple of days. So we look forward to hearing about that. And also, I mean, he has seen the Irish aviation industry very closely, and now jumping into the deep end, the deep dark end of Gift City. So, Alok.
Thank you, Saurabh. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. First of all, the IFSC is not a deep, dark end. It's a very well-lit road. That's our experience so far. My colleagues are here, and I'm only saying this because of the first-hand experience we have dealing with them so far.
Pulling Dipesh's leg.
Yeah, I know. And if it ever gets little dark, a bulb goes off, I call them, and they make sure it's fixed literally in a matter of seconds. And Vandana ji has been extremely supportive. So the secret she was referring to really was, if you all recall, in the latest FICCI seminar in Delhi, it was announced by Honorable Mr. Karola that Acumen is launching a 1-year program apart from setting up a leasing platform. So day before yesterday, the program was launched. First time in the region, full-fledged aircraft leasing and finance program has been launched open for the industry. It's a global program. Obviously, it's launched from India. It will focus heavily on the Indian industry, but it is a global program, and we are getting queries from all over the world. In fact, most of our programs we run over last 1 year as an asset manager and a training academy also have participation from our clients also now. So our leasing clients are sending their employees regularly to be trained by Acumen, which is a testimonial to the quality we are offering to our customers regularly now, in terms of an asset manager and also their training partners. And so as far as the aircraft leasing program and the platform is concerned, first and foremost, the logistics, as you already know, Acumen has initiated the process of setting up a platform in the IFSC Gift City. As we speak right now, we are in between the process. It's going through the hoops, so to speak. While I don't want to comment too much on that process, but I think to take a leaf out of my colleague Bharat here, who was mentioning about we need to fix small things. So there are small things we're noticing in the process, but I think this is something we are learning as we're going along, and I'm sure those learnings will be put into effect to make things even smoother and better for the future entrants in the market. So it's proving like a testing ground for all of us, right now at this stage. As far as the whole aircraft leasing industry is concerned, while a lot of dramatic changes have taken place, no doubt about it, but there is a lot actually which still needs to be done. So for example, if I may just elaborate a few points, aircraft operating lease has been actioned as an item in the IFSC Gift City. We need to work on finance leasing also. I know it is already on the agenda. It is being worked on, I'm aware. Plus, while we are inviting investment from Ireland and from America, so my perspective on this is a little different. See, we need to think, I think, on everything we are doing. And obviously that includes MRO and aircraft leasing and every other activity globally. Which means our aim should be really global partnerships and global domination also, to work globally. When I say domination, I don't mean that we don't have any competition anywhere. I mean we dominate globally in terms of our partnerships. We build partners globally, and we look at our industry to be outward looking, not just focusing on India. So this platform we are going to build in India, IFSC Gift City, the aim should be that it expands out. The other leasing platforms which are also coming, airplanes should be leased out of India. This is easier said than done. There are regulatory constraints. It's not about just having a platform capital. It's about EASA regulations, FA regulations, Indian DGC regulations to be in compliance with EASA and FA, because these matters impact marketability of the asset. In fact, this is a point which comes up during various redeliveries. So my respected colleague, Mr. Gopinath, who's in the call, actually he can tell you that just few days back, he and I were on a call between each other on a very similar matter. And so these things, and we know these things happen because airplanes have to transit between Indian DGC regulations to EASA regulations. Why the lessor wants to do it is for marketability. So all these wrinkles which are in the process still need to be ironed out. And Vandana ji is very well aware of it. We have been in continuous dialogue with her and her team on this, and I'm sure these are all in the pipeline to be worked. The other thing I would say is that we need to basically enhance the means for getting Indian capital more aggressively involved. I think that is an area which still needs to be done. Our colleagues from IFSC and Vandana ji is already well aware of it. But if I can touch upon one or two things as an example, like IFSC has allowed alternate investment funds to be set up. The current AIF rules don't allow aircraft investments in that. Though the AIF can attract capital, and Dipesh ji and Ashutosh ji are in the meeting in this panel, and they can correct me if I'm wrong in my understanding, but AIF is allowed to, these AIFs which will be set up are allowed to bring capital from Indian HNIs and organizations, but that capital cannot be used on aircraft investment currently as per the rules right now. So we are hoping that in future that will be changed. These AIFs will be allowed to be set up to bring in HNI and organization capital from Indian soil, Indian jurisdiction to these AIFs, which will allow us to speed track, to bring things faster to the to fruition. We see these similar examples. So one of the things we do is manage similar structures and SPVs in Ireland. And one of our customers we are working with right now has just closed a small 200 million fund with various HNIs and PEs and investment organizations. And they managed to bring in a capital structure there, set up a SPV with us in Ireland, and now they have acquired a few assets, and there are another 4 or 5 in the process of being acquired. We know it is not it's easy to say this in this call in one line in this panel and say to do it, but I know there are various regulatory constraints, but that is what needs to happen. So when we benchmark, we need to benchmark and give our industry players equal opportunities in that sense. So for me, at least, some of these rules need to go away, or some of these restrictions need to go away. We kind of are operating with one hand tied back. We need to have both our hands open, and we need to compete then with equal opportunities with competition which is coming from other jurisdictions. So when we are benchmarking, it's not just about tax, it's not just about legal environment, it's also about source of capital, equity. It's also about the whole entrepreneur capital of those jurisdictions. So Ireland has become the de facto capital of aircraft leasing, and I have an Irish business. I am there, except during this COVID period, almost every month. So I understand that market quite well, I would say, and have a lot of friends there in Ireland. The entrepreneurial energy which you have there for aircraft, aviation, and leasing is really, really something to be looked at. But I think it is because of these regulations and restrictions which have been removed. The barriers have been removed. And I think we need the same thing here. We are no less when it comes to achieving similar goals. That's what I would just like to
Alok, just a quick one here itself. I mean, Ireland has a very strong talent pool for aviation leasing. And I know that you started this course, and congratulations on that. I mean, much needed course, and I wish you all success. How can we sort of expedite this capacity building from an aviation leasing training perspective? There have been suggestions that an Indian company should go and buy Irish lessor like the Chinese have done. How do you jumpstart this?
Okay, so let me first answer the second part of what you said about the suggestion. I know I heard that suggestion too in the aircraft leasing. I'm not in favor of that, because first of all, I think that, if I may say so, is a wrong example. There is no Chinese company, and I'm happy to be challenged on that, who has actually gone ahead and acquired a set leasing company overseas and then ran it successfully. The Chinese HNA group invested in Avalon, and then they reduced their stake, but they never brought Avalon lock, stock, and barrel and brought it to China to operate. Avalon continues to work under an Irish management, Irish structure from Ireland only. The Chinese have investment, the HNA group has investment in them. Every other leasing company, Chinese company we work with, and we work with some of the biggest today as customers, because we have an office in China as well. They have set up special purpose vehicles or subsidiary units in Ireland, and they have hired personnel, trained personnel, yes, from the Irish market and other markets too. And they have then set up platforms, and then they are growing from there. But what we have increasingly seen, at least, is that the control continues. The headquarters, with one or two maybe exceptions, the headquarters continue to be China only. And they have also put their personnel through the process over last decade or so, trainings and working side by side with other personnel from other countries to learn along with them. So there has to be a hybrid model. We have, I think, one thing we did right or doing right in India, and it's not just Acumen doing it, the government is taking a lot of initiatives in this, is that we are investing from the word go, from the day go, on training. That was not the case, if I may say so, in certain other jurisdictions we were watching. They thought they can take a shortcut approach maybe, but that thinking has changed over years. I think in India, at least, we have realized from the very first day we need to invest in skill development. It doesn't mean we don't have skills, but we do have people who have worked in the industry at their own initiative and learned it, but it needs to grow further. It needs to be formalized, the education system on aircraft leasing, which is what we are doing, as you know already. And apart from that, there is opportunity that in Ireland, other jurisdictions where there are skilled personnel with the necessary skill sets can work along with our people. So a case in point I will tell you is just Acumen itself. So Acumen started off as an Indian-owned business completely. We then became an Irish company. When we became an Irish company, we did it for our own reasons. But one of the goals which I had was to bring in talent from different jurisdictions together. So we have 18 nationalities in Acumen. We have offices in 4 countries. Our 5th office is, by the way, just opening now in Gift City in India only. But from a taxation point of view, it's a separate jurisdiction, obviously. So we work with all these nationalities in a manner where we transfer knowledge over to one another. So I think that's the same way. I'm just giving a very small example, but the same way India will have to build its talent pool.
Sure. Thanks for that. And now I'd like to go into call upon Dipesh Shah, the head of development at IFSC Gift City. Dipesh is the guiding light for all investment into Gift City. So Dipesh, tell us, why should Irish lessors set up in Gift City?
That I believe Alok has already explained. That from an Indian company to an Irish company and coming back to Gift City, India, it really tells a lot of important story as far as the International Financial Services Center is concerned. But I think let me just pick up 2 important points which has been evolved in the discussion. One is, we are sitting on a huge demand as a country, and we are seeing what is happening in iPhone. Well, today I was reading the newspaper, it's been getting manufactured right here in India. We are talking of so many things that we've been importing over a period of time, has been now under the some or the other initiative of the government, is in a way coming back to India in terms of whether it's manufacturing, whether it is now services. This is what we really believe, that the massive efforts which been put in by the government of India, and I mean witness to the energy of Vandana Agarwal. I think although this is a webinar, I must tell you that I've seen her work in a way which was unprecedented. The way she was driving whole agenda, from starting to the CEO of a bank or to the secretaries at all levels. I think one single agenda was that, why can't we bring the aircraft leasing back to India? I think that energy has brought us to this level where we are now talking of some few line items which needs to be resolved. I understand from the players which were speaking today, but you can imagine that we were at some point of time have never imagined that this type of business can actually come back to India, to a situation that few line items needs to be resolved now, which means that as we move ahead, we can actually replace many of the services which we are availing from outside to onshore. This is for us really a fundamental objective which every one of us should contribute towards. Why should we be dependent on others for when we are generating the demand, when we are putting all the efforts, we are growing as a nation, but when it comes to providing services, we just look next door, we just go out and we avail those services from outside. Second, I think we should all really take an closer look at is the talent available in India is enormous. You can't beat the talent that India has. Whether you go in India or you go outside, you always meet Indian talent. And that is really driving, I think, many times in this corridor where I am sitting right now, we do laughingly, discuss that two cities that India has really built over a period of time is Singapore and Dubai actually. It's built on our businesses, built to provide services more efficiently to India, and more and more manpower got exported from India to do India business from those countries. And we are now standing up very strong. Probably we are taking some steps, but the idea is that we are really going in the right direction to bring those businesses which really can be done more efficiently and more cost effective in our own country. Last point I want to highlight is I think it's a journey. You just can't stop. You know, in India, the regulatory changes has to be matching to what has been the global best practices, and that's what at the IPSCA. I was just late in this meeting before this meeting we had a call with our chairman with one of the largest investors in London, and his bottom line was the way the IFFC authority is looking at the regulation is benchmarking with other global financial centers and is not inward looking, it is more outward looking, which is what the outsiders are feeling that, you know, I have a better chance to go back and do business in India rather than spending such an expensive offices in the overseas location and spending so much of money on the manpower there. So I think we have a very strong story as far as international financial services is concerned. If we only try and satisfy our own demand, we are talking of $120 billion of business, which is going to other global financial centers if we are not able to serve from our own financial center. So this is a strong demand, and obviously driven by the passion which the Ministry of Civil Aviation has put in to ensure that, you know, each and every line item which was a bottleneck was tried to address. And obviously now we are on a very close in the bottom list. I think 2-3 items more which needs to be resolved. And I was told by Vandana ma'am last evening, are you coming for meeting on Monday? We are resolving the another 2 issues which are left out. So, you know, I think she is really behind getting everything done. We as a regulator are playing our role, and that's what we are doing. We are not doing any extraordinary work. We are just doing our job, and we want to ensure that our regulation and our businesses are provided proper platform with the right regulatory framework.
Can I send a list? Raji and you, Dipesh, thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Dipesh. And I've seen the passion with which Dipesh has been pursuing this opportunity, and and thanks for that. So I'd like to go back to Vandana ji, ma'am. I think for very few times when I speak to industry panels, there's been so much shock and awe that the government has moved so quickly. I think a lot of work has been put in by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. And this is a pandemic year, so now what happens next? There seems to be a number of small issues that are pending. Are we going to resolve this on Monday?
Yeah, so let me, I'll counter your question whether everything gets resolved on Monday or not. But yes, Monday is a big opportunity for us to address some of the niggardly issues which need a bit of change. And it's not that those changes have to be put in place before we can move on our contracting or our putting our money where we have been seeking government to move on, where government has already moved. But let me start with some of the remarks that had been made by others. In a sense, a big ticket, one-shot change in the ecosystem for aircraft financing and leasing was possible simply because we did not have domestic interests which were entrenched enough to pull us back. I'm choosing my words very carefully. It was an open field. We could work to look at 100 things that needed to be doing across different legal jurisdictions within India, that is some for finance ministry, some for on the taxation side, some were non-tax side, some were export related, some were with corporate affairs, some were, they were spread out all over the place, and we managed to put everybody on the same page. And kudos to finance ministry and kudos to the Gift City, which worked with us in unison from day one. This is again not to press the point too much, but Dipesh was literally, and a couple of others were literally midnight partners, because that is the only time we would get to work on an issue for hours together, fleshing it out, seeing what needed to be put and how it should be put so that it is digestible. That said, some issues did remain, and we are conscious of it, that these need to be done, and the priority for us was immediate. Let's put out what has already been brought out, and we moved swiftly. So 26th February was when we went out to the world and said, this is what we have done, and now you also tell us what else do you need, where are the little changes that are needed. The next thing that we are trying now to address is something that has been raised by many of you, which is the financial part. Whether it is alternate investment funds, whether it is something else, our next big move is going to be with our banks, with our alternate investment funds, with our high net worth individuals, etc., and take it to them and ask them, what is it that they need? And although Bharat did say that it's time we move to profitability and got over the notions of survival, I am sad to say that in a sense, aviation got pampered with assured returns of 16%. Today, the investor in aviation, whenever we speak to them, they look for assurances, even though they are not in the public sector. So while the government can reassure itself, but to reassure the investors in the private sector that yes, government is now going to give you an assured return of 16%, and then also something more is needed. It frankly just amazes me. Where is the entrepreneurship in that? Where is the risk and reward in that? There is just a reward and there is no risk in that. So we do need to get into that. And we all know as to where the financial health of Indian aviation is getting frittered away. It's an open forum, so let me not be my usual blunt self as I am with many of you in private. It's time for everybody else to grow along with the country. Let me just state that, and let that be a message enough. Now, Dipesh has very helpfully said that we are benchmarking the governmental control with the best in the world, or something which is the most encouraging to entrepreneurship, which is the most encouraging to operations. So therefore, if you look at some of our unfinished agenda, the issue of financial lease versus the operating lease, the regulation which came out in October last year, very correctly puts operating leases, financial leases, hybrids of operating and financial leases, whether these are in aircraft, in helicopters, in drones, any other thing that flies, in even equipment, critical equipment like engines or any other landing gear or any other part that you might want to take the leasing route to. It puts it all within the ambit of the IFSC authority. But what is needed to be done over there is, on setting up your leasing units, we have very quickly come out with a regulation. You know, IFSC authority is not even 6 months old in terms of the powers that it got. On 1st of October, it actually got all the powers to regulate, etc. It's still in the process of recruitment. And already on 19th of February, it has come out with the aircraft regulations and some more on securities, etc., etc. So just give them I'd like to give them a couple of days to come out with the regulation on financial leases and hybrids of financial leases, but Dipesh will kill me for that. So, but just give them a little time and that will also come through. So it's not as though it's a block. It's just a matter of bringing in the regulation that enables you to register yourselves. But that doesn't mean you're not, you can't do financial leases out of GIFT City, but maybe you can do head leases or not direct leases and so on and so forth. So the world is not closed to you. The chapter is not closed. There are enablers already out there and you can get into that as well. The other point that I wanted to say where we were very different from others is, as Alok said, we went for ensuring that the HR, the mind was skilled. All the human, the ecosystem where every one of us understands what's required to be put in place was there. And the more you are skilled in understanding what a leasing transaction is and all the risks and other checks and balances that need to be covered, then the problems are easy to solve, because all of you will then come to us with solutions and say, look, this is the problem and this is how we can solve it in a manner which is balanced and which can be sustained over a longer period of time. So apart from the long-term costs, short-term costs have been held, and even before we had put in the leasing ecosystem, we held our first Government of India sponsored skill development program for the financiers of aircraft leases or aircraft acquisitions actually. We held it in August 2019. So it's as far back as that we held it. And so therefore we started working on this aspect in parallel. It was to make sure that what we put in place is sustainable, it's workable, and it can be a platform for us to leap from and not to crawl from. So whenever I hear that we must take little baby steps, it makes me feel as though I will be crawling, when not really so. I think India, with the third largest order book, which is actually almost second largest because we are just 9 aircraft short of China, which has the second largest order book, we can afford to take slightly more mature steps in this. Another point that I have always heard, and it has never ceased to amaze me, is, okay, you've done this, all very good, now let's go for more. Till you do some more, nothing's going to happen. So it's again asking government to move in a vacuum, if you like, whereas it's far more easy for us to tweak systems as and when people perceive problems, especially when the big ticket issues have been done. It also gives us confidence that what we have put in place is attracting the interest it requires. And believe me, the interest is palpable because I'm getting endless calls. I'm getting endless emails saying, can you please just confirm this? I say, yes, confirmed. It's more like that. It's not as though we're not getting it. So we're getting there. Now, the important thing is not to let the protectionism that is seen in today's world get us down. And that is something that I cannot tell you that is giving me hair. And we will get over the protectionism if the OEM, the MRO, the lessor, the lessee, which is our airlines, or any other airline, global airline, and the regulator, they collaborate with each other. The more we do that, then we would have tied up, in a sense, all elements. I've purposely left out the financier because on the financier, while the global financial systems could work, after all, for the discerning financiers of aircraft across the world, if the ecosystem that we have put in place is cost competitive. And it is because the numbers that have been run for us, not just by ourselves, we could be biased. We've had the airlines run the numbers for us from their perspective. We've had the OEMs run the numbers for us from their perspective. We've had a multiplicity of lessors run the numbers for us so that this time we don't get it wrong. And all of them say, we have put in place a system which is better than the best. It does not mean that we are seeking to replace the existing hubs. As was said, India needs to have a competitor worthy of its salt so that we don't fall into a regime where price is of no concern. We have seen this in the aviation sector far too much, where frankly, some of the prices make no sense to me. Despite having regulators, despite having, in a sense, competition among entities, some of the prices are just too way out, and I just cannot understand why the Indian aviation is going with a large hammer on its own foot. So that needs to be addressed with a bang. Now I turn to MRO. We recognize that in aviation there were a number of areas where we did not have sovereignty. So how do you give the aviation sovereignty that Bharat seeks? Huh, Bharat? So you give it by picking up individual elements where we are vulnerable. We were vulnerable on aircraft leasing and financing. We've tried to bring that in. It's not an option for us that the world's largest population of youngsters, and soon to be the world's largest population overall, and therefore the huge demand base for packs as well as for cargo. The world's among the top 5 economies of the world in manufacturing, among the world's top few in terms of services deliveries, services suppliers, that we don't have our own aviation system. Our penetration is just 12%, which means 12 Indians out of 100 have one flight per year. That is, the airline capacity that is offered is just good enough for 12 Indians out of 100 to take one flight. So given all that, the big demand is there. The manufacturing sector clamors for more from aviation. So we need it to be sovereign as well and not just dependent on the overseas. On MRO, I'm not really sure what is the chicken and what's the egg. Bharat suggests that we need platforms which are here in India, which we assemble more into the component. We need more teeth in manufacturing aviation parts and components before, in a sense, the MRO can come to us in true space. I think that through leases, we have taken a big step forward because the lessor can help the Indian MRO grow. I hear the MRO voices that they are putting in capacity in advance of even the lessors coming in, and that they are committed to growing, putting in the bricks and mortar. Now, we come to the crux of the matter, which is the IP regime, the intellectual property regime, and secondly, the certification regime. Until we bag these two, we will always be, in a sense, at, I won't say the begging end, but at least in all the negotiations, our airlines will always be a smaller partner. And I'm not sure that Indian Airlines, which today have reached the stature of being the world's largest placer of orders. And also, by the way, last year, India took 56 deliveries, which was the third largest in the world. No other country had taken as many deliveries. And one airline took the largest deliveries that any airline in the world had taken. So I think the mood among the airlines is to work a bit more with the OEMs so that their aircraft, as the aircraft numbers grow, obviously they're not going to engage themselves completely in worrying about which aircraft is going to which MRO overseas or which component is going where and when will it come back. How will they regulate it through the tax system within India, etc., etc. There are some litigations also which are going on in those matters. So I hope that the Indian MRO will find some means to work a bit harder and work on these two aspects as well. Government of India is committed. How? We are in discussion with FAA, for instance, to try to see how we can work on mutual recognitions. We are in touch with EASA. We are in touch with the Russians. We are in touch with the others to see how we can put in mutual recognition so that some part of the IPR issue and the certification issues can be resolved. So that is another way forward that I wanted to bring. Finally, we are working with Indian aerospace sector, public as well as private. You are right that HAL cannot be the only producer of aircraft in India. Let us hope that we will be able to put in place a system which encourages innovation among the Indian minds, the fertile Indian mind. And along with many of my discussions with Salil as well as Airbus and Embraer, etc., all those show me that they do recognize the value of R&D in India and bringing in much more of manufacturing capacity into India as well. So let us hope that we can realize those as well. Have I left out? One more thing that I wanted to say is, yes, on airframes, we have done much more than what we have on components and engines, MRO. So let's hope that one of the changes which should be out anytime, I mean, government has already conveyed the instructions to Airports Authority, is removal of royalty on MRO at Airports Authority airports. That has been eliminated. And the land rentals have been brought to 1/5 the levels that are there currently. And so I hope that MRO will no longer be seen as a money spinner for at least the Airports Authority airports. And I hope GMR will follow suit on this as well, Ashok, in ensuring that Delhi and Hyderabad also take judicious decisions on this matter. And so let's hope that MRO will be seen as an essential to the aviation sector rather than, as I said, a cost-enhancing measure for its players. Do I need to say anything else on the way forward? I have already said we are working with the finance and on the niggardly small issues. So Monday meeting is again with the tax man, this time the indirect tax man, and let's hope we shall get there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
May I?
I'm just conscious of time here, so
I know.
Yeah, so I'm just
I
going
just
to. Yeah, and I'll give you a couple of closing comments because I know you've been quite eager to sort of close the loop. So if I can request you to make a couple of comments here, and then I'll also ask Salil to sort of make a couple of
No,
comments.
to be honest, Salil is better at making comments, bigger company, smarter personality, everything. I'm on a different trip altogether. On the 3rd of April of this year, the MRO Association will once again hold its national conclave and seminar. And I take this opportunity to invite every one of you. Many members, including Madam Vandana, has consented graciously to come. It will be at the Pride Hotel at AeroCity, New Delhi. We will have only 100 guests, so to say, in the physical format. It's a hybrid event. And with the hall is for 200, so we'll have huge amount of social distancing. The rest, we will send out invitations on the internet for people to join. We expect this to be a very strong event, as it has been over the last 10 years. We have successfully held it, except last year, of course, for reasons. And we have already gotten participation of all the major biggies globally as well as India. So just wanted to bring that out to this forum for people who are all interested in aviation out there. It was limited to that. Thanks, Anil.
One more thing, Saurav, which I didn't mention is that India has also unleashed the convergence between defense and commercial MRO. So let's hope that Salil and the MRO sector will be able to work together on this. And we have also enabled leasing of defense aircraft, especially the non-militarized one, and it should be easy to handle that. They are a sizable share as well. So the entire leasing system of Dipesh should be able to handle as many defense aircraft as you want as well.
Perfect. I'll just hand the mic over to Salil for the closing remarks, and if he can give us a flavor of how many more billion he's bringing into the country.
You know, I think the conversation that we've had here has been very encouraging in terms of there's been a lot of candor in terms of what needs to be done. We went through, some of the additional reforms, some of the, some of the topics on what is needed. One of the things that I want to point out is skills. And, it was very good to hear from Alok and Acumen about some of the training and that's being done around asset management. One of the things that I've always been curious about, I'll just give one example, okay, is asset management around the world is a very highly paid enterprise. And there's these consultants that do this type of work all around the world, and they're paid crores in dollars. Every year they're paid, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 to do this type of work. And I've always wondered is why isn't there a consultancy in India, whether it's Alok or somebody else, that has an entire cadre of asset managers in India that are highly trained aeronautical engineers, highly trained in financial valuation, that can do this for the entire world. It has built service centers for the whole world in so many different enterprises. How is it that we're not able to do this? And the answer is there isn't really a good reason, right? It's just that there wasn't an aircraft leasing hub in India, and so it just wasn't done. And so now I think there's tremendous opportunity there. And I use that just as one example of how skilling and leveraging and harnessing the talent of India is what is going to take all of this forward. Whether we're talking about opportunities in MRO, again, as Bharat and Ashok had noted, if you go to Dubai or if you go to Singapore and you look at who is doing the actual MRO work as A&P mechanics and others, a significant percentage of them are Indian. If you go to Oman or other carriers in Northern Africa or in the Middle East, many times they're leaders of supply chain and they're leaders of maintenance engineering are of Indian origin. The list goes on and on and on. And so all of this, it's not just about us exporting the work abroad. This is a story where we have historically been exporting our talent abroad. And what this opportunity, whether it's leasing and MRO and manufacturing, finally gives us an opportunity to do is to insource our talent, maintain that which we have, and leverage it to grow this industry here from now going forward. And I think that's what all of these reforms have really given us the opportunity to do, because it starts and ends in this business with talent. And for decades, 70 years plus, that talent has been fleeing, no longer. So every single one of the topics that we discussed today is going to enable that talent to stay home and thrive as it builds this sector here in India. Back to you, Saurabh.
Thanks, Ali. Yeah, I think we will be running out of time shortly, but I had a quick one for Vandana ma'am. The question was, why are Indian banks not jumping in quickly? And I mean, there have been regulatory issues, and I think it's being worked through. But if you can give us some idea of how do you think that would play out, and what kind of time frames? I know it's an unfair question to Ministry of Civil Aviation, but I mean, you have a ringside seat to it. So I mean, if you can give us some idea of what you think might be a time frame within which we can expect some of the big boys to jump in.
So I can tell you that from day one, when we spoke to the big banks, the insurance companies, the pension funds, the provident fund managers in India, and also alternative funds that are out there, all of them were, I wouldn't say negative, not at all. They were cautious. They were cautious mainly because of the past of Indian aviation. So we had to tell them that, look, that was more than a decade ago. That was 2.5 decades ago, you know, different events that where they had burnt their fingers. And so now when I'm speaking to them, they are very open. I can tell you that it just took a phone call at the last minute to get them to come in at very high levels in the meetings on 26th February. Just one phone call. And that speaks volumes of the interest that has been generated now that the ecosystem has been created by and large. So you can't expect banks to give you assessments when they don't know what the system is going to be, right? So they're a cautious lot, but they don't do that. So a few, this question you should put to Dipesh actually.
Okay.
You should first ask him, and then I'll give you my assessment.
Dipesh, over to you. You're in the spotlight.
I think in terms of the IFFC regulations, we already enable in our banking regulations that bank can participate in the aircraft leasing. As you are aware, if the banks are coming from overseas, obviously they don't need domestic regulators confirmation or approval. They can participate in the whole ecosystem. However, if the bank from India wants to participate, and madam is aware that we had this issue of whether the operating lease is a financial service or not, which the IFSCA under the regulation have now brought in as a financial service. However, an Indian bank wants to come on in this side of the zone, they need the local regulators approval, the RBI's approval, in order to come and operate. So, and we were on that seminar on 26 where the SBI said they already applied to RBI for their approval to set up or participate in the operating lease in the IFFC. So we have to give that time frame where an Indian institution comes here, he has to take the necessary NOC or the approvals from the domestic regulators. As far as the foreign institutions are concerned, IFFC authority as a unified regulator can approve them, and they don't need any additional approvals to get started.
Thanks. I think we're going to be. I think we are out of time now, but I'd like to thank all the panelists and all the viewers today. So thank you, Alok, Dipesh, Bharat, Ashok, Salil, and Vandana ma'am. Again, I think government and industry have really pushed for something which hasn't happened in decades. So we're really looking forward to the next decade of growth of Indian aviation. So I'm going to hand this back to the PhD Chamber of Commerce, and the next session starts in a couple of minutes. So thank you all.
Thank you, Saurabh, and thank you, everyone else. Special thanks to Vandana ma'am for taking out the whole day for us today. And we are going to trouble her tomorrow as well, because tomorrow is the air cargo session. So tomorrow, first half, we will have a dedicated air cargo session where ma'am will be chairing, and if all the participants want to join. A big thank you to all these stalwarts, and we are really, actually grateful to have you on board, and we've learned a lot. So we look forward to your continued endeavors, and we look forward to your support, and our support is there. So thank you very much, everybody. We look forward to seeing you next time. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, patient.
Thank you. Thank you, Vandana.
Thank you so much. So now we are on a very interesting session, which is going to be for all the youngsters and for all the entrepreneurs and everyone who's interested in the new technology of drones, which is taken over India by a storm. So we have with us, I'd like to introduce, we have with us Mr. Vipul Singh. He's the CEO and co-founder of Arab Unmanned Systems. Pleasure to welcome him. Mr. Ankit Mehta, he's the co-founder and CEO of Idea Force Technology, very much in the news as well. Currently, we have a seasoned specialist, Augustine, who's a VSM retired Air Force officer, and he's done a lot of work in this. Pleasure to welcome Mr. Krishnendu Gupta, who's the director of the Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Udan Academy. Captain Narang, who's the fellow CAPS with us. Arul Kulkshetra, who's the chief of the GMR Aviation Academy. And Mr. Rachit Bhatnagar, who's the CEO of the Aerospace and Aviation Sector Skill Council. So we'll leave it to Vipul to moderate the session. We're talking on both drones and skilling for the industry. And Amber Dubey, who's heading this from the Ministry of Civil Aviation, will just join us in a little while. He's just finishing up his meeting. So over to you, Vipul.
Thank you, Bhavna ji. Thanks a lot, all the panelists, for taking out time today. It's an honor to moderate the session with some of the stalwarts of the drone and aviation skill sector. Most of us, most of the panelists that are present here are somehow also the prime pillars of the industry right now. So it's an absolute pleasure to moderate the session and also to give it a direction where we can come out with some conclusions. So to start with, in the essence of time, because we are already stressed out, I would like to directly jump on the agenda. I think while 2020 has been the year of COVID all across the world, it has been also on the positive side a year of drones, where a lot of things have happened around drones in India and in the foreign territories, and it has been a completely different paradigm shift in the way drones were perceived by different stakeholders across the globe. While in India, we are seeing a revolutionary project like Swamitwa being taken up, where all the land records are being revised by using drone technology. We have also seen a drastic impact of drone technology in the Azerbaijan and Armenia war, where the entire war was won using a drone technology. And also the way Indian defense is now becoming more and more keen towards having drones with their forces, and how the procurements are being done in a very rapid manner And we have Ankit, who has really got the first set of contracts. And basically the point which I want to bring is that the acceptance of the drone technology and the way it is integrating with our military as well as civilian airspace is changing in a drastic way. And it requires us to think in a different way, think the way we can increase the potential of India, not for only the local requirement, but also tap into the global market. However, on the other side, the COVID has also brought a decent amount of challenges for the aviation sector. And there are different varieties of opportunities which are now emerging in the aviation sector. The various technologies which are now becoming the part of the mainstream aviation sector, and hence that brings an opportunity for a new set of skills, knowledge, and capabilities to be built even for the aviation sector in the times to come. So I would like to start with a couple of examples, basically in line with what I was telling about the Azerbaijan-Armenia war, and as well as how companies are building across the globe and countries are dominating the drone market. So while India has taken a decent amount of steps towards improving its own drone industry and empowering it in the last 2 to 3 years by means of standardization policies and very rapid policy rollouts, we need to compare ourselves with the best in the world. We don't need to pat ourselves saying that we have done enough in the last 3 years. That's always there. Now we have to look at that we are a population of 1.25 billion, and there are countries like Israel, Turkey with almost 10% of our population, which are dominating the global UAVs market and drone market. So if you look at some of the numbers, if you look at the Armenia-Azerbaijan war, it was won just on the basis of one particular drone model, which is being made by Turkey, which has a small population of 8.4 crores. On the other side, there are Israeli companies. There are almost 50 Israeli companies, and they together have exported drones more than 2 billion worth of more than $2 billion. So that's their export market, which where the drones have been exported to a lot of Middle East countries, European nations. In fact, in India, we are one of the highest importers of Israeli drones. So on the other hand, China is basically getting a lot of reward and support from their local government. And one of the major agendas in their industrial revolution 4.0 is the drone market and the aviation market. These are two markets where they are focusing very critically. And there is a lot of innovation happening there. Earlier, China used to be only a manufacturing hub for most of the technologies, but in contradictory to most of their earlier existing approach, in the drone market, they have taken a leap forward to innovate. And some of the known companies are now manufacturing out of China, and there are dedicated cities made for only drone manufacturing. So with this note, I would like to open the panel with our panelists. And I would like to invite, to start with, I would like to invite Group Captain Naran. Sir has also authored a book which has too much in detail, has brought the various contrasts we have with respect to our Indian aviation as well as drone industry and how things are being taken up by our neighbors and some of the known economies of the world. Over to you, Group Captain Naran. Sir, you need to unmute yourself.
Bhavnaji, can I link my presentation? Can you allow me to link?
Just a minute, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, you're on, sir.
Yeah, just a minute. Let me see. Okay. Okay. First of all, my compliments to PhD Chambers of Commerce and Industry for organizing a very, very important session in their overall big seminar addressing the larger aspect of aviation and air cargo summit. Drones has been accepted as a sunrise sector. And during this pandemic, in fact, Ministry of Civil Aviation, DGCA and other stakeholders were busy in rolling out number of regulations, they operationalized training schools, initiated certification mechanism, launched BVLOs beyond visual line of sight operations, formulated UTM policy, and most importantly, they established the drone directorate. But my focus would be rather on what is the long-term impact. If we have to look at the future growth of drone industry in India, what is the role of government in drone R&D, drone testing issues, airworthiness certification, drone specialization in academic institutions, and briefly I'll touch about drone manufacturing. And rest of the business aspects I will leave it to Vipul and Ankit to cover. Coming to the role of government in R&D, in the US, a Federal Aviation Authority has established centers of excellence for US research, and they are doing it through a mechanism called ASSURE, Alliance for System Safety of US through Research Excellence, and it was established in 2015. This brings industry, more importantly, government and academia together. There are 23 universities and more than 100 corporate, government and associate partners. US Transport Department in 2021 has allocated $5.8 million for research. The ASSURE undertakes joint US research, creates data which will be used for rulemaking. It takes technological initiatives which ensures integration of US is unmanned aerial systems, also popularly called drones. And this is managed through a university, Mississippi State University. And all the participants work on a model of 1:1 funding. And this funding ratio, I will talk about it little later also. Now, if you look at the ASSURE model, all these partners are involved in variety of technology and enabling capability development initiatives. Some universities are involved in running of test sites, creation of data. They develop capabilities which create rules and next generation air transportation program. Now, what is more important is initiative is by the government and funding is by the government. And again, for collaborating with the NASA to develop an unmanned traffic management system. And remember, these are the evolving technologies because unmanned aerial systems are not a finished product. These are developing capabilities. A lot of uncertainties are there. So you have a UTM system which is existing today. Tomorrow, it may have to incorporate new technologies, new capabilities. And so R&D is going to be a hallmark of drone industry. And this does not end there. Even USA, in addition to their own test site, is collaborating with Canada, UK, France, Spain, ICAO, and other industry partners to advance US testing, develop equipment, systems, rules, and procedures for integration of US in their respective national airspaces. Remember, United States formed a FAR Modernization and Reforms Act 2012, which mandated they establish test sites in next 5 years. And today they have 7 test sites which are undertaking testing of variety of subjects, including related to US integration, safety verification, certification standards, US technologies, rule formulation, and all those. List is endless, but these are all essential technologies which are evolving. And they are going to create IP and they are going to create money in the long run. So testing sites become an important pillar of their drone ecosystem. I just cited 2 examples. They have been proactive in coming up with airworthiness criteria. They have been giving airworthiness based on performance, based on existing capabilities, and then developing their airworthiness criteria over a period of time to establish a robust system of airworthiness to promote their domestic manufacturing industry. Another aspect which is very, very important is development of drone specialization in academic institutions. In India, we have a very generic aeronautics research academic curriculums. world has moved into very, very super specialization. And our neighbor China is not far behind. Nanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics has depth design aspect courses, research courses on unmanned aerial systems. And the reason why China is growing in US can be easily related to that. And remember, not only their universities are there, the Civil Aviation Administration of China also undertakes research. And if you see the bottom, there is China in, Aviation Authority is deeply involved in aviation research. And of course, there are other US universities. Now, if you look at Embry-Riddle's curriculums, they have established certificate courses. They have bachelor courses in science on unmanned aerial applications. They have master's courses, and they have research programs. So, unmanned aerial system, if India has to be a force to reckon with, we have to have our academic institutions geared up to develop future technologies. So, what is the blueprint for India? The base of growth of industry is you have to have an innovation ecosystem. For defense R&D, we have grants to academia and PSU. There's a very good system of IDEX, which has started research and innovation development program run by a Department of Defense Production. Then there is a technology development fund sponsored by DRDO, and Air Force started in 2018 with the Meher Baba competition. It was a unique model where the research, design, and procurement was put into one project, which is rare. It faced few glitches, but I think it's a very good model to be evolved into a robust model for civil drone R&D. So now I come up with one proposed model, which we are learning from my research. Can we have an academia government industry collaboration? Today, the funding goes to academic institutions. Now, make a government a partner and industry a partner in this. And tomorrow, if Ministry of Civil Aviation gets into drone commission or sub commission, or Ministry of Civil Aviation itself initiates a project R&D program, because civil aviation would be the best place entity to steer drone integration related R&D projects, and processing it through other university problems will be overcome. This could be done through autonomous body or a special vehicle purpose, if required. They could select a nodal university as a key partner on a competitive model, depending on which university provides the best infrastructure, best proposal, and best thing. And the funding pattern could be taken up through them with the industry partners for specific project through a competitive model. Here again, the work share of funding share of 1:1 could be a viable model. But what is important is it does not only have a research and design, but it also have a production solutions and a production procurement solutions. The next aspect which comes very, very relevant is airworthiness certification. India has just got into it. The US has been giving airworthiness certification for a decade and a half. DGCA and now Drone Directorate is collaborating with QCI to certify drones less than 150 kg. Pilot project is on, but drones have to grow. So we have to move beyond a pilot project, come to operationalization of certification bodies, and then subsequently the future, because since we are looking at a future growth, we need to start working on certification of drones bigger than 150 kg for civil applications. So that would involve a lot of research and extensive testing data. And to do that, we need drone testing sites. In fact, 2018, CR already had designated 23 testing sites. However, the horizontal or vertical limits were not defined. So these were not a usable testing sites, but a beginning had been made. Presently, thought is to allow academic institution to allow testing, but it's at the nascent stage. This allowing private academic institutions, as I understand, will be limited to more or less line of sight. In future, we need to look at long-range testing sites. We could start with 1 and 2 and then expand. However, the most important part is we need to come up with a standard operating procedure for operation of these testing sites. Drone testing specialization, I have already spoken, but Indian academic institutions curriculum needs to be defined, and the research on drone engineering, airworthiness, safety and certification curriculums need to be formulated if we want our drone industry, manufacturing industry to grow. We are all aware that drone manufacturing, component manufacturing faces the challenges of volumes. So I think some sort of standardization will be required. While I know industry doesn't want to be tied down with standardization, but some sort of standardization may need to be thought. And my last point would be, we need to pursue and support export of civil drones for our industry to grow. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, good Captain Narang. That was a wonderful presentation and very precisely put. I mean, you already touched upon almost all the. Group Captain Narang, can I request you to please mute yourself?
Yeah. I'll just give me a minute. Just a minute.
So you can close the slide.
I can close the.
You can close your slide.
Yeah.
And close sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, Group Captain Narang. That was a wonderful presentation. Now that brings us on the opening question for Ankit. Idea Forge has been the founding pillar of drone industry in India. You guys have been there in India since almost a decade and more. And you have seen the era where there was no open source, no references, and everything has to be thought from a first fundamental principle level. And today we have so much happening all around the world. And in fact, if we talk about the Indian defense and homeland security requirements, if not all, at least the small category and below drones, we have been able to achieve a fair amount of Atmanirbhar Bharat there already. And with times to come, we will be having a lot of independency from even our component and part imports. So Ankit, from here on, being one of the stalwarts of drone industry in India, while I see a lot of our consumption production has been very domestic market centric, how do you as an entrepreneur who has seen the complete birth and the rise of the Indian drone industry see that India can play a vital role, and Indian entrepreneurs and companies like yourself can even start looking at serving the global market, and what we are missing and what we should do in order to make sure that in next 2 to 3 years we become one of the let's say topmost countries to export drones to other nations?
Thank you, Vipul, for that great question. Thank you, PhD Chambers, for inviting for this very important event. And a warm hi to all the fellow panelists, the participants on this show today. Vipul, when you say that, what is it that we need to do going forward in order to be relevant globally? I think there is a fundamental strength in our industry for having developed products for the Indian environment and the Indian
Can you look at your your volume is coming less? Can you please increase that?
Volume is low. Okay, just give me a second. Is it done now? Is it any better now?
Slightly.
Slightly better, is it? It's proper yet?
Okay. Please continue. Sorry.
Sure. So yeah, I was a little low on humor earlier, so I will speak up. Vipul, we talk about our relevance to the global market. I think one of the most common points that I share about development in India is that India is a very unique geography in that we have almost possible climatic and geographic conditions you can imagine anywhere in the world, from hot deserts with plus 55 degrees down temperatures to all the way up to all the way as low as minus 40 degrees in our high altitude areas, to having the highest battlefield in the world, to operating in marine environments, in marshes and swamps, in jagged terrain. We have all sorts of complicated relevant for all of our users. We already have to focus a lot in qualifying the product for all of these varied environments. So I see that we have that innate strength, and very, very interestingly, from day one, the Indian industry has been focused on performance along with qualification on our platforms. Since our earliest adopters were defense forces and police forces, and their environmental conditions and their operations all happen in extreme real world environments, or at least they don't stop when the environments go extreme, unlike consumer products. We've ended up ruggedizing our systems significantly for most of these use cases. And therefore, this ideal combination of very, very high performance for systems that can be literally operated anywhere in the world, I feel that we have that innate strength in our industry. As far as being globally relevant is concerned, and even to the extent of knowing that we are talking about an industry where it started from where there was nothing which was in the sense of shelf available, and we had to build a lot of things together. I think going forward, we will all have to build for a lot of interfacing standards. So when we talk about standardization, it may not happen at the component level, it may not happen at the subsystem level, but it should definitely happen at the interface levels, in the sense that if you have a USB standard, then the interface is a standard, and what you communicate over that interface or what you do with that interface is something you can do entirely in your own by your own means or by your own standards, right? So I feel that will be the way in which we will become significantly more integratable over a larger period of time. We will have an even more dynamic and vibrant ecosystem where these interfaces become relatively more standard, and more people can build applications and products that can join together as a whole solution for the industry. As far as international presence is concerned, I think there has been an innate weakness in the Indian ecosystem in that we haven't had a very, very vibrant investment system in our country. And hoping that we will win large markets abroad without having any money in our pockets, or having an ecosystem which is so vibrant that it's generating enough cash for us to be able to invest in international markets, and our presence there is something which I believe has been lacking. So somewhere or the other, this resurgence of the Indian drone ecosystem, which had been held back by not being able to operationalize the drone segment in the country, which is now significantly being liberated by the kind of policy measures we have taken in terms of deregulating, and at least allowing, not exactly deregulating, but allowing operations while the regulatory ecosystem is under construction, right? So I think with that and a lot of ability for the companies here to generate cash from the business that we experience in India, we should see an increased focus in all of our companies to look at markets outside the country where our products remain relevant. The use cases we are targeting are definitely relevant globally in terms of surveillance, mapping, which are the two key use cases that the Indian drone industry is currently deployed for in vast majority in terms of volume. So I would think that with the increased business that we will do in this industry, we should be able to have a lot of players look at markets outside and build a larger ecosystem for the Indian manufacturing industry.
Yeah, Ankit, I mean, I totally agree with you. With things, the way things are turning up, I am sure a lot of Indian companies, or at least few of them will, I mean, I'm quite hopeful that IdeaForge also will be seen among the first movers towards the global market. While you mentioned one of the points, I have a follow-up question on one of your point about the investment market in India and how the mainstream financial market and investment market has been looking at the drone sector. And you are one of the companies which has raised the highest amount of VC investment so far in the Indian drone market. So what's your understanding about the way the VCs have been or venture capitalists have been dealing with rest of the other sectors, especially around the convenience of the people and B2C market, and the way they have been dealing with the hardware focused market, especially the drones? And vis-a-vis, when you look at your counterparts who started with you somewhere in Israel, somewhere in US, and somewhere in China, what have been their capital raise journey, and what were the challenges which IdeaForge faced in the capital raise journey while having an equivalent or better product being in India? I think that a level of insight would be really helpful for all the viewers today to understand and maybe also strategize their capital raise journey accordingly.
Oh, absolutely, Vipul. It is a tough journey off the bat, I can say that. And it has been tough all the way around in the sense that we've always had to prove that the business can be done. And money typically only follows when you prove that the business can be done. Unlike a lot of other industries where ideas or a conversation over a beer is enough to give you seed capital. That's something which is different as far as our industry is concerned. But I would not say that it is wrongfully so, because we have seen the kind of regulatory challenges we have faced. We've seen the kind of markets and the business cycles we have, and most of the investors are not comfortable with those business cycles. However, things have changed drastically over the last year or so, and therefore a lot of these concerns around the market, the regulations, as well as the nature of the business are, I think, systemically being removed at a very fast pace. So I see that as a huge positive, but it has been the bane of our industry that we chose to be in an industry that builds hardware, which pretty much you're already an animal in a zoo when you are doing something like that, right? On top of that, if you are serving or your primary customer is government related, then it's further more difficult for people to bet on that kind of an industry. Having said that, I think it is critical, and what has worked in our favor particularly is having a differentiated product that is globally competitive, is not inferior to products available in the global market, which means that it has the innate potential to be taken anywhere in the world, to be addressing a very, very large market opportunity. Because while we look at a lot of markets, we feel, and there is an innate assumption that the consumer markets are the largest markets, and therefore a lot of money globally has also been put in consumer and consumer related industries. However, in our kind of environment, even the B2B and the B2G markets are very large. I mean, ultimately, defense is a multi-billion-dollar opportunity per annum, if you look at it in terms of the amount of money that goes in that industry, right? So even so, from that standpoint, serving a really large market is super critical, and differentiated technology is something which we believe that investors cannot overlook that, and therefore they find it very, very hard to invest when there is a Me Too product looking to raise capital in a sunrise industry.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so that brings us to two key points, which I would like to take forward to the next panelist. The key points are that, one, we have to look at the large market rather than just something new. And also, while we are looking at the large market, we have to also look at the differentiating factor so that the product which a company is making is not a Me Too. So that is not only something which an entrepreneur perspective should be looking at. I think from a national perspective also, we should look at that how India nurtures the companies which are looking at some of the large or building solutions for some of the large problem statements. And while they are doing it, they have differentiating factor to make them stand different at the global platform, and then push those companies forward so that we are not only dependent on the local business, but we are also dependent, or our larger revenue comes from the international territory. Now that brings me to Group Captain Augustine. While Group Captain has been on the side of the users who have been looking at using drones, and he has seen the action on the field, now he's wearing a different hat and has come to the side of the entrepreneurs who have been trying to tap into the same users from almost a decade. So that is a combination of really rare and unique set of knowledge and exposure. So, Group Captain Augustine, my question to you is what Ankrit brought on the table, the larger market size and as well as the differentiating factor. How would you like to answer on those points, and also your new journey through Automicro US? I mean, nothing proprietary, but whatever you can share. How do you tackle these 2 points, and what is your suggestion for rest of the people who are trying to build, let's say, business in the drone industry in India?
May I interject here? May I take the liberty, Captain Augustine, to just request if we can have Amber Dubey. So if you can, we'll just request Amber Dubey to say a few words, because I guess he has a meeting going on. He's joined us for the session. He's the Joint Secretary at MOCA, and as you all know him very well. So I'll request Amber to share his thoughts, and then we can continue. My apologies, Group Captain Augustine. So we'll continue after Amber says so. Over to you. Amber.
Thank you so much, and my apologies also. Am I audible, Bhavna?
Loud and clear, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. And in fact, I don't want to take too much time, because I think these are all known people, all friends. Okay, there's nothing much that we have to add over and above what the industry anyway knows. Okay, and our job is basically to just help all these young entrepreneurs and not so young entrepreneurs. I mean, I would call Augustine also a very, very young person, but because age is just a number. Okay, so I would rather, let's make it interactive. Vipul is anyway known for asking some very tough questions to DGC and MOCA. So this is a perfect opportunity. You've got a JS, put him on a mat and ask tough questions. Then it'll become a little more paisa vasool. Otherwise, it can be a very boring speech. I have a 20-slide presentation ready, which I can bore you with for the next half an hour. But let's make it interactive. Vipul. Time to pull.
Yes, sir.
Time to pull.
Yes, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. Group Captain Noran,
I'm getting a feedback. Are you guys getting a feedback noise?
Yeah, it's solved now. So it's resolved now. No, thank you very much for joining the session, sir. I think a lot of things are already being done by MOCA at a very fast pace. We are seeing almost 5 different policies and standards. And
you got a golden chance. I'm here for about 5:15. 15 minutes hai. Jitna lapetna lapet lo. Now you want to go into, they are doing a fantastic job and all that. But to jo but ke baad bolna hai na wo bolo. वो तारीफ छोड़ो.
नहीं, मैं यूपी से हूँ सर. उधर घास खिला के फिर बकरे को हलाल करते हैं.
हाँ, अच्छा, ओके, ठीक है, चलो, लाओ, दो और घास दो, सूखी घास.
So anyways, jokes apart, sir, thanks a lot again for taking things so lightly. So the question is very straightforward. We have brought a lot of standards and policies. Now we are implementing them. There is somewhere a decent requirement of building the capacity in the regulators and officers who are involved in enabling these regulations. This has been one of the observations from the industry side. So, and apart from trying to resolve the problems of our domestic market and its operation of drones in domestic market, I would not shy away from saying that even the Indian entrepreneurs have been very naive about focusing only on.
सवाल पूछो यार, तुम बाबू बन गए, मैं बाबू नहीं बन रहा, तुम बाबू बन गए यार, इतना लंबा सवाल क्या है?
The question follows in this way: is that how do we develop the capability in the Indian regulators and officers who are enabling these regulations? One,
there's no
how do we
option
create
but
the foundation?
See, I don't claim to be to know even the D of drones. So if I need something, I mean, most of you are in a Dronacharya group or on a quick SMS basis. Whole day I'm troubling you guys with information, because the first thing as regulators and government and policymakers you have to learn is the 3-letter word called IDK. IDK stands for I don't know. Only when you say I don't know, you become a seeker of knowledge. Okay, and from the knowledge comes the ability to take informed decisions. So we just today also we had a good session with the secretary, where of course a good session means we got a lot of prasad from him in his typical way. Okay, and Also, there was a big review on the Digital Sky platform because we are running against time because 31st March, we have to get the drone rules out anyhow. That drone rules, whatever US rules 2021, because the industry has been waiting for too long, and that is the rules. So that will override the CAR 3x1, which has been on. So this opens up many new actors, many new players will get involved, have now been defined. The forms have been drawn up, things have been simplified. So for importer, for manufacturing, lots of things have been simplified over the last 1 year. And most of the ideas actually came from you guys only, the guys who are, I mean, how many participants do we have? So 74. So it's basically the 70 odd people who are on the call are the ones who are architects of this policy. We are only the typists who put the whole thing together. Okay, we got some, I don't know, some 1400 comments. So usme se bhi whatever good comments we could capture, we've done that. Same thing is on the UTM policy. Who's writing the UTM policy? Some of you are yourself part at a young age of less than 30. You're actually part of a national policy drafting committee. I mean, what has taken us 5 decades, you guys have got that at age less than 30 years. So where is the knowledge coming from? It's coming from you guys only, and you're part of the committees. Whatever you tell us, based on that, we of course put our own filters, and then we pick up good ideas and do it. Now comes to the capability development. So, Bob, DGC's entire team, we had this drone school at IGRUA, and there were 8 people, of course, free of cost because we had the privilege. Okay, so free of cost, 8 of our officers from the drone directorate actually were there as students, and we'll keep on doing this. I mean, unfortunately, I couldn't spend much time. Otherwise, if I could take 5 days, I can't take 5 minutes off, but if I could take 5 days off, I would love to be in Manesar and then learn the blindfolded to assemble or dismantle a drone and put it all back together blindfolded, like they do with AK-47 and all the Glock pistols and all that. So how do we learn? By interacting with you, and these seminars itself is I mean, this is a very formal way when I have to be very conscious because the camera's on, recording on and all that. And all this probably will go on YouTube very soon. So one has to be careful, but informally, I think there's a big, I think last week itself, you had this interaction, right, with the entire drones directorate for about 1 hour plus, because that was again came as an order from the secretary himself, who's himself very keen that we have to be continuous seekers of knowledge. And who do we learn from? From the very people who are on the call. So the more we talk, the more we learn, and the policy making will become more informed. I don't think in many of them, now we are not claiming as if we are doing something great. This is how policy making anyway happens in the rest of the world. And if we have to move from third world to first world, we have to do this. But I don't think many ministries would be doing it. But at least in aviation, I know there's a very, very close interaction, literally 10 times in a day between the policymakers and the industry. Or पूछिए.
Sir, the second question. काफी सारे प्रॉब्लम्स हम लोग आज के डेट में डोमेस्टिक मार्केट की सॉल्व कर रहे हैं. जरूरत ये है कि जस्ट लाइक एनी अदर इंडस्ट्री वेयर इंडिया इज लीडिंग, लाइक लेट इट बी ऑटोमोबाइल, टेलीकॉम, वी हैव स्किप्ड वन जनरेशन. And that's what delivered us the advantage in the global market. So in the drone market right now, what we are observing is that we are not at the right pace of innovation and let's say disruptive R&D.
What is the
question? ये है कि how do we really rope in the minimum or whatever is required government hand-holding and support for the disruptive innovation and R&D.
Government क्या करेगी इसमें? You see, we have this very वो क्या ना, the 70 years of whatever we have done. We have this very माई बाप सरकार ये दे दे, सरकार वो कर दे. वो हो गया, सरकार कुछ नहीं करेगी. हो गया सवाल का जवाब. सरकार क्या कर सकती है? We can only give you a enabling environment. The huge government ministries which are, say, agriculture, mining, this, that, railways, NHAI, those we are anyway in close touch with, and we are encouraging them to put more and more RFPs out. The military ke saath we are in close touch with all the 3 forces and trying to push as many drones as possible. Many of you on the screen have got some good orders from there. We are also giving up a very transparent, ease of doing business kind of an environment, both at DGCA, where again and again we have been told the interaction should be minimal. Now, there's so many people who call us, we want to meet you for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. We discourage them. We tell them, why do you want to meet us? Why do you want to meet us? हमसे मिलके क्या मिले? ना तो हम पैसा देंगे, ना कोई काम करवाएंगे आपका. Whatever work you want to do over a phone call, email, WhatsApp, we'll finish your work. We'll do your work. If the work is not done, then probably you can tell us a week or 10 days or maybe a month later. Like you were struggling with that Odisha mining, we were in touch and we found a way to help that out. I don't know whether it's still sorted out or not, but if it's not, it will get sorted out. So that's why we are discouraging people from even coming to Delhi. We don't want you to come to Delhi and waste time going from one department to the other. Most of you, this is a diktat we're getting right from the top. All your approvals should be done by email, WhatsApps, and video conference or whatever. don't need to come to any ministry even to do dua salam and tofa kabul and all that and good morning or happy anniversary or happy new year. So isse zyada aur kya government kar sakti hai? We cannot innovate for you, right? We can't design a new battery motor propeller or a ground control station. That only the industry has to do it. We can only give a good environment, which we're trying. And where we are lacking, tell us, we'll fix that. Vipul?
I just started and you came in. So should I cover my points, Vipul?
3-4 minute hai. Unfortunately, yaar, wo parliament session chal raha hai. I have just 5 after 5.
I think Ankit has some points to make here. Ankit,
so,
please.
हाँ, बोलिए. But सवाल पूछ लेना यार. I mean, put a JS on a mat.
मैं कुछ शुरू किया था, आप आगे थे. तो मैं cover करूं तो बोलिए.
Just question पूछ लो so that I can leave. Unfortunately, I have to leave, but I just wanted to spend 15 minutes answering some questions and then unfortunately I have to leave. So sorry for butting into your moment of limelight.
I'm not here to crib. So a couple of things that we need to really take it forward. And I mean, I say this at the cost of repetition. And I said this when you had just taken over and I had foreseen this problem. And that was how do we address the issue of ownership of airspace? Ownership of airspace is Indian Air Force. This needs to be addressed from at the topmost level. We can't say that nahi yaar Indian Air Force kar nahi raha hai, chhod do. See, look at. I mean, let me give you an example of European Union, sir. European Union post World War II, there was no European Union, you know that. Post World War II, everything was clamped down. Entire airspace was asked you that this fight, something was going on. But they looked at it from the prism of development and economy. We need to look at it from the prism of development and economy. Then only the aviation sector will grow.
No, fully agree. So I got your point. Maybe for interest of time, I'll just cut it short. See, in the sense, you know, this green zone concept, it was tried, struggled, all kinds of issues. But then my secretary also said, you know, instead of going for this red zone and marking it on a map, which we were running into a wall. So we are going for green, and that's why we're saying, I know your issue, Kerala, you couldn't find any sites. So tell us about a specific area within Kerala and
looked at in 3 dimensions. Airspace, Europe looks at airspace in 3 dimensions. You say that this dimension ke niche, is height ke niche, is a volume of airspace does not belong to Indian Air Force. That is it. This volume of airspace does not belong to civilian manned flight. That is it.
We can't resolve all our issues on a PhD webinar. Just 1 second, see, we have to move on. See, I take your point, but in India, the harsh fact is that anything about 200 feet, they're saying low flying air. You're fighter jet pilot, so probably you know. 200 flights, pre-top flying, this and that. So I think let's point well taken, but we can't resolve all this on a webinar.
No, that has to take. Someone has to put his foot down and say, no, it is not possible. We have to tell Air Force it is not possible. Sir, I have flown in French Air Force. There, the combat starts at 30,000 feet. Combat floor is 30,000 feet. We have to sometimes look at, and we are not a big country like US. We are a very small country in terms of, real estate. So unless we look at it in this prism, आप ना spray कर पाएंगे, आप ना agriculture data gather कर पाएंगे, ना कुछ कर पाएंगे. There is so much of piece of pie to be had. We are not having this piece of pie. Why? We have to look at it from the prism of economy, from the prism of development. Nahin, sir,
just have a word. I got your point. Just have a word with Ankit. In fact, Ankit is himself a member of the UTM policy, wherein we are looking at traffic management of drones and this interaction with the Air Force and with the civilian this thing. Share your points with him. And he's
somebody who has
one of
the somebody experienced also needs to be, calling this calling spade a spade. Sir. How will you bell this cat? I don't know.
चलो ठीक है, point taken. We'll call a bell the cat and all that. चलो और बताइए, और कोई सवाल है? Otherwise I'll
Ambar sir, a few words on the new normal for skilling post pandemic. If you can just share a few thoughts on the new skilling initiatives that
skilling on drones में तो बस वही है कि वो 15 अगस्त पे for over two years there was no
skilling overall for the aviation industry. We have the skilling industry also with us.
See, I understand. I mean, but it's too short a time. There's no point is rushing through. See, skilling anyway is a focus area, and we have a aviation and aerospace sector skill council, ASSC. They are based in Bangalore, and there is a feedback now. So, hello. So we are encouraging them to. I mean, Wing Commander Rachit Bhatnagar is also there. I think he's one of the speakers also. I can see him on the screen, and it's best that he speak about it. We are also encouraging them to have a branch in Delhi, because bulk of our airlines and airports and cargo companies and even aerospace and MRO, many of the companies actually, especially the OEMs, are headquartered here. And skilling, of course, is the future. Otherwise, abhi kya ho raha hai ki each company is now hiring people and then training them. And they already have prepared a list of some 74 odd, 70 plus job roles. Also, by the way, government will not train. So we will only, as the Honorable PM has been saying again and again, we can only be umpires. We cannot be batsmen, bowlers, and wicket keepers. So we will only create the framework. We'll try to get as much funding as we can. But it's best that if Indigo wants a good, say, a ground handler or a ramp manager, there should be some institute which trains the ramp managers, and Indigo picks up from them, rather than Indigo setting up its own school to do ramp management, because that's not the right way, because every airline does not have the wherewithal to set up that. So I would rather let Rachit come in later and talk about that. From our side, I also look at the drones division and the skill division. Okay, and whatever help is required from a policy perspective, I'll be very happy to come in. Bhavna.
Amber sir, I had a question. What is happening is that some of these exemptions that we are giving, one of the challenges is that after the exemption is given, there are additional permissions that need to be taken, and by the time the exemption period is over, the permissions don't actually come for some of the other divisions. Can we have that subsumed into the exemption permission, that back-end work happens at a faster pace at other ministries to that one-time go ahead once we have a letter from the government?
अब वो वही क्लासिक चिकन एंड एग है कि जब तक वो ना राधा क्या नॉर्मन तेल होगा ना राधा उठ के नाचेगी. So I mean, we can keep on waiting forever for MOD or whatever. What we thought was, we debated this a lot. I mean, just imagine, even the file actually is cleared right up to at the minister level. Only a minister can allow you to break the law. What is an exemption? It basically says, we first made the law. Now we are allowing you to break the red light and run, like the locust thing. You can fly anywhere. Nobody was tracking the flight, where there's a green zone. There was even spraying happening around Air Force stations, inside the Air Force stations. So, I mean, all those rules were effectively, what is an exemption? It basically means I first made the law. Now I'm allowing you to break the law for against certain conditions. So now we always have the option कि ना भाई पहले आप वो इससे लिखाओ क्या वो मेरा बाप चोर था and all that, पूरी दुनिया से लिखा के लाओ तब मैं आपसे बात करूंगा. So we thought, forget it, we can make it easier for our players by at least जो हमारा काम है, जो DGCA और जो मोका का काम, हम अपना काम कर देते हैं. और उसके बाद once you take that letter, see everywhere you go, जैसे इससे लिखाओ, उससे लिखाओ, राम से लिखाओ, श्याम से लिखाओ. So we said यार we are राम, चलो यार हम लिखा के दे देते हैं इनको. So it was just a tactical move. Once we give you a piece of letter, now a letter from, I mean, even an Indigo and a SpiceJet flies every day with a letter from DGC only. Every flight path is approved and you get a flight permission. So once we have that letter, at least when you go to DGFT, import करना है, MOD के पास जाना है, local किसी SP या DM के पास जाना है, at least वही बोले भाई लिखा के लाओ, ये देखो DGCA से, central government का है, minister से approved है, joint secretary ने sign किया order पे, it's on the website. So it just makes your job easier. So that's why we came up here. देखो, see, this is a country which is evolving. Don't forget it कि जितना हम drones के बारे में बात करें, वही borders पे, as I keep talking, जम्मू, राजस्थान, इधर उधर, राजस्थान वाले सब पकड़े जा रहे हैं drones. And you yourself know this. You are part of some of those investigations, right? So you know it's not an easy thing to do this balance. Okay, that is the key driver. Now ये सब तब तक है जब तक ये हमारा ये distress sky शुरू नहीं होता. Most probably by 31st March we'll have the distress sky coming in a small way. So we have now 32 green zones. The 32 will become 300 green zones. तो धीरे धीरे करके ऐसे बढ़ेगा. Now if you think ये सब कुछ भैया एक मैजिक वॉन्ड हो, ऐसे अंबर दुबे जी आए सब करा दें, या करोला साहब बस कुछ बोल दें और हो जाए, ऐसे नहीं होता है. ठीक है? So we are evolving. As I said, the movement is positive, and as we keep on increasing the green zones, most of the drones will then have to take a UIN and come on the NPNT model. Once they come on the NPNT, then the green zones are already approved by Air Force and MOD and some 7-8 different agencies. Then you don't need to go anywhere. ये तभी तक है जब तक हमारा ये NPNT system हम उसको पूरी तरह से लागू नहीं करते. Next question, please. Next question, please.
Amber ji, can I ask one question?
हाँ बस ये कि भावना का 5 हो गया यार, फिर से फीडबैक
group captain, can I ask?
Just mute.
My question is, we have drone testing sites. We had worked on some sort of SOP. We were almost I don't know toward the end of the SOP. Can we get that SOP implemented sometime soon, so that testing site modality utilization can be finalized?
The SOP as in who drafted the SOP?
It was an informal group. We were working on it, and
how do you send it to us?
you
send it to us, of course. Look into it, of course. While we respect independent groups, but independent groups cannot. I cannot form an independent group and write it. Again, there's a feedback. I'm listening to my own sounds. Thank you. So, as I said, we really welcome those inputs. वो आप भेज दीजिए उसको ministry में and WhatsApp कर दीजिए. You don't even need to meet anyone or do whatever. Just WhatsApp it to us. We'll run it past through the system. And whatever we can capture, we'll capture, because drone testing, of course, innovation come from drone testing only. Our future wars and future weapons will come from drone testing only. So we will fully support it.
Sir,
Gasti wants to ask. Chalo, Gasti, last question, and then we'll go.
There are two things. One is this certification process cannot be as stringent as aircraft certification process. It has to be role specific, task specific. A testing site for certain class of drones is not required. It will take us to again license Raj. Again, there's SOP, SOP. Yes, sir, these are lodestones which will just stop us from progress. All this is bakwas, if I may say so.
We have bakwas बोलेंगे, आपको bakwas बोलने का तो ऐसा we can do name calling for the next half an hour. How will we achieve all this?
Sir, ओडिशा में बनाएंगे, कौन उधर जाके छोटा कंपनी करेगा वहां पे? बताइए सर. For a micro category drone, will I go to drone testing site and test?
So the panel is mainly to learn about
I think the point Group Captain Augustine wants to bring here is basically how do we enable more easy testing?
See, first of all, just because we are on a webinar, let's maintain some decorum. Let's not use word. For every gali you give, I can also give 5 galis. For every blame you put, I can put 5 blames. So, let's maintain decorum.
So let's just talk about the drones.
I'll frame the question, sir. I'll reframe the question.
You have to look at it from a point of view.
Whatever perspective you look at it, but let's maintain some decorum on a webinar.
No, let's identify the problem instead of really trying to
you are the moderator and you ask questions.
Yes, sir. So the question was, I would like to reframe it. The question was that how do we make the testing for smaller drones, which poses less threat, more easier and flexible, then fixing some limited test sites, which will be very, most of the time they will be fixed at the very outskirts.
First, we thought we'll outsource it to QCI. Now we find that QCI is also not good enough. So QCI is QCI on the call. I don't know whether is Manish Pandey or somebody on the call. Best is to engage with them and give us some specific feedback. मतलब हमें तो लगा कि if we outsource it, अब तो ये था कि भाई DGCA government के साथ हमें नहीं करना. The government does not want to get into this whole testing business because we have no knowledge. We are very honest to say we have no knowledge. So we thought we'll give it to QCI. QCI also doesn't have the knowledge. So they then have set norms, and there are some very, very strong people in the steering committee. Most of us are outsiders, and most of them are technical experts. Now, of course, it is very disheartening to hear that even after all those steering committees and technical committees and certification committees, the final output is still not good enough. So if it's not good enough, again, you send us some formal note through some wiki or whatever, or through Drone Federation, and we'll look into that. If you have to disband the committees, we'll disband the committees. We'll restart the process. Or क्या बोल सकते हैं? So I'm very surprised and very, of course, saddened to hear that after all this paperwork and all the drama that has taken months of government time, we have still created something which is not meeting the requirement. But ultimately, we are measured by outcomes, not by hardware. So if the outcome is not good enough, send us a formal but clear suggestion. For nano do this, micro do this, small do this. For this is whatever problems you have with the certification process. Tell us very not generic. ये सब बकवास है, ये सब आग लगा दो. But something very specific. A point 12.3 plus 17.6 table so and so. Change this to this. Send it to us. We'll look into it. Ultimately, we are here to serve you, not to serve ourselves.
So that is on the standards and testing for the standards. The question is also from the flight test site perspective, that how do we make these test sites for at least a smaller class, low risk drones more close to the cities, so that entrepreneurs and smaller companies don't have to go to outskirts and limited areas only.
Sir, I don't have a place to test. I don't have a place to test.
Sorry, Vipul, I'm sorry. There are just too many phone calls happening. Bataiye, Vipul, sorry, just one line in the question.
The question was around how do we enable test sites which are less cumbersome and easily reachable from major cities. Rather, we define some conditions for test site which is not again fixed by set of regulations, rather don'ts and do's. Okay, or we say if these are the criteria, any site can become a test site for a small cluster.
I think let's be, I know it's very fashionable to ask these tough questions, but see, we have this open system where you have to give us the green zone data. You've given the green zones, some 32 are already done. Another batch of another 25, 30 is currently ongoing. Okay, and they are being cleared. So I have openly encouraged all, I mean, in every city, there is some university or some whatever agency which is little away from any, just ensure some distance from military sites. Any place can send us, all you have to do is send us the KML file and we'll run it past the security agencies. Once they clear, you can do any amount of flying. What's the issue? I'm still not able to understand. What is
Absolutely.
the issue?
I think one of the examples is the recent clearance given to IGRUA in Manesar, which is right next to Delhi.
So go fly in IGRUA. I mean, the IGRUA director is on this I see his face. Very handsome guy. So आप इनसे बात करिए. Who's stopping you? You can pay the rent. I mean, of course, they'll charge you money because they've spent a lot of effort, time and effort, he and Chirag. I've seen the amount of running around they had to do to get this clearance and that clearance. You're most welcome to fly. Get any zone, send us, as I said, just go to Smith Shah or Sumit Gupta in FICCI. Ankit is also from FICCI. Any of the association, just send it to them. We'll run it past the airport authority and the security agencies and we'll give you the green zone. उड़ाइए आप जितनी testing करनी करो आप. क्या issue है? अच्छा एक और बात, now it's my turn to put you guys on a map. ये जो हमने 32 जगह अभी निकाली है, ये 32 जगह तो आप ही के सजेशन से आई थी. मैंने अभी कल देखा, पिछले एक हफ्ते से एक भी फ्लाइंग नहीं हुई, एक भी परमिशन नहीं किसी ने मांगी है. क्यों नहीं मांगी भाई? अब दिस इज द क्वेश्चन वी गेट आस्क्ड बाय सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज कि आप इतना यार दुबई इतना शोर मचाते हो, कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, कुछ नहीं हो रहा है. इंडस्ट्री में जब देखो तब ट्वीट मारते रहो, कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, कुछ नहीं हो रहा है. पीएम साहब आपकी सुनते हैं डायरेक्टली, डिजिटल इंडिया, यंग इंडिया, दिस दैट, स्टार्टअप इंडिया, वहां पे भी आप जाके बोल देते हो कुछ हो नहीं रहा है ना. तो इट्स बिकम वेरी फैशनेबल टू से कुछ हो नहीं रहा है. ठीक है ना. नाउ आई कैन आल्सो आस्क यू कि ये जो अभी हमने 32 लोकेशन जो ग्रीन उसको एनेबल किया है, who's stopping you? And why is not one permission? वो क्या है कि नागेंद्रन used to also say सर कुछ हेल्प करिए सर, हेल्प करिए. 16-17 युवाएं लेके वो बैठा हुआ है, उसको हम बोल रहे हैं वीकेंड पे कम से कम एक बार तो भाई साहब टोकन के लिए यार इतना फ्री में दौड़ाते हो 7 एजेंसीज को, मोका को, डीजीसीए को, कम से कम एक वीकेंड पे एक फ्लाइट तो करके उसका वीडियो भेज दो हमें. कोई नहीं, नो फ्लाइंग. अब बताओ चलो
सर. नॉन एनपीएनटी को परमिट कीजिए उधर.
Only 1% at a time please.
Non NPNT को if you permit there,
non-NPNT will not be permitted. No, it's only on through NPNT. You have to take a UIN and you fly in the 32 zones. If there's another zone close to your place, far away from any military site, tell us that we'll get a clearance for that. And if it's close to a military site, okay, or it's on a flight path, tell us. If it's really sensitive, we'll find there's another method.
NPNT compliant है, which can talk to DG Sky, but अभी तक certification नहीं हुआ. वो permit कर देंगे तो हो जाएगा सर.
हाँ, वो इंडिविजुअल केस है तो आप बताइए, we'll sort it out. Individual cases will sort it out, not on a webinar.
Compliant drones, but अभी license नहीं लिया है.
हाँ, तो I'm asking about Vipul Singh कि भाई अभी भी तो 41 तो है ना. This 41 will only become 41,000 और 41 लाख maybe in 5 years time. But ये जो 41 ड्रोन यूआईन, पहली बात तो हजारों ड्रोन है, आप पहले यूआईन के लिए अप्लाई करिए. यूआईन भी अब बहुत फास्ट प्रोसेस हो गया है. वी डोंट वांट एनी फिजिकल, नन ऑफ यू हु आर नॉट इन दिल्ली, वी वांट यू टू कम टू दिल्ली. डोंट वेस्ट टाइम. ओके, एंड आई हर्ड हॉरर स्टोरीज, 20 बार आए इसका अप्रूवल उसके अप्रूवल के लिए. यू डोंट नीड टू वर्क फ्रॉम होम. Stay at your home, send us documents and we'll ensure that you get your UINs. क्या प्रॉब्लम बताइए. और उसके बाद जो 41 UINs लेके बैठे हैं और अभी ये 25 साइट आप ही के बोलने पर हमने वो जो भी 26 साइट प्लस 6 पहले की 32 साइट्स अप्रूव कराई हैं. इतना हमारा फ्री वर्क, ये तो फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट है. You don't even have to pay 100 rupees or 1000 rupees to get those clearances. Amount of paperwork we do is huge. इतना सब करके भी not a single flight है. क्या मजाक है. बोलते कुछ होता नहीं, खुद्दू गवर्नमेंट बाबू बैठे रहते हैं ऐसी कुछ.
No one is saying that. No one is saying that.
No. सब बोल रहे हैं, सब यही बोल रहे हैं, कुछ होता नहीं. अब आप क्यों नहीं उड़ रहा, बताओ. You're from the drone industry, you tell me why not.
Yes. There are answers to it, sir. I mean, the answer is that first of all, that flexibility is only right now limited to micro category drones, the micro category drones. The small category still has
course,
not resolved.
Of course, यार 90% drones are nano and micro. तो micro क्यों नहीं उड़ रहे हैं? आप micro का जवाब दो ना. अब आप बोलो मेरे 100 किलो का ड्रोन है, तो 100 किलो तो बाद में होगा. जो जिसका लिया है उसका तो बताओ ना पहले.
Correct. नहीं, that exercise has been already synced up with the people who have got the micro category drone to start flying there. People are sorting out, but most of the zones which have been initially approved are coincidentally away from those who are owning them. सारे एक region में हैं और जो लोग own कर रहे हैं वो एक region में हैं. That has been one of the reasons why people have been shying away. But we are pushing them, industry is pushing them that whoever has the UIN should start doing the flying as early as possible.
अरे आप लोग बाबू बन जाओ. अभी लेटरल एंट्री में भी आ रहा है फॉर्म, उसको आप लोग भी भरो. आप भी बन जाओ बाबू यहाँ पर. उससे ज्यादा बाबूगिरी और नेतागिरी तो आप लोग कर लोगे यार. चलो चलो.
I just wanted to share. No, not question. I am just answering the question you asked. There is the staging server for the Digital Sky rollout has just been released. So now the team is working to patch up with the staging server so that we can start doing those flights. So the work in the backend to enable those flights is on, and it'll happen soon enough. It's just that while the green zones have been released, the testing server was not enabled. Once the testing server was enabled, parallelly the staging server has been enabled. So thoda sa backend ka kaam with the service providers is happening so that we can stitch it together and make the flights happen. So it will happen soon enough. The team is actively on it. Every day there are calls happening to make it happen. So I'm sure that it will happen very soon.
Whatever the help is required, tell us, we'll do it.
Completely agree. We are on it. On a daily basis, it's being worked upon.
Krishnendu sir, Parul, Rachit sir, would you like to say a few words from the skilling side too, sir? You're mute, Krishnendu sir. Krishnendu sir, can you please unmute?
Yeah. So, hello everybody. See, the thing is that from skilling point of view, what IGRUA is doing with help of being our RPA partner drone destination, just now Vipul ji was telling, basically we are into only training, first of all, and training is the first thing for skill development. Like for flying also, we are the FTO. We produce pilots, then only they can fly the airliners, then only they can fly the big aircraft, corporate aircraft. Same way, we are doing that initial training, and that is limited to 400 feet only. So no testing, no development of that sort. Only and only we are, training people, because when all this started, and FTOs were given approval, the main question was, the main vacuum was that who is going to train? Because unless we have instructors, we can't train. So that was the most important issue. So that is why what happened, that IGRUA took this, you can say, start, that let's, we coordinated with the DGCA, we coordinated with the ministry, and we thought that let's start this training part, because unless the training is done, unless we produce instructors, then how are the people going to get trained for flying drone? How will we have drone pilots? Once we have the drone pilots, generally they can enter into various agencies, various sections and departments, like you all are talking about mining, agriculture, medical, surveillance, photography, whatever. So they are just like, in our civil aviation, what happens, like once the pilots come out from our organization, they go for type training on Boeing aircraft, type training on Airbus, type training on Emperor. So we are not training them on these aircraft. We are making them full-fledged CPL holders. Then they go into the market and they fly and take type rating on these aircraft. Same way, what we are doing at present as an FTO in the drone system also, drone ecosystem also, that we are training first the instructors, because we don't have instructors. Way back, a course took place in which there were some 34 odd people, and at that time people didn't have much know-how, they didn't have much interest. So any Tom, Dick and Harry went there and had undergone that training. So when finally everything became fine and such FTOs were given approval to give training for drone, then we thought, instructor kahan hai? Instructor hi nahi hai. We started going from pillar to post, instructor. इग्रुआ को कोई instructor नहीं मिल रहा था, मैं क्या बताऊं. Then only we thought कि सबसे पहले हम instructor बनाएंगे, क्योंकि इग्रुआ being such a big organization, and then we were the one we thought of starting in a very big way. But the saddest part is that we didn't have a single instructor. तो हम लोगों ने सोचा कि सबसे पहले हम इंस्ट्रक्टर प्रोड्यूस करते हैं, क्योंकि इंस्ट्रक्टर प्रोड्यूस करेंगे तभी हम पायलट्स प्रोड्यूस कर पाएंगे. So that is how this thing started. And in Manesar, the approval that we have got, that is exclusively for training, and that is why all sections and departments and ministries have given us the approval. And I have personally went there, approached them, explained to them. So I got it, and now we are doing it there. What I am at present wanting to tell everyone is that I've already written mails to many people that what, as far as my knowledge goes, that various exemptions has been given for carrying out certain projects, certain work, in which the DGCA and the ministry has said that the pilots who will fly should be certified pilots. So that is why I request everybody in the drone federation, or you can say in the drone industry, that whoever are into such projects, specific projects, they are using some pilots undoubtedly. So they should first come and have the formal training and get DGCA certified, and then go back to their organization, whatever organization they're into. I have sent a mail to around 16 organizations, and I'm going to send these 16 organizations are government organizations, and subsequently I'm planning to send to some private ones. So my suggestion is that since they are into specific projects, specific work, so whatever pilots they are using, at present they are all under exemption. They may be ACE drone pilots, but they don't have any DGCA certification. So that is why they should first come to our training organization, get trained, and then get the DGCA certification, and go back to their organization and start. And subsequently, what will happen when we will be training people, we can even
I think Krishnandu has went offline.
In addition to what Ji was saying on training, collaborations are required in the industry also to develop the training content first. So, I mean, training, actual content has to be developed, the policies, guidelines, insurance related to any incidents that during training, of the actual drones damage. A lot of work has to be done by the industry. The government is pushing it as they can, but industry also has to come, like they have been asking about it for the testing sites, whether within a few hours, whether few of the closer testing sites can be used during the restricted hours, which are only for drones and which are not being used by any other entity closer to the cities. And similarly, record keeping and incidents reporting, that will be an important factor, because bird hit in our airside dashboards, and we don't want a new term like drone hit to come into our vocabulary in all seriousness. So it is important for various industries to come together, collaborate, and develop all these policies, guidelines, training, drone management departments by the major agencies in aviation. So a lot of work has to be put in before we could actually go and actually successfully apply the drones in aviation community per se, because I'm from aviation. Like in aircraft inspection, an aircraft inspection will take 4 to 5 days. I'll complete it in few hours if a drone is allowed inside an hangar in an MRO. So, but for it to reach that stage, there's a lot of work that the industry has to do through various collaborations, and a lot of development work has to happen in the next few months.
Yeah. So Parulji, we have been talking a lot about.
Because I think, okay, so you're the moderator, you can cut it.
Yeah, please, Rachit, please go ahead. You want to make a point, please.
So I just sorry, I went out of the whole scenario. I've come back again, so I'm there again. We are in a village, you know. So,
yeah.
What I want to add on here is, this the whole, the group what we are, assembled about. It's not only for the drone. I think Bhavna also dished out a message, and it was also creating innovative, methods, aviation skilling overall. So let's just try to attack on the second aspect of the the talk. So where we want to add on is, like I want to say, being the CEO of ACC, which is primarily made for as a industry-led body for developing the aviation skilling in the short-term training. This thing. So Krishendu Saab and the IGRUA and of course RGNU and other people in the DGT are there in the long-term training, but ACC has been formed for a short-term training. So here, what after the COVID, we have learned the lesson now. So I just want to briefly, we have taken on some 10 action points, but very briefly, because time is running out. I think we should have finished by 5 o'clock. So we're already running out, and the people must be waiting for the weekend beer or something. So anyway, I'll just quickly say the 5 action points what we are trying to evolve. One is to develop the robust digital learning infrastructure and to develop the e-contents for many of the job roles, which can be learned by the learners sitting at home, and only for the OJT and hands-on skilling they go to the field. So that's a kind of a hybrid model we are trying to evolve. Secondly, we're trying to have some kind of strategy for online training of trainers and the training of assessors. So people don't have to go to the field and do it. Then some kind of emerging job roles that we are trying to evolve. Of course, one of them is a drone only. And when we're talking about drones, we have taken out very recently a drone operating manual for the multi-rotor drone for to start with. And this is completely as per the international technical projection standards of ATA and simplified. So this has been done and been launched under the aegis of HAL. And also recently we have taken on Amber Dubey also in the last Yalanka Aero Show, and we have relaunched it again. So it's a very, very useful, and a lot of FTOs are taking it. And then we are also trying to focus on the national apprenticeship promotion schemes. This is one innovative idea which has been promoted by the government. They are trying to help out the students. They are going to pay the money, and this is going to be ready-made skilled workforce, which you don't have to employ like the employee or workers rules are going to apply. So people will be employed or like doing the hands-on jobs through the schemes. This will be like a ready pipeline for the future workforce. We'll be saving a lot of cost for the new airlines, I would say, and of course the MRO and all other verticals of the aviation. Then we're also focusing on the rationalization of the qualification packs of the job roles, what we call it, and to include more of multi-skill jobs, because in today's world, when the cost-saving measures, a lot of fixed cost in the aviation industry, people are trying to focus on. So when we have a multi-skilled job role person, then he can be doing a good job, like a lot of optimum work share he can do compared to 10 people, 5 people can do a lot of business in that. So this is some of my thoughts, and then also already in the previous session they have told we are also trying to focus on that. A new field is coming up on the aircraft leasing and financing. So that is one area again we are trying to focus on, and the Gift City, IFSC people will told about. So there are those small set of job roles we'll be taking out, so that there's one untouched area where most of the aircraft leasing and financing was happening through the other countries. So that will be just trying to bring it to the home grounds, so that those kind of courses also will be evolving and people can apply for it. So these are some of my thoughts. You can take it forward, Vipul.
What Rachit ji has said just now, what Rachit ji has said regarding that online training, we are already into it. Just for your information and for information of everybody, at the course which we are holding for drone training. For that, the complete ground training, you can say the theoretical part, we are doing it online. Our ground instructors in IGRUA, they are from here teaching, and other instructors who are there, specialists on drones, they are also at various places, and the cadets, or you can say the candidates they are having the online course all together. So what happens, like suppose we have got 50 people. So for 50 people, we can have online classes, theoretical classes for 2 days. Everybody gets the theoretical class, and then practical cannot be done all together because 50 people cannot start flying drones. So therefore, then what happens? Then we have batches of 5 or 6, and we complete the training part. That is the simulator and assembly, disassembly, and actual flight. So just reiterating that point that we are into this type of online training because now this is the need of the hour that we have our training online, that is theoretical training, and practical we can have it on the site, at the site. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachit sir, and thank you, Gupta sir. Those are very interesting, areas, and I think the people would be really interested. I'll just take it over to Parul. Any, closing comments, Parul, from your end?
Coming back to the skilling side, I mean, in aviation specifically, we are doing a lot of work with the government on reskilling, skilling, upskilling, induction, all segments. So, for example, with MOCA, we have a program running on postgraduate diploma in airport operations and firefighter course in the Amethi campus. Similarly, the states have come up with their own policies for various center of excellences, where we are tying up with the Kerala state government for developing a center of excellence. Similarly, all these states have their own policies to tie up with industry to launch center of excellence. And also, right now we are partnering with various national and international accreditation agencies as well, like NSDC, IATA, AAA, American Association of Airport Executives, because during Corona, skilling and online education has gained a lot of prominence. All these edtech companies like Byju's, Upgrad, and all, they have like the highest valuation in the country as well right now. So it is important that that we cater to all these needs, to the needs of actual airport executives, working professionals. I also touch upon some of the features which have emerged post-COVID, like cargo and e-commerce, pharmaceutical and vaccine distribution, temperature-sensitive handling, the ERP related to cargo, because all these fields have emerged very strongly, and they are the backbone of the current supply of the country. So all these roles are here to stay. Similarly, in aircraft maintenance, the MRO facilities actually emerged the strongest sector in DMR. We heard in the previous section is planning a 147 school of aircraft engineering shortly. They've tied up with Airbus as well to work together in various fields, including training. Other fields that have emerged in aviation are IT and industry related, like artificial intelligence, machine learning. Blockchain emerged as a very strong platform because with the paperless and faceless initiatives driven by the government, all the industries across supply chain came together, and blockchain is a distributed platform where a lot of trust can be gained between the agencies through data and exchange of data information. So ERP trained workforce is also the need of the hour in the aviation industry today. Cyber security, with a lot of work from home operations and access given, comes the risk of all the attacks. So we just saw that this platform used by the key Asian airlines got hacked recently. So there's a need to secure the cyber security field is an emerging field right now, and we are also launching on cyber security for the first responder, the boardroom, airport designers as well in the coming months.
Thanks.
All these fields are quite important right now in the aviation.
I'm glad we are going way forward. So with the new e-commerce and the aviation leasings that Rachit sir has said, and plus what Mr. Gupta has said. So I guess there is a lot of skilling opportunities, and I hope there are a lot of job opportunities as well for the people after they do skilling. So Ankit, if you're still on with us, any closing comments from your end? I think Ankit and Vipul have. Yeah, thanks, Ankit.
Hi, Bhavna. In fact, instead of me, I would actually request Group Captain Augustine to make his comments because, it was a complex time when he was about to speak. So I'll request Group Captain Augustine
I
to
was just
share
coming to
his.
him. So yes, Group Captain Augustine, sir, you would like to say your words? Yes.
Just three key takeaways, Bhavna. Vipul and Ankit are sitting at a different platform. Most of the startups are sitting at much different platform. And Ankit rightly covered why there is no influx of money into this industry. So most of the startups are self-funding like us. I mean, we've been self-funding. Now, imagine sitting in Kochi for a 250-gram drone testing. I need to travel all the way to Bangalore or Orissa, find something wrong. I have to come back here, rectify, go back. It's not possible. Now, what is in reality, what is happening is someone is going inside some hangar and in a closed space and doing the testing and come back. So that is what is happening. So that needs to be seriously addressed and quickly addressed. Otherwise, we lot of small companies will fold up, and that is sad. That will be sad to see, and that will affect the skilling industry as well. So that is my next question to Mr. Krishnendu. If can companies like us tie up with you for our training? How do we have can we have a kind of a handshake where we do the ground training part since we have the instructor on board and come for flying training only at your location? Is it possible?
You can do that, of course. I mean, we have no provision for testing and all. That is a level higher. That is the manufacturing.
No, not testing. Only for training my people, my guys.
Yes, of course. Why not? We have already written to everybody. I will also send a formal request to you that in case you want to get your people trained, I mean, they must be already ace drone pilots, no doubt about it. But what happens that at present they are all exempted from the certification part. Now, if they get the training out here, then they will have a TAPA, like DGCA certified drone pilot. So then after that, they will utilize their skill. So basically, at present, what we are saying that we are having a lot of drone pilots in the country who are very good flyers and who have the thorough knowledge, but they don't have the legal, you can say, certification or legal token. Like this is how I can fly. Like we have got like I'm an aircraft maintenance engineer. I've got an AME license, so I can certify the aircraft. Then a pilot who has got a CPL license or ATPL license, like that. These people can also have a drone certification and can do the work. So it's good in this forum when I spoke and when I heard you all, I can make out that yes, there are certain issues which are required to be addressed even more in depth, because then only we can find out solutions to it. Like the testing part you said, very much, I am not in that field, but the way you spoke and whatever you spoke is absolutely correct. And that has to be taken care of. And similarly, for our training purpose also, I had some problems which I didn't speak out because already we have started it. So it's fine. Like the thing is that for training, I feel that those type of restrictions which are there should not be so much. Like even for our FTOs, when we are flying our training aircraft, the restrictions and the regulations which are there for an airliner, for a big aircraft, is not there for us. Same way, for training of drones, which we know that it will be in sight, it is visual, then it is within a limited area, then it is only maximum up to 400 feet. So under such circumstances, the restrictions or the clearances or the approvals which are required should not be to that level as it is applicable for actual operations of drone, like for what to say, for specialized operation of drones which you do for mining, etc., whatever, agriculture, geo survey of India, this, that, photography, surveillance, monitoring, this, that. So, and even you have got drones which can fly out of sight, out of visual sight. So for them, whatever restrictions are there should not be applicable for trainer drones, which are, who are flying in a very localized area and who are only simply training an individual to become a certified drone pilot. After they get this certificate, it doesn't mean that he can now do any type of drone flying, high level flying. No, then he has to get training on the specific, like a type training or a type rating, and then he does that specific work. So similarly, this issue I wanted to raise, but it's okay. I'm working on it. I'm talking with the headquarters. I'm talking with Home Ministry. I've already got the approval from Home Ministry, but how long we are going to go for it, because we are going to increase our area of operation. It will not be only limited to Manesar. We will be also doing it near Igua, because Igua is located in Uttar Pradesh in a district called Amethi, very famous Amethi Library. So here also we want to start drone training. We want to go to the south. In the south also we want to start drone training. But if for every location we have to run after various agencies for clearances and approvals, then it's not going to solve us. Sooner or later we will get bored. Arey yaar, chodo, wahi Manesar mein karta hai. So, but what I need is that, what I want is that it should go all over India, so that skill development is in the actual sense. It is not localized skill development. It is skill development all over the country. And then people get trained and.
And
Thank you.
Final point, ma'am, Bhavna ma'am, for you to, do, if you can do something about it, is have, I've been listening to speakers since morning. Banks are very cautious to pump in money into this industry. No bank is giving us loans. I mean, they'll, like Ankit covered, they'll give a tech company loan over a glass of beer, but that's not happening with us. So the next door that we can knock is government. So can government have a skin in the game in the industry? Have a government, public-private partnership in the true sense. In the sense, government, let the government take a majority stake, doesn't matter. But then we together bid for something, whether it is Indian contract or even going abroad. And China is doing that very effectively. So that is something that I think we need to look at it if we want this industry to grow the way IT industry grew. Otherwise, we'll talk about it.
So I would suggest if you could send us your recommendations, all of you, and we can make a representation and give it. So like Amber said that, they will really look into it and they'll try and do what they can. So I would request all the panelists, whatever challenges and issues that you're facing, do send us your recommendations. So when we give a post recommendation, detailed report for the webinar to the ministry, we will definitely highlight this. And I, for one, can say that Anna Agarwal and Amba Dubey are doing a lot. So we'll push it from our end, definitely anyways. So thank you so much. And Ankit, just if you would like to say, Vipul and Ankit, and Rachit sir, if you'd like to say a few words, as otherwise we'll close up. Yeah.
Thanks, Bhavna. I think it was a great session. It had its interesting moments, but what is more important is that
I got
most of the
knocked
issues
out during the interesting fight. So I missed that.
But that is usual, because it is an industry of all of us passionate entrepreneurs who have given a lot of our time, energy, and literally significant parts of our life in building this industry in our country. And therefore, I feel that whatever is happening in terms of enabling this industry, it needs to be continued to be encouraged. And we need to keep looking at areas we can improve to improve the pace at which the development and growth of this industry can be increased. We have done a study which clearly highlights that the potential, if everyone were to adopt these drones effectively, could be almost 180,000 crores. It is a huge market potential that we are literally not even coming close to scratching the surface. We are all hanging by the nails, teeth on our nails. So literally, it is a very, very early days. So therefore, there is that much room to grow, that much potential in the industry. And if we all put a lot of our energy behind solving these small issues, which will increase the velocity of adoption, velocity of development, it will really, really benefit the sector tremendously. Those would be my final comments.
Okay. K. Narang sir, if you're there, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, you can realize there are so many challenges being faced by industry. And Gusty, your point is valid. Idea was not to make a SOP that is complicated, rather simplified. And doing it the official way. And the one way probably you could have was identify a clear space around you in an educational institute nearby, which you can forward it for approval as a green zone. So that can be one option.
Already
But,
forward the
okay, don't worry, it'll come through. So, it's a wonderful industry. Mark my words, I've studied Indian aeronautics industry. We missed the train in aeronautics industry, but drone is very promising. Ankit is an example. He struggled for decades, but he's held on. Augusti and all those who are listening to you, you have to follow the same model. You see the poise on Ankit. There's a lot of disturbance behind. You know, he's able to control that. So you have to have that poise which you had during your service career. Keep that, and you will bypass, get over these initial pangs.
Thanks.
It's a very, very promising time, and let's work together. Don't get bogged down. Find the right ways, and we'll succeed. Thank you.
Mr. Narang, if you could share your presentation with us, that would be a big help as well.
Sure, I will.
Thank you. Thank you. Rachit sir, would you like to add any last comments?
No, I don't think so at this time. Only to go. I mean, I have to leave.
Fine. So I'll just request Vipul to wind up. Thank you so much, everyone. Vipul, are you still there? I guess he's been locked out. So my personal thanks to all of you for taking out time and being a part of this, full day webinar that we've had. We've had a very lot of industries coming on board, and I think this was the most energetic one that we've had, and even late in the evening, so all of us have been very energetic about it. So again, requesting you all to send your details and recommendations, and we'll take it forward from there. And thank you so much. And we have another huge day tomorrow because this is a 2-day event. We have a air cargo event from 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock. So request all the participants who've been with us. And if any of you are interested in the Air Cargo Sector Skill Council, the Logistics Sector Skill Council will also be there. So please do join us if you want to spare your Saturdays or Saturday off for us. Thank you so much, all of you again, and we look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Namaskar. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.